called out by Lardine for shrimping always and forever. But let's go ahead and hop in here, and I need to get our music going so that we're not sitting here in awkward silence, because it's awkward. I should have had this ready. There we go. Alright. So, to pick up where we left off, as we have a really big frame rate. Why? Frame rate? You good? You good now? Okay, cool. That was weird. We didn't have any sales that we could afford. Frames are for nerd necks? I don't even know what that means. But for those who missed the last Farm Sim stream, let's kind of go through and evaluate what's changed. We got rid of the sillage. That's first thing that happened. I did like one last cash out on it, and I got rid of it and went, I'm going with the greenhouse. Because honestly, dealing with the sillage pits and what we had was going to be a thing. So we built ourselves one mushroom greenhouse and then a second. We also got this thing over here. For those who didn't check the patch notes on what happened with the first major update they did for Farm Sim 25, is people were complaining, and I understandably justifiably so, that you spend $10,000 to put down this water source. It's like this windmill water source thing. But then you still had to pay for the water that came out of it, and it was really expensive. And so you're like, but why would I ever build the expensive one of these when literally I get the exact same thing out of the less expensive one, and if I want it free, I can go to the lake? Like, what is the justification of this existing? And it seems that Dev was like, makes sense. So they made it so you spend the $10,000 to build the thing, and it costs only like $2 a month or something to keep there. And then they give you free water out of it. So, cool beans. Why am I getting really bad frame rate? We also got sheep. So that's another thing we've been doing. So we've not been mowing the grass as like our steady money and all that. We moved away from that. Instead, I'm mostly just mowing the grass to feed the sheep. And then we got the greenhouses. So overall, our money is actually about the same as when I was mowing the grass all day, every day. But the big difference being is now I'm not struggling with all that. So we're just doing a quick check. I've also been selling the sheep every time I get... They go up to about $1,000, so when they hit $1,000, I sell those sheep away. We're still not doing contracts and all that. It actually looks like I had finished what I was doing this in-game day. Another thing we're running into... Oh, and probably the biggest upgrade is you'll notice this is not the same tractor we had before the other stream. We did move up from our 70 horsepower little olive tractor that we started with to 171 horsepower. So it wasn't the one we were aiming for. We were aiming for one that was 230 horsepower. But it was kind of one of those things that the RNG chance of that coming up on sale were relatively low. And so when this one showed up and we had the money and it was like, but that will actually cover our needs, it was kind of one of those ones like, let's get it. It also can accept a front loader attachment. So that's another big motivator there. Oh, I got an achievement for getting enough wool. Neat. Yeah, so there's a little bit of fast forwarding right now as we're dealing with this. Okay, so grass shouldn't be low. They might just not be parked right. But yeah, so instead of mowing the lawn every day for long periods of time with our little sad mower, I basically just load till this thing's full. And then I use it to feed the sheep. Okay. And water use should be fine. And those are fine. Yeah, so we're doing a lot more of just kind of maintaining the sheep. The current thing we're going after right now is I need to save up enough money to get our harvester. I've already got the tractor. The plow is relatively inexpensive. The seeder is relatively inexpensive. And then the harvester is like the big thing blocking us from being able to get our barley going. Once I get the harvester locked down, it shouldn't take me very long to get the plow, start doing the laps and getting all that picked up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Shouldn't take me long to get all the other stuff set up. There's so many good things that have been coming by that I cannot afford. Alright, so you're good on water. You're at about halfway, so let's go ahead and top off the water real fast. But on the plus side, we are getting a heck of a lot of wool now. To a point that I have to take the forklift attachment and take the time to grab it all and, you know, drag it away. Oh. There we go. Alright. So let's go get our water topped off real quick. But yeah, it'll be really nice so we can start doing crops. My intention is to put down the first barley field, and once we've got that set up, I am going to roll the crop wheel again to see what our next crop is going to be, and the only reason I'm going to be doing that so early is just in case it's something like wheat or sorghum or any of the other, or oats, like any of the other grains. Just because if it's one of the other grains, then that means rather than sit there and like build up barley more and more, we can set up the barley and the wheat and the sorghum, because they all have the same equipment needs and the same production lines. But if I were to do that, and you know, we had the barley, and I rolled olives, in that situation, I would continue to scale up the barley until we hit kind of a satisfactory, it's like, this is producing enough. After which point, then I would start the olives. I'm really hoping it doesn't end up being olives. Why am I driving all the way down here? I want to top off the greenhouses too. We did start terraforming the ground to make this a little bit better. Needless to say, it does have some problems that got to be sorted. Terraforming is pretty expensive, though. So I did level out the two greenhouses to be on the same plane. I have debated whether or not we're going to, pretty early on, get the regular greenhouse as well. Not a bunch of them, but just another set. Because I kind of given myself the same rule we had last time, was that I may not build more than 2 of any building, with the exception, so far as production lines, with the exceptions of if I run into a situation where for a later production line, I need more of the earlier production line. I don't have a good example off the top of my head, but let's just pretend for some reason that the bakery actually required 3 granaries to run. I would be permitted to build 3 granaries to manage that in that scenario. I don't think there's any that hit that, but I also haven't messed with it. Alright. But yeah, so this is much better than what we were dealing with our water. And I did deliberately put this back in the trees. I'm not intending on cutting down these trees. I'm going to leave this for the map's edge. Because as you can see, once you step out of the map, everything looks weird. And that's just a normal thing for Farm Sim. It's the reason why a lot of the really nice custom maps that people seem to like, they'll do either one thing where it's like water around the property, so you have like an island area, or they'll do something where like they'll put like a big steep ridge along the edge. And both of those are to hide that once you get, like, out of bounds, the game just doesn't do a bunch of stuff, because why would it? It's not in play. And they use that to kind of hide it. So for this map, that's what those trees are doing. They're hiding the out of bounds. So I could set it up to get rid of all those trees for a little extra money. I mean, it'd be a decent amount of extra money. But I mean, with all the other tree areas that there, if we do decide to do much in the way of lumberjack, which I don't think I will, but we'll see. It might be a really late thing when I start getting all the equipment. I am doing this badly. and just keep turning way more than I need to. This is my problem right now. Let's get a somewhere around here. There it is. Alright, so I can go ahead and slide you out of there. Cool. And then there was no other sales we need to deal with, and we just topped everything off, so we're moving forward. Yeah, so we're just trying to get to the point where we get our first actual field crops going. So we're not babysitting this, because I could turn around and I could also add like the regular like tomatoes, lettuce, and all that greenhouses. Do 2 of those. And maybe we do that, and I do think if we do, I'll put them like right where those mushroom ones are. I'll just have it like drop off, have like right next to it the next one. Maybe put like a little dirt ramp between them. Try and make it look decent. I mean, that's something we definitely want in the long term. Right now, it's all about the harvester though. So you're good in all your supplies. These sheep are ready for sale. I kind of wish I could sell those remotely and not have to run over here. It's not that big a deal. It just would be nice. But I can just run over here and go, hey, so sell, take the sheep that are at full value, sell them for an extra 4,000. And I'm just doing a rotation, because it does seem like that might be better money than strictly the wool. Alright. Now granted, my luck, what's going to happen is that 230 horsepower tractor is going to come by and be like, ah! Which, if that happens, then I have hard decisions, because getting that would be good. Or, for that matter, getting the McDon to show up would be another big one. I'm not going to be buying these headers or anything. Ooh, okay. That's the 8,000 liter one. What's my tiny little one worth? That actually is tempting. So my tiny little... So you're worth 3,000 bucks. I mean, that'll make my life easier. I'm gonna do it. So we're gonna sell our little tiny water tank. And we're gonna get the bigger one here. So I'm basically spending like 6,000-7,000 on this. Yeah, $6,000-7,000 on this by selling my other one and getting this one. But that feels worth. But I feel like the best play is to sell the fully matured sheep after April. That way they stock up wool at the peak and get cash. I mean, I could do that. I'm kind of figuring what's going to happen over time is as I miss things and all that, we'll probably end up with a thing where I have like 2 or 3 waves of sheep I sell. Alright, so what we did is I believe, quadrupled our water storage by switching from the other tank to this one. So that, like I said, that should be a really big improvement for dealing with the water. Plus, this one can also carry milk and pesticides and herbicides and, sorry, not pesticides, herbicide, and a couple other things. So that was the reason that kind of convinced me, is I'm like, okay, with this tank, I can carry all the things that I would potentially want to bring in the tanks. The difference being is, like, the other one, I could only carry water exclusively. But this also means one of this tank will overfill a greenhouse. Like, literally from empty, it will fill up a whole greenhouse and have a little extra. So I likely cut down the number of laps I have to do when filling up my stuff from like 4 or 5 or whatever. Well, actually, for like all of it to nothing, like 8. I probably cut that down to about 2. As you can tell by just how much longer it takes to fill. Because the other one was about 2,000 liters. That's somewhat alarming that I got stuck there. As we pass through, we'll top off. Okay. Yeah, no, I could potentially wait till April to sell them. My worry about that kind of thing would be having all the sheep, like, either young or old at the same time. I feel like when I sell them doesn't end up being that big a deal, other than, like... Oh, with a double pivot, that's going to be rough. Let's just do the thing where I drive along the side and then turn at the last second. That'll probably be an easier way to get this into position. Because we have the pivot point on the trailer attachment, and then the front axle also pivots. Which can make it really, really tricky to back that up. See, well, you knew that was a bad idea, still package. Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet because I just sold the trailer that was basically full there. There's probably nothing to fill up, is probably the issue. Cookie not around? Yeah, so the water is literally full. That's the reason I couldn't drop anything off. It's like you can't fill that which is already full. Okay. So all in all, we spent about $6,000 in that in-game day, because sure, I bought that and it was $13,000, but I got about $5,000 back from selling my other one. So I think $6,000 for that kind of an upgrade, worth every penny. My luck is now I'll have the harvester and I will barely be able to not afford it. We'll have lots of those things happen. What are you? Oh, it's just a standalone seeder. I haven't used many of the standalone machines that are just for one purpose. Wait, how much horsepower was that? 190. Yeah, I don't think it's worth me spending extra money to get that tiny little bit. Now, it is April. Today is Sell the Wool Day. Let's go ahead and get that sorted. There we go. Cool. So now I get that in position, so I just hook up to it and immediately start dropping the water. Okay, and we also determined if this ends up being too heavy, that if we start doing the lean forward like we did with the little tractor, I can actually buy weights for my wheels themselves on this tractor. So weighted wheels. It's not staying there because I keep rubbing against the air packages. There we go. Yeah, so we'll also want to get a trailer for that. Did I already check the sales? Yeah, we did. Yeah, so let's sell this. get her extra income from it. Because I haven't been worried too much about selling stuff in and out of season, but the wool, the price difference is very significant. So it is the first good we had that's like, no, really, I want to make sure I'm selling this when it's the right time, so you can get as much money out of it. Okay. So we should get ourselves a bit over another 10, 12,000 from the sheep today. Now, what would be nice is eventually we'll definitely want to get like the semi-truck where I could pull up and just toss it all on the trailer. Man, we have been getting some, like, frame stutter today, and I don't know why. I'm not dropping frames in OBS, so it's not there. So I'll have to look into it. See if there's, like, some driver issue or something. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to stay for more than a few seconds. Like, if I tried really hard, I could probably load up 4 of those on here. But they'll just slide around and fall off anyways with the trip. So it's easier just to go ahead and knock out it 2 at a time. Ultimately, we're going to want a trailer, and that I probably will get once we get the barley started. Because once we get the barley started, then I can start, you know, getting, okay, here's the nice-to-have fertilizer, here's the nice-to-have roller, here's the nice-to-have this. All those things that are, you know, instead of getting the initial I can make money on it, I can make money somewhat at a higher rate, a higher profitability, more efficiently. All those little things that will help us get more money faster. But this kind of shows you the way these runs go, in the sense that at the very beginning, I literally had to just drive around getting $700 per round of mowing grass until we were able to get the other thing. We kind of took a detour with the silage that I don't think that was bad. I just think the investment I would have had to continue to put in to make that going would have been just more and more mowing grass. And I do feel like that would have gotten pretty tedious pretty quickly. Because it was already getting to the point, like, I'm pretty over mowing this lawn. Versus with this, yeah, I have to haul the water between all the buildings, and that's not the most exciting. But at the same time, it's not that big of a time sink. Can I make this happen? I probably can, right? You know, we did some tinkering the last time as well, and we found out with this tractor without the weighted wheels, the 2 things of wool is just about right that we don't tip forward, like any meaningful amount, so I don't have steering problems. But more than that, I'll probably run into issues. But because the weighted wheels are in the back, if I do run into that situation where we get a good that I'm picking up pallets that are heavier, I can weight the wheels and get that handled pretty easily. You know, let's say it's like $3,000 to weight the wheels. And for those who are looking at this map, I'm running on the first version. They actually did make 2 other versions of this map. One is supposed to be very heavily forested. And then another one is supposed to be, when we look at the tiles of the map, the tiles in this map are absolutely ginormous. My understanding is they split each of those tiles into 4 segments, which sounded about right for me, as I was like, these are huge. Did they add another temple to build? No. No, that's, at some point I'd probably need to look at Riverbend and do the products on that one, but I'll worry about that way later. Right now I just want to focus on getting all this set up. Alright, I could probably do this in 2 trips. Okay. Alright, we'll do one more trip to get that last set of wool, and then that'll be our payout for today. And I believe that was a total of 5 trips we've had to make. And I'm making a bit over 2,400 per trip or whatever it was. You get the idea here. We're making somewhere in the area of like 12,000. Can you get a trailer? Yes, I can buy a trailer. Right now, all of our money is being saved up for a harvester, because that's the thing hard blocking me from getting another production line going, another major spend going, whereas this is a mild inconvenience. Now, it said, if we have a good trailer that shows up at like an extreme discount, I will grab it. But barring a significant discount, I probably won't bother. Because honestly, more than likely, I'd want to get the flatbed that goes with the semi to have a dedicated vehicle for just doing that. Because they'll do it way better, because they'll be able to go like 50, 60 miles an hour versus this one can only go 24 or whatever it is. But yeah, so right now we're saving up almost exclusively for a harvester. Because once I get the harvester, all the other equipment is relatively inexpensive. But the harvester is the only one that, like... There's no point in me doing the other stuff unless I can guarantee myself a harvester, because I can plant the crops and they'll just rot, and that's just a waste of time and money. Once I have the harvester, I just gotta go and get a plow. The small plow is very cheap. I'll probably get the plow that's at least 14,000. Maybe bigger. Whatever this can handle, I'll probably get that plow. Yeah, there are trailers in the game. Would you let me adjust? You know, it's the full way down. I think I'm just hanging at a weird angle that, because it isn't perfectly flat ground, I'm just not getting that down there to where it needs to be. Sucks because I'm really trying to not have to do yet another trip. I can fix this. Alright, let's grab that other one first. Yeah, because it's just not quite flat. I think it's just enough that I'm not able to get the forks underneath it. Over there. So we got that one at a nice angle that I can easily make that work. So I can grab you and slide the full way up. And get over here. Come on. It's fine. I'll come back to that. I'm gonna fight with that too long. I might also just not even worry about selling that one, just sit off to the side and do it the next time. I'm just fighting with it, and that time I could have just done the trip and sold it. But yeah, so no, ideally, if we look at the harvesters, ideally, well, that's weird that they moved that one. Oh, am I looking at the right harvesters? No, I'm not. That's why. Ideally, I'd want at least that one, but I'll take what I can get. Because if I can get the one there, that means I can get the header for doing thatch as well. And with the header that I can do thatch, then that gives me a lot of ability to do stuff like get the McDon and do all that kind of nonsense. You know, with the McDon, I should be able to very, very quickly go through, you know, thatch all the crop real fast. Get that bonus. Because it's something like a 20-25% bonus to yield, and that's significant. All right. Yeah, so you're only 600. And right now I'm just going to drop that right here. That'll be one to worry about selling next time. Okay, so let's go ahead and go check on our animals and all that, because I got to keep an eye on their food and whatnot. Okay, we've got 4 more ready for sale. We can go ahead and do this. Alright, we're up to 60,000. So that means for the day we made almost $20,000. Actually, probably with the greenhouses added in there, probably about $20,000. Did I actually check the sheep? Yeah, your water and all that's good. So you get the idea. If we can get those kind of amounts of money, it doesn't take as long to get equipment to give the minimal viable to do stuff. And then once we have that, we have even more income. But then I can turn around and be like, all right, well, let's get the bigger tool, the bigger tractor, the faster thing. I mean, that would be nice, but that's not happening. But yeah, so you can see here, we can get all sorts of different equipment, but none of those I need right now. We could check none of you are ready for sale. Your water and food is fine. Your water's fine. So go ahead and advance. And the big thing is periodically I have to empty the wool out. Just in general. Don't care about either of those things. Water's fine. You're all fine. None of you are ready for sale yet. But yeah, this is just helping things along. We're doing a lot of fast forwarding, which isn't amazing, but I think that's better than watching me mow, like, what is it, 3.5, 4 meters of grass, you know, for 2-3 hours, like real life hours in game for about the same. Yep, so nothing there yet. We could sell those 3 sheep. And otherwise they're all good. So let's go sell the sheep real quick. That'll fetch us a couple thousand more, and we're almost up to 70,000. Realistically, for what I want, harvester-wise, we're going to need to have at least like 110, 115,000 in our bank. Obviously, if the cheap harvester comes by, I will settle. Because it still gets me where I need to be able to get the next crop going. Versus trying to wait for RNG to bless me with the one I want. That is what it is. Now, if we're really lucky and we catch the smaller harvester on there, that means I can get that smaller harvester for probably about 50,000. Which, you know, that's perfectly acceptable. One downside is I will need to repair the harvester before we actually go and use it. Let's see. That's for logs. We don't care about that. The sheep are just starting to get to the point they're going to need grass soon. The water's still fine in those. So we'll be able to start getting our new stuff going relatively soon. We're putting together a couple $1,000s every day regardless of what we do. It's about, I think we're getting about $3,000 a day between the production stuff we've got going on. You don't care about that. That's a cotton harvester, but that doesn't do us any good. Okay, so you're starting to get actually low. All right. So look at what we got here. I need to get grass and water topped off. Okay. And so what I've been doing is just filling this up, putting it back into place, because it does want to refill there. It's also a thing that, honestly, if I got enough mice to the side that I could get a bale loader and the thing for making the bales, I would potentially do that, just because I feel like that would be an easier way to handle the sheep, because I could load up a ton of bales and just dump them there. This is working fine, though, for the time being. I also talked about eventually wanting to get, like, the really, really big sheep pen if I'm going to go and keep the sheep around, which we probably will. If we go with a really, really big sheep pen, then realistically I'm going to want to do stuff to expand a lot of this. That's also one I'll be a lot more deliberate in where I put it, because right there it's like, this is a spot I can shove this. If I get like the giant sheep building or whatever, that'll be one I'll want to take the time. Hey, Maya Haven, how's it going? Been looking for like 30 minutes. A lot of progress since last time. At the moment, we've got the sheep pen, we've got the two mushroom greenhouses, we got the water production, we got our big bigger tractor than we had the last time. So we went from the olive one to this one. The only big purchase we've had today so far is I traded in that tiny little water tank. We did catch the second biggest one on sale, so now I have a water tank that can carry like milk and all that sort of stuff. After I got your space science going, nice. But yeah, so we did get an upgrade so far today. We've also got a lot of money we're bringing in now. We've probably already made 30-40,000 this stream. Took way too long. It's so good. I also missed some. So trying to keep the sheep happy. Alright. I can see with this tree line here, putting buildings along this tree line to keep the fields easier to manage. That's the whole thing. So let's get you back in a position to drop off the grass. Keep turning way too much. All right. So we can go and top off our greenhouses and all that real quick. Yeah, so I do really like that we can, I do like that they've given us with the, there's one mod that they have that Giants came out with that lets you repaint most things. I do appreciate, just to make it so, you know, you can kind of make the farm your own versus like everything just being like, oh, it's a John Deere, it's gotta be green. Oh, it's a New Holland, it's gotta be blue. Oh, it's a this brand, it's gotta be that, you know, color, because that's the brand color. I don't care. It's just more nice to make things like, you know, aesthetically similar or whatever I want to do color-wise. In channel colors, we use the orange, so even though I will fully confess, that tank being bright orange, not attractive. That is not a great color for that thing. It's a John Deere. It's got to be irreparable. Yep. You're not wrong. It's one of those things I'm curious over the years. Like, John Deere has mostly managed to stay in there because it was already a huge brand. But it does make me curious if, like, over the years, taking that hardline stance where you have to go through their people to repair it and all that, if we will see, like, John Deere as a company slowly lose out to its competition to the point it stops being relevant. Because that's a company that feels like it's mostly being carried by its existing market share. And as it alienates more and more of its customer base, you know, someone else is going to just move in and just replace them. And it could be an established one, it's just the fact it's got a strong base here in the US. Then importing a lot of equipment, especially at the scale that farming equipment gets, is a whole thing. When it comes to tools, you like Snap-on as they took a better approach. Sure, you could find someone else, but we will show up at your doorstep with a replacement. But for, yeah, for example, but for short-term, shareholders are happy. That's what matters, right? I have worked at many a company who made decisions that you looked at, like, right in the service, you're like, you know this is going to piss off everyone, right? Like, this is going to kill your business, right? Yeah, you're going to make a short-term, you know, solid amount of money, but, like, this is going to completely undermine your entire value prospect. And then what do you do at that point? And I've seen that happen way too many times that I've been along the ride for it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. Which, granted, the last company, because I actually really cared about the company, you know, and I'm genuinely upset what happened to it. You know, a bunch of the other ones were like retail and stuff. It's like, yeah, you want to burn your bridge? That's fine. Like, it's like, I know this isn't my forever job, so, you know, if you want to if you want to torch the entire place, you know, I'm still gonna be like, hey, you know it's a bad idea, right? Yeah, we're gonna do it anyways. Like, okay, that's your choice. But I fought every little bit I could at that company, be like, no, you're killing our company. Like, I want this company to last because I like this job. But it had become publicly traded. And when it did, it started making real bad decisions. Big number gotta get bigger better. So many bad decisions that company made. And I need to check out. They were supposed to have gone out of business by now. The company that acquired them last had done like a whole announcements to its shareholders. They're like, yeah, we expect like this one investment we had done, you know, we're expecting to like just shut it down here in the next year because like it's not even that's not performing. It's just literally, it's just kind of hemorrhaging money at this point for the investment firm. I hate double pivoting so much. You just cannot back them in without a lot of effort. And it wouldn't be so bad except for the actual place that, I just wonder if shareholders even wise up to actually hold corps accountable. Well, no, that's the thing. For a lot of people, they don't treat investments with consideration of the long-term company survival. Their whole thing is, I want to buy my share, and I want to see the share value go up. And I don't care what it takes to do that, it's see share value go up. Which only really makes sense if you're planning to buy and then sell that share rapidly. Which a lot of them aren't. Which is the thing that always surprises me with that one. That a lot of them will basically buy the share, they'll keep being happy as it goes up, and the moment it starts going down because they did a bunch of short-sighted decisions to make share go up, and then now the share starts going down. Are you full? Am I doing that nonsense again? That's probably exactly what I'm doing, isn't it? Yeah, you're full. So I'm sitting here trying to get it to show up. I wish it kind of still showed the point even when you can't fill it. Just so you know what's going on. Alright, that's fine. Accountable, I made money, to hell with the rest of you. That's pretty much what it is. Yup. And there's even people involved I can't blame, because like the one company the CEO had fought like an absolute uphill battle for a long way, managed to make the company, and the CEO himself was like, you know, on the grounds working everything until like the very end. And you could tell he just really wanted to retire and all that. And so he sold the company, got his money, and it's like, you know, I get it. I don't blame him for doing it. I still think it's kind of crappy, but at the same time, like the man's poured a huge amount of his life and resources into this. He should get his payday. I don't have a problem with that. At the same time, when you torch everything on the way out, no, I got you, JD, but the problem is right now, with the way a lot of shareholders behave, is that the only primary consideration is share value go up. They don't care what it takes, it's share value go up. If share value not go up, then that's a problem. What? There we go. You know what? That makes sense. When your owners that started the company quit, the company went to heck. Yeah, because a lot of times they're willing to just sell to the highest bidder because they're basically over it. And like I said, I don't think it's a good attitude to have. But at the same time, you know, you poured 10, 20 years into a company, and it's like, I get it. You're done. Yeah, they were retirement age when the brothers quit. Yep. Yeah, and a lot of times, and it's also, it can be a completely not ill-meant thing that, you know, you can have people who have been working a company for a long time and just really, you know, they managed to run a good company, but just didn't really have a plan for how to pass the torch that they were the people running the company. And so they try and put in the person they think will be a good fit, but it's just kind of one of those things that's the first time there's a passing of the torch that they haven't figured out a way that works or anything yet, so it is a roll of the dice. And there's definitely times that the whole thing just kind of implodes. So we'll still find all that. But the shareholders expect modest growth and provide updates that reflect where they reasonably expect to go within the market. That's the entire point of quarterly reports. Sure, we boil it down to very simplicity. We want an investment go up, sure, but it's not accurate to the overall market after all. The problem is a lot of times that, like, for the example, the company I was working for, we were hitting a point that the company had kind of captured like 70-80% of the market share. There was really nowhere to grow anymore. And we would project that, or looking at, okay, instead of 20% growth year, you're expecting 10. And the share value just bottomed out instantly when we did that. And it was just kind of one of those things that there is an expectation of infinite growth. And I do agree that healthy approach to shareholders, I would agree with you, they should be considering long-term growth of a company, being able to sustain itself and all that stuff. But in the actual practice that we have now and how shareholders are approaching things, it's just, I put money in and I want infinite money out. Like, I just want it to keep growing forever and ever. And it's kind of one of those things that just, unfortunately, nothing. No, I get what you're saying, JD, and we weren't stagnating anything in that thing. It was just, because we couldn't continue to be more profitable at a faster rate than we had been previously profitable, that was seen as a colossal failure. If you look at a company like Microsoft, until recently, as in like the last decade, Microsoft was a very consistently profitable company, that they had captured an absolutely astronomical amount of market share in multiple sectors and everything. And it was viewed as being a complete failure of a company as far as shareholders go, because they were consistently profitable, but not growing at it. Like, it's only growing a couple % per year so far as the profitability rates. And it was generally treated as like, oh, you don't invest there. And that's the way it was treated for a while, and then they started, you know, really around the point of like Windows 7 and all that, started kind of fighting into the cloud space, and that's when, you know, Microsoft became kind of a darling stock to have again. Yeah, they aren't concerned about your velocity, they're concerned about your acceleration. Like, and that's a difference though between like meaningful, sound, balanced investment versus what there's a lot of shareholders nowadays that it's genuinely grow faster than you've grown before. Like, every year we expect you to grow just a bit faster than you previously grew. And that does hit a point where even theoretical, you hit a limit. Yep, and that's the other thing, is they have a fiduciary obligation to do stuff that benefits shareholders, but it's kind of one of those things that when it comes to a lot of those, they take into consideration most of the, like, right now benefits. And there are companies. The other thing is, it's difficult to be in the position of a CEO to push back and say, hey, we're not going to do this thing you want me to do. That, yeah, we can make a bunch of money now, but long term, that's going to hurt us. And then what you do is you have a bunch of shareholders rebel and go, well, no, we want you to do the thing that makes us money now. And then suddenly you don't have a job if they have voting shares. And otherwise, then you have companies like Facebook who they don't give out voting shares in any capacity, that you are dealing with that. Yeah, most execs don't have any loyalty to the company or brand either. Yep. And that's just kind of what we're dealing with. If we went to a lot of how, like you're saying, it's supposed to work, that it is supposed to be a sustainable thing, a practical thing, and all that, then yeah, we wouldn't have half the problems we've got right now. It's just, unfortunately, there is a very large number of people that just not the approach. That the way they look at it is, I dropped, you know, a couple $1,000,000 in this company, I want to see that number go up a bunch, and then I want to sell it. Usually we don't have loyalty towards brands. I mean, part of that is on the brands themselves. There are still brands that people are loyal to. But it's just kind of one of those things nowadays with brands. The number of, like, big name brands that have done, like, really kind of shady stuff to make a quick buck, that people have kind of learned through effectively experience that, for the most part, you can't trust brands. You know, they might be nice today, but next time maybe they're not. And that's an overgeneralization. Like, there are brands I've been very happy with. Like, for example, you know, this is like sponsorship stuff, but Fractal, like, that's the reasons I was very happy to have them as a group supporting us. Because just been using them since 2015, and that's their whole gimmick is just, hey, our whole thing is we want to be leading class in whatever we go into. And that's their entire value prospect, just being like, we just make the best product of whatever. And you just don't see that much anymore. Not that it doesn't happen, but it's few and far between. Alright, don't need to deal with this today. Oh, right. Right. I think that's the smallest harvester, which is fine. It is. But I think that's fine. I think we take it. As much as I don't want to, I want to hold out for the other one. Realistically waiting for the RNG to play nice. We get this harvester. It's the little baby harvester. It's fine. So I'm going to grab that. We now have our harvester. I'm going to repair it immediately. But it does require effort. Yeah. Well, it's also one of those things, it's one of those things that are very difficult to maintain, especially, again, when you go publicly traded, and everyone's like, well, we need you to be more profitable than, not only more profitable, but more profitable at a faster rate than you were the previous year. And there's a certain point that type of infinite growth mentality just stops being realistic. Okay, so plows. We are looking at plows. I have 171 horsepower, so that's going to be the plow we can use for right now. So I can go ahead and even just buy that right now. We will need a seeder. Yeah, so I can get the one for 39,500. I think I want to save up for the one for 49,500 though. It's about 1.5 the size, and it does fertilizer at the same time. So I think that's enough of an upgrade to justify it. Yeah, because honestly, until we get over to the $90,000 one, that one seems to be an outlier. I still don't really understand why, price-wise, it feels like this one should be more expensive and over here, but that's fine. So 49,000 is what we're looking at, or catching it on sale. But the brands are blind loyally deserving. Most of the time, all the good consumers should always pay attention to the quality of the product regardless. Oh yeah. Well, it's some of the brands that had the longest following kind of burnt their bridges. Like, it used to be a bunch of the Sears brand, like Craftsman and Kenmore used to be brands people would follow very, very carefully. And as Sears started, started really struggling because it just kind of missed the boat with the whole internet thing, that they started trying to nickel and dime on kind of everything. And so where people had that incredible amount of loyalty to that brand, you know, there's a certain point where you start seeing yourself getting nickel and dimed, and stuff that used to be covered is no longer covered, and, you know, restocking stuff and all that kind of thing. The warranties stop being quite as good. That eventually people, you know, kind of woke up to that. Making stuff pretty ethical as far as you can find. I have no idea who that company is. Yeah, there are good companies out there. They're just not many. They do exist, though. They make knives and multi-tools. Gotcha. Yeah, product stocks don't necessarily reflect the company's value. They reflect what people think the company is worth, which means the stock value can go the opposite direction of profitability. Like, GameStop and DoorDash. Oh, man, yeah. No, that was, I had a coworker who was, like, always trying to convince me to pick up a bunch of Apple stock at the time. And it was just one of those things. I was like, look, man, it's like, don't get me wrong, if you got early Apple, you made out like a bandit. Absolutely. Or if you owned Apple stock when the iPhone came out, it's like, don't get me wrong, you made serious cash. Like, this is, you want to retire? Congratulations. Just go retire anytime you want kind of cashes. But, like, this is way after the iPhone and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, look, man, this stock is real expensive. And if you sit there and you look at the amount of money Apple is making relative to the value of the stock, it just makes no sense. Like, don't get me wrong, it's the measure of what the potential profit and yada 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 is. But it's like, man, unless Apple releases some new disruptive, like the iPhone level technology, I would only expect that stock to go, you know, it can be a long time, but I'd only expect lose money in that stock at some point. It also gets weird, though, if you have a company who does dividends on their stock. Those are the stocks that can be worth just sitting on for a long term. I wish more companies did that. Like, you know, you've got that stock that is reliably, you know, just, it doesn't go up and down a lot. It just kind of hangs there. And then getting your dividends from that is just prime. Because you just put the money in there and you just keep getting a little extra bump of money for a long time. But that's also got no guarantees. Let's say your niche industry is environmental scientific equipment. Stuff to do science in places where it's hard to do science? Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, no, on the comment of, like, you know, companies shouldn't suffer from a failure now if they've got a good track record. I think the issue is how many companies have had that kind of thing where they had, like, a good track record, and whether it was, you know, someone new acquired them, or, you know, they went publicly traded, or there was a change in philosophy, or whatever the thing that changed is, that people, you know, when they've had that one-off year, were like, okay, well, this brand could come back. Like, you know, it's been a bad year, but whatever. But it's been more and more and more that a lot of times when these brands make short-sighted decisions that are, you know, the stuff like the Keurig having where you have, like, the little thing you scan on it so you can only use the official Keurig cups and not the cheaper knockoff ones. And John Deere with the inability to repair stuff and these kind of things, that it's very rare we actually see these brands improve once they start going that route. It's not never. There have certainly been companies who made kind of short-sighted decisions and then turned around and, you know, went, wait a second, that pissed everyone off, let's not do that. But, like, you'll have companies that'll try and slip a new fee in on your transactions or whatever, and then people have an outcry, and they'll go, oh, our bad, we got rid of it. And then, 6 months later when things have quieted down, they'll just try and slip a different fee in somewhere else. Or find some other way to accomplish the same outcome. And that's the unfortunate thing that we've been seeing is a lot of times when a brand starts moving that way, or a company or whatever, it's not specific to the brand, that it's rare we see it properly go back. It doesn't never happen, but it's been enough that a lot of people, once you get that stink about we're going to, do profit at all costs, that once you get that stink about you, it's real hard to get rid of it. Not insurmountable, but it's really hard. It's basically the whole trust thing. It takes forever to build up trust, to get people to trust your brand, to get that loyalty, and you can just torch it to the ground in minutes. And rebuilding, especially after betrayed trust, is exceptionally hard. Everyone say, yeah, you're better off discarding. Yeah, that's where you'll usually have people pivot the brand really hard. Like, that's, like, for a brand that's trying to recreate itself with very mixed results, SeaWorld has a pretty ruined brand. Like, all things considered. They got that documentary that came out, because SeaWorld legitimately did some pretty awful things. A lot of it was out of ignorance, but not all of it. And for those who don't know, what ended up happening is, like, the documentary, I thought it was called, wasn't it Blackfish? Came out, and it overstated things, and a lot of stuff they actually had in that documentary wasn't even SeaWorld, it was other places, but some of it was. But it got, like, an absolutely horrific reputation. Some deserved, some not. And it got to such a degree, the company actually did sell itself to another group, so like none of the leaders are still there, entirely due to new group. And what they've been trying to do is save the brand. And so if you actually look at SeaWorld parks these days, they're mostly roller coasters. They still have some of the shows because the alternative is just euthanize all the animals there because they can never be released to the wild. That's just a thing with animals kept in captivity. Putting them back out in the wild is, for some animals, it can be done. Like, honestly, the less intelligent and the more simple the animal is, the higher success rate you usually have of re-releasing it from captivity. But the more intelligent, the far more difficult. So, stuff like dolphins and killer whales have an absolutely horrific success rate of being re-released to the wild that a lot of times they just don't know how to survive, and they don't. And so a lot of them have gone saying, hey, we're going to get no new animals, we're not going to breed new animals, like, we're gonna keep taking care of the ones we have, and they've pivoted all their shows to being about conservation and that kind of stuff, and moving entirely in the direction of, honestly, mostly roller coasters. But one of the things that they've also tried to do to save their brand is, when it comes to here in Florida, SeaWorld is like one of the largest groups going out there to do animal rescues and all that kind of stuff. Like, we had 2-3 years back, we had a really bad, just weird cold front for the winter. And for those who don't know, manatees are extremely vulnerable to cold. Cold is extremely dangerous for them. And we were having a mass manatee die-off event in Florida. And so everyone who had the resources was trying to rally everything they could to save as many as they could. And, like, SeaWorld literally pulled in, like, thousands and thousands, being an extreme outlier for just how many they brought in to rehabilitate and all that. Which part of it was having the facilities to do it, certainly. But, like, that was something they had no obligation to do, and they did it. And all of it is, again, for PR and all that. But they've also done stuff for, like, the sea turtles. So it's kind of one of those things that if you look at what they've been doing now with the cards they got handed from the previous owners, they've done mostly nothing but up and up stuff and all that. But even today, there are plenty of people who absolutely not touch that brand because of the past. And I'm not saying it's like, oh, it should all be forgiven or anything like that either. you know, SeaWorld as a company has done awful things. But it's just kind of one of those things. Versus, we could also point out how many big companies who have gotten in dominant positions who have gone the complete other way, where they know they've got market share or whatever and just doing stuff, or just let the bad PR go through. But even then, I don't think SeaWorld will ever be able to fully cleanse its brand. That those skeletons in the closet are just too significant. But at least they're trying. But it's tough. Now granted, their bad PR is worse than a lot of people. Because there's like one thing about being a little bit greedy. And then there's another thing about, you know, taking sentient life and keeping them in completely inadequate housing areas and all that. Hey, Alana, how's it going? For those that don't know, Alana, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld, among other things, so if you do like RimWorld and all that, you know, it's definitely a good place to find it. And I've lost track a little bit of the conversation. Just those things to make sure, like with whenever we're talking about stuff, just do what we can to make sure we're respectful of other people and all that. Not saying that there's anything that's like been like out of line or anything yet that I've caught, but it is those things that people have disagreements. That's fine. Cool. Disagreeing on things and discussing it is a good thing, as long as we're respectful of each other and not dismissive or anything like that. Now, granted, you can get into stuff like, you know, whataboutism and all that, where I have issue A, well, what about completely unrelated or mostly unrelated issue? You know, straw man arguments and the many things of the chart of fallacies. But yeah, if I can... Actually, I could probably do it myself, and just to make it you a shout-out, let me just park this up and start doing that. Alright, so we can go ahead and do shout-out Ilanorama. Because like I said, I did the wrong thing. Don't mind me. Yep, no, I gotcha. But yeah, so those that don't know Ilanorama, again, fellow Metapalestine Frequency stream team, definitely check them out, especially if you're into RimWorld. They do play a variety of games, but like, absolutely. Let's see. So it says, you think it's reasonable that a brand company under new management should be able to rehabilitate its image, especially if it acknowledges the dirty past? Makes reparations, for example. German companies with World War II, there's lots that, there's lots of recognize what they did, and repent. And some ignore the past, just sweep it under the rug. The latter don't prioritize. Yeah, no, I agree. And that's what I'd say to me, that whether or not we can argue that they're succeeding in that's what seems like the new management of SeaWorld is trying to do. You know, again, whether or not, like, that doesn't mean you as an individual, if you've seen their past and you go, hey, I'm gonna forgive it. That's an individual's decision, and I won't be like, how dare you hold that against them, because again, they still have orca and dolphins in captivity that's inadequate for them. They've done what they can to improve, but barring building entirely new facilities, which they don't have the money to do that, or again, the other option is just euthanize them. It's like, the problem is the action had consequences. Those consequences are in place, and it's too hard to fix. And especially those ones born in captivity, there's no way they could be released. Like, it'd be arguably more merciful just to euthanize them than trying to release them in the wild, because they'd just starve to death. They wouldn't know how to function. They've never been in the real world. And like orca have, like, for example, well, actually all aquatic mammals have a very complex language that has dialects and everything, and just dumping them back into the ocean, being like, live among your kind. Like, they would effectively be rejected just because they're just not even remotely close to what they need to be. Which it's sad, it's just one of those things that's like, that damage is done. I think GameStop, it wasn't a company that placed value in their stock, it was private investors. Yeah, and that was the GameStop thing was a there's arguably more financial shenanigans went on. Let's see. Orca and Dolphin Speak, from what you recall, is something in individual pods with slightly different sounds they use for each other. Yep. They even have like their own dialects for like where there's something like threat. They don't all use the same thing for all Orca pods. They'll have similarities, but it's like they have languages, but it's almost like having minor variations between the different pods and everything. So it's kind of like, you know, here in the US we have English and all that. Ooh, I want it, but I can't have it now because I'm not selling that. Yeah, accents, if you will. Exactly. They have like different accents. So it's kind of like here in the US, you know, in the areas that speak English, if I go to someone in New York and I go to someone in Boston, I go to someone in California, I go to someone in like Florida or Georgia, there will be noticeable difference in some of the words, some of the pronunciations, while we are speaking literally the same language. Alright. I've already forgot how much that cedar I was looking at was. 49,000. Okay. We sold all the... Okay, we did sell all the wool. I was like, please tell me I didn't that. You wonder if some dolphins think other dolphins are dumb based on their accents? I have no idea. I do know with a lot of those that your different pods, it's not, they don't tend to be hostile to each other. They kind of give each other a wide berth most of the time. I mean, that'd be convenient, but we really are trying to get the... Through there. I was trying to remember what word it was. Oh, it was the phrase okay. The phrase okay came from basically people who were of you know, better means academically and all that, who wanted to sound smarter by deliberately misspelling stuff to have like kind of their own coded language. And it's like, it's a whole thing. The oh, what is it? What's the word for the history? It's not taxonomy. It's basically the word for like where a word comes from. And it was just kind of this fascinating read. Hey, mechanic, how's it going? Entomology. Yeah, I mean linguistics would be yeah, entomology. Yeah, the entomology of the word okay is amazing. For just like, it was literally like bougie academics who had like their own deliberately like misspelled language to like let you know whether or not you were in the in crowd, that you were one of them. But I'm trying to remember what it came from though. It was like not all is like. I'm blanking on what the original, because it was OC was the original one. Is like Operation Complete or something like, I can't remember. But it's kind of one of those things that happened that, ooh, we ran out of water. How do we run out of water? All correct. Yeah, and it kept taking on more and more, like, weirdness with it. And then eventually turned into okay. And it was all, like, by deliberate, like, misspellings and all that. And it's just like, man, language is wild. Except the water. But then it becomes just like common vernacular. I didn't read that right. Yeah, no, you're out of water. It's going pretty good. We got our harvester, and we're working on getting our seeder. We have our plow. So literally once we get the seeder, the barley comes online. There we go. They just really, really need to make that, like, what part of that is the area you could drop off water considerably larger. So that should fix where they're having health problems because they ran out of water. You're done. Oh yeah, language is wild. It's one of the reasons why whenever we have the conversation that comes up where people get all mad about, you know, this word or that word not being acceptable in modern society, or they don't like that the definition has changed of that word. It's like, hey man, language is always changing, always evolving, and all this stuff. And we'll have people get really upset about that, but it's like, it's always been that way. Literally since we moved past Unga Bunga, that's how languages worked. You cannot like it, but that doesn't change anything. Yeah, like, it's already not... They just gotta make that area a little bit more forgiving. Let's see, there's a difference between language changing and knowing how powerful a word can be and choosing to use it anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna allow that because, like, Gaylord is literally a last name. Like, it is. People usually don't go. People nitpick ways of speech, especially that have other English variants, are absolutely worst. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I feel the frustrations when language changes such that you have a word and it kind of loses its meaning, and you're like, okay, but what is the word I use now in place of that word that has lost its meaning? And it's difficult to find one that really hits that same spot. And it's like, okay, you know, and literally being the one word that I know the most people tend to get upset about, because it's almost like I'd sit there and be like, no, I mean literally, as in actually literally, not literally the intensifier. And that gets a little annoying to have to quantify which literally you're using. But at the same time, most other words, like, whatever. How's this map? It's pretty good. They've got a new version now that breaks the tiles up into smaller sections, so I can't switch that because they already started. I have to start over, which I would have really liked. What map am I on? It is a modded map called Frontiers. It's available in the download content section if you boot up the game. There's no space for more pallets of wool. Essentially and effectively are sitting on the sidelines. Yeah. But it's kind of one of those things. It's a shame I don't have the money for that right now. I can't actually... Nah, it's probably good, because then I'd be tempted to try and make it work anyways, and I don't think it would. Where... There's my forks. Does this game have replay value, or... I mean... How do you want to define replay value? Sell the way you can afford it? Yeah, but the problem is, if I do buy it, it's the 200-something horsepower requirement, which we cannot meet. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would say the game has replay value, but I'd also say it's not a game for everyone. Because like it also replay value means different things for different people. Like for some people, being able to sit down here and play one farm for literally hundreds of hours is, you know, solid replay value. Because even though you might be doing a lot of the same or similar processes, for other people to be like, well, no, that's one playthrough, that's not replay value. Whereas then you get to other games, especially like in the... Hi, Physics, how are you doing today? There's also games that technically you don't ever replay. For example, Warframe. Warframe is a game that you play, that you start, you know, your character, and you're always just adding more to it. Typically you don't ever restart the game. You just keep doing more. So in some way, you could say it has literally no replay value because you never replay it. At the same token, all of its, you know, events are kind of instance things that you repeat again and again and again and again. And one would argue that that does have replay value. You are playing the game's content again and again and again and again. But that's the kind of splitting hairs. I would say if you enjoy this style of game, you can get an absolutely obnoxiously large number of hours out of it. Oh yeah, no, if you're going with that kind of replay value definition of just being like, hey, it's a game I can jump in, play for a while, and then hop off, and then come back later and jump in and play for a while and hop off, I would say in that version of replay value, it's got a ton. That, for me, Farming Simulator has become one of those games that, if I don't really know what I'm in the mood to play, it's kind of that one that's safe in the back pocket that I can just break out and I know I'm going to have a nice, relaxing, chill time with. Like, for when I stream, it's one of those games that if I don't know what game I want to stream, it's always solid. I know I'm going to have a nice, relaxing time with it and all that. Is it going to be doing anything that's particularly, like, mind-blowing? No. It's just not that kind of game. Low barrier of re-entry. Yeah. Something like that, versus there's definitely those games that when you take a break from it, I mean, like factory automation games fall into this. You take a break from it for a while, and you try and jump back into where you left off, and you just kind of stare and go, I have no idea what's going on anymore. I know I built all this, but I also don't remember what any of this is. Or like if you play a game like Stellaris or Civilization, and you step away from a save for a long time, that you try and come back in, and you just kind of stare at it, go, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Take a break from Oxygen Non-Include. Yeah, Oxygen Non-Include is another one. Any one of those ones with like the really complex systems you set up very easily fall into that situation where you take a break from it and you almost have to start over. It's honestly one of the things that kept me from playing some of the newer games that have come out. Like, I got Baldur's Gate 3 and I was excited for it because I have played some of the past Baldur's Gate titles. Like, I know I played the original. I think I played 2, but I don't... No, actually, maybe it's 2 I played. It doesn't matter. But I had played a previous Baldur's Gate, and I remember having a really good time with it. And I still have not gone through Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3. It's an amazing game, but the time commitment is so extreme that it's so very difficult. And this is streamer problems, in that is a game that's very difficult for me to stream. Like, we streamed it, I think I gave it two different attempts, and just really did not did not do well on the channel. So I was like, okay, clearly my audience, this is not a good fit. And so I was like, you know what? That's fine. And so it's just kind of one of those things that trying to play that on your own time around stream, it's just like, I just don't have that. I get to do very little gaming outside of streaming and content creation these days. When I'm not streaming, I gotta do all like the background stuff, like negotiating contracts and dealing with any like legal stuff I gotta do with research, like, hey, here's a game I'm looking at, who do I need to have as my point of contact to try and get a hold of a key for it? Okay, well, what is the target audience? Do I think this is going to be a good match for my audience? How saturated do I think the category is going to be? Does it strategically make sense? And yada, yada, yada. Got all that garbage to deal with. Plus, you know, trying to keep track of what is releasing when and what events are going on. And it's just so much that's impossible to keep up with. You have a save you want to finish, but you load the save game, you just stand there, and you go, okay, I was doing, and where was it going, and this again. Yeah, and it's like, people are like, oh, well, you just keep notes. I'm like, man, I've kept notes. Notes aren't enough. Let's see, Craig says, Baldur's Gate is one that many struggle with streaming, finding that balance between waiting until viewers had progressed the story themselves, playing close enough to release to hit that hot zone. Yeah. Well, that was the thing that hit me with Elden Ring, is I went ahead and, because I've really enjoyed all the Dark Souls games and all that in the past, I did hop in right away because I just wanted to play it. But it was definitely, for a lot of the regulars here, it was so shortly after it dropped that they didn't want to tune in and watch because they didn't want to spoil it for themselves. And at the same time, if you were someone who was looking for that content specifically, there was much bigger names that were far more established in there. For the longest time, that I have to check. I don't think it's my lowest performing game of all time yet, but Elden Ring was one of the worst performing games I've ever had in the channel. Yeah, that's all of that's one of the reasons why nowadays when a game comes out and it's short and to the point and gets what I need done and out, I actually get really excited about those games these days because I actually get through the game. So where you hear people's like, oh, but can I get like 2,000-3,000 hours? I was like, man, if they give me 20, as long as the price is right, if they give me 20, I am totally content. Like, I thought Dredge was amazing for that. That, like, it did enough that you popped in, you got to experience it, and it got out of your way. That you're like, you did the thing. Because there's so many games that I would love to have the time to really get into. Like, I love Path of Exile. It's my most played game on Steam. Since I've started content creation, I've only gotten a couple times I've gotten to get to even endgame, and I used to do the 40-40 challenges like every single league. I still have like the totems all through my hideout and everything. And it's just kind of one of those things that just, realistically, I cannot commit the time anymore. You don't know what it is about Elden Ring, but you just couldn't stand watching that game. You couldn't even watch your favorite streamers play it. Instantly find someone else to watch. Yeah, I mean, it could just be that there's certain games that if it just doesn't align with what you want to see content-wise, that is what it is. That's one of the reasons why when you have people like, oh, don't worry, we'll watch you play anything, it's like, alright, there's a certain grain of salt you have to take with that. I'm sure as individual instances, that's probably true, but also, there is, after a certain point, if I consistently keep playing games that you're not interested in, sooner or later, you know, you'll find someone who's making the content that you do want, which makes perfect sense. See, sometimes you wish it was possible for games on the level of Red Dead Redemption 2 to come out more frequently, but that'd make everything else feel bad due to the quality gap. So that's the thing, like, I loved Red Dead Redemption 2. That isn't a game I put a ridiculous amount of hours into, though. Like, I played through the story, and I'm like, this is an amazing story. And I kind of finished the story, I did a little bit of the online multiplayer, and I never really went back to. Like, I still think today, quality-wise, it is one of the best games I have ever experienced. But it's kind of just one of those things that the story ended up being the big part for me. The online thing with, like, the way that, like, GTA Online and Red Dead Redemption 2 Online work, and how absolutely horrifically they do on managing the, you know, the modders, hackers, and all that, is honestly been utterly appallingly bad. Like, the fact that GTA Online, you'd be like, I just want to play with my friends, but I want to enjoy these mechanics. And they're like, oh, well, you can't do that if you're on a private instance. Right, but if I don't get on a private instance, I can't play for more than an hour or two before suddenly the sky catches fires and all the vehicles start exploding. I just want to play the game as it's supposed to work without all the cheaters. And they're like, right, well, you have to go on an online instance, otherwise you don't have access to, like, the motorcycle club and all these things. No, look, you're not understanding me. I want the content without the cheaters. If you cannot make a situation where I don't have to deal with the cheaters, I just want to do it. And I understand I'm not going to have the other people to verse with it, which means that that's going to be a big thing lost. But I would rather deal with no cheaters and have a slightly empty experience than put my time into it and lose literal progress because someone, again, makes every single car in the map explode simultaneously with their mods. Yeah, and then to Jason's point, GTA Online, both of them, Rockstar started making it harder and harder to, you know, consistently make that money and all that, to unlock the things. There was a whole lot of stuff. They've actually made a lot of the business stuff and things that were blocked to public servers into private. Yeah, because they finally gave up trying to deal with the cheaters. So you're looking forward to GTA 6 with the $2 billion poured into it, knowing that the online experience is going to be the same as GTA 5? I had a lot of fun with the online thing with GTA 5, but like I said, it was doing the thing. So I used to do the trick where you deliberately make your internet look like it was running like garbage, so Rockstar would put you on your own server, and then have your friends join and have a really good time for a couple of hours before finally Rockstar's like, oh wait, their internet doesn't suck. Let's put them back in with like the regular server pool or whatever. And then, you know, you kind of like lag switch yourself just to get not put in the public server. So you're like, it was the, you know, quote unquote private public server situation. And I always figured if they banned me for one day, they're doing me a favor, because it was, you couldn't even go 1 hour without having some modder destroy the instance. They need to make this water spot bigger. Like, even with the other one, it's so temperamental to try and to get that to line up where you can give them water. Yeah, no, but it's the problem with this particular one with the sheep here. We actually had another water trailer. That was the cheaper one that was smaller. And even that one, you had to be extremely fickle on just getting it just right. Because you'll notice, even if I have it aligned right where that water drop is, that isn't actually where the spot is. So like it's literally covering it right now, and I cannot drop water. It might also be full again. I'm gonna leave that there, but like it's the spot's actually around here. And it's just super small. And it's just, I think it might be just that one sheep pen. Let's see, GTA 5 used to do a racing series each Sunday with a streamer and its community. Beyond that, very limited GTRP, Red Dead Redemption 2, and purely Red Dead Redemption RP. You haven't started single player save. Oh man, the single player stuff to me was the big draw for both of them. I'm just not that big into doing a lot of multiplayer stuff anymore. And it's just very genuinely, like, I used to play PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. I got tired of where you see, like, the map the same name, just headshot everyone. You see a person running across the map at, like, Mach 5, deleting everyone because they had so poor handling of the cheating. Escape from Tarkov had its issues with people cheating. And it just kind of got to those things like, man, I just can't play these games anymore. I did play the Metro games way back. It's been a long time. I haven't played the more recent ones. Some guy won a picture contest in real life because screenshot from Red Dead Redemption 2. Doesn't surprise me. Alright, so that's our cedar. Can I make that orange as well? Excellent. Oh, the fertilizer distribution unit was extra. That's fine. I mean, I'm going to take it. And with that, we have literally everything I need now. Well, actually, I'm missing the header for the harvester, but we'll have that, no problem. To be able to do that. So when do I plant the barley? September. All right, so I need to remember September, I need to plant the barley. I'm going to do one more snooze on the ad, so that way the ad happens right around the time I need to step away anyways. Okay, so we need the water. Yeah, so you can see this is on the water spot, but that's not the right spot. So you need to find like that sweet spot right there. That it had to be inched forward enough to count. Your plowing will take a while. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. All right. So we're going to get to the summer, that way I don't have to deal with the snow. And then I'm going to need to start plowing the field. So one thing I am going to do before we hit that ad break is I'm going to quickly pull up on a separate tab. Is the wheel we've got here. So I don't know why it's not letting me resize this window. It's deeply upsetting though. It's fine. Alright, so I need to go onto this little wheel I've got here. Make sure I've already taken off the barley. Because that's our planting now. Okay, chat, so what we're gonna quickly do is I'm gonna quickly display cache for just a minute. Because after the barley, we're gonna figure out what our next crop is. We haven't done the barley yet, but I just want to check to see if it's gonna be a grain as well. Oh, you suck so much. Sugarcane. That's gonna be a bad time. Alright, so we're going to do barley, then sugarcane. Okay then. Sugarcane is a pretty unpopular crop in the game. Because it's also a fairly laborious crop. If we look at what sugarcane requires, I will need a specialty harvester for it. There's actually a different harvester, I believe, that's smaller than that one. Yeah, so there's the planter. Yeah, so I'd need the planter. I would need the tipper. If I remember correctly, though, there's a smaller sugarcane harvester. Let's find that real quick. Baling, root crop, specialty crops, sugarcane planters. Yeah, so you got the sugarcane planters here. And those are relatively inexpensive. Ah, they have just the one harvester. I thought they had a trailer harvester for it. Well, I guess... Alright, so that's looking like it's going to be $500,000. Okay. So that's going to be a whole thing. Alright, well, the reason I wanted to do that now is if we got multiple grains back to back on the wheel, I was going to make multiple, like, big fields and all that, so we could, what am I looking for? Yeah. So we could have, like, one would be barley, one would be oats, one would be sorghum, one would be wheat, like, whatever we rolled. We could do that. But since sugarcane is an entirely different style of crop, what that does mean I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make a really big barley field for now to get that money going. We'll more than likely make the flour mill and, you know, a couple of production buildings to support that. And then we'll start going after the sugarcane, which is going to be a whole thing. All right. And for the moment, we're just kind of advancing things till we sell the wool. And then over the summer is when I plan on actually trying to plow the field, which should be interesting. It might be one of those things I try and grab the little plow for squaring off the corners. Oh yeah, no, we'll try and make our fields make sense. Sorry. Try and make the fields make sense for what we're dealing with. You might want to put sugarcane in a second field. But yeah, no, we'll go and figure out the sugarcane. I know I messed with sugarcane like once in Farm Sim 22, but I never really got back to it. Alright, so with this, we need to start selling this. Selling our wool. Okay. Are other types of cane legal in this simulator? I don't know what type of other cane you're talking about. If you are talking about any type of like drugs or anything like that, keep in mind this is an E for everyone rated game. So they're not going to have any type of drugs, they're not going to have any alcohol, they're not going to have like, you don't butcher the animals or anything like that. It's a renewable crop, so those crops you only need planting once. I'm gonna cut back really. Or are you going to need a planter just one use, just lease? Or so I won't be leasing stuff because that goes against the rules of our challenge. But yeah, because we usually have people bring up that they want to be able to make like beer or wine or marijuana or whatever else kind of thing in there. It's like, yeah, nope, this game is E for everyone. So, nope, you can get mods. Sugarcane is a plant one crop. Plants once crop. Well, that means in theory I would be able to like buy it and then just, you know, sell the planter after a while. Which is kind of the same effect as leasing it. But per the challenge, I cannot take loans or leases. Helps to actually lower these the full way. Alright, chap, what's about to happen is I've hit that point that my wife should be home about now. I need to throw some dinner in the oven and all that, so I take my one big break, which is usually about 5 minutes right around this time. So I do appreciate everyone hanging out. I will go ahead and put up, like, the clips and all that. I'll do that so you don't have to listen to an engine the entire time. But I'm going to quickly run downstairs, do all that stuff, and I'll be back up here in just a couple minutes. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Get out of my way, man. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. Is there something I don't care about I can just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields!
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Haha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, And then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. I eagerly await our pea money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. All right. Of course. Of course. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. I'm about to go up. Everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. All right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored and you would just attempt to murder. we had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Like... Oh, right. And I am back. Sorry about that. Stomach's been being a little unsettled, so I took some real quick to deal with it. But that just took a couple minutes longer than I planned. Alright. So, double checking on this stuff. We got that there. We need to plant by September. Right, we were selling the wool. We're getting some money selling the wool. That's good. That should start getting us the header. Because we check on our harvester again. Make sure I'm actually not muted. There we go. We check on the harvester. The harvester that goes with this one is that one there for 30,000. And you can technically buy a bigger harvester header for some of them, but it gets really dicey if you don't get the one with it on can it or can it not use it, because sometimes you'll turn on the header and then the tractor can't move while running the header, or the harvester can't move while running the header because it's too much power required. So you can usually get away with getting like one size larger header maybe, but it is those things that you're playing a little bit of a risky game with it, that you might buy it and realize you can't use it. Okay. But yeah, so as we rolled right before we went on break, we did roll that after the barley, the next crop is sugarcane. And I'm not going to do like the cheaty little thing where I put down like just a couple pieces of sugarcane and be like, okay, we've done it. The intention is that I will actually make a decent amount of sugarcane, enough to be worth whatever we need to do. That's going to be a little while longer, because first I need to get the barley up. I'm going to set up the flour mill, and I believe the bakery is the full production line I can do with grains right now. I think that's literally the full production line. Can I go for 4? Doesn't look like it. It's fine. There's probably already more than I should be carrying, but that's okay. But yeah, so the plan for right now is, like I said, I'm going to get to, after we sell the wool, I'm going to start working on making my fields. I do want to check how much the really little plow costs. It's 14,000, never mind. Because I'm gonna say the really little plow you get, because it's so small and rigid, it's not on a pivot, it like literally rigidly attaches to the back of the tractor, is really good for when you're trying to make new fields. You can very easily line everything up and get it perfect. You can still do it pretty much perfect with the other ones. It's just way more work. The other thing you can do is not worrying about being it perfect at all, and then just take the paint tool for the terrain and clean up your mistakes after the fact too. That's also an option. Now, the thing I do need to decide is how I want to go about figuring out the farm, the way I want to lay it out. So I might just take a quick minute and kind of draw on the map and be like, okay, here's, maybe we put a field here and a field here kind of thing. And go from all that. I really wish these weren't spaced as far apart as they are. And make picking this up way easier. Alright. And then once we get the header for the harvester, then if we see like a trailer we can get cheap, we use that. If we can get the flatbed we can get cheap, we'll grab that. The one thing I'm also wondering is when it comes to buying the tiles of land, I kind of want to avoid buying this tile of land that already has the fields on it. Just because of where this like barn is located and the other points. It's just one of those things I kind of looking at going, I want to leave that alone, I think. Because one, I don't get to use the full tile because of all that stuff being in the way. But also, a lot of it's going to be more annoying to rearrange. Now, because we're plowing, I don't have to worry about weeding. Eventually, we're going to want to move away from using the plow every season to something like a cultivator or the harrowing discs or whatever. But that's also going to be a thing we're going to want to make sure we get all that sorted first. I also know I have the one over there. I'm kind of waiting on that in the off chance I manage to actually pick up 3 of these on some of these. Because then I might be able to grab 2 as the end. I'm watching that wool jump from like 2,000 to 3,000, so I think we barely have that one on there, and it's not always counting, so it might get loose on me. Another trick if you're trying to make perfectly rectangular, like, straight edges on your edges of field, for the edge parts, another thing you can do is if you use one of the forestry mulchers, they can also make fields, and they're actually pretty good if you're trying to square stuff off. Please drop those. Why... Why won't... Oh, they're like weirdly positioned. I see. That's a new one. I bet you I can get it off here by rubbing it up against the building. Okay. Yeah, and I was gonna do the same thing, but except instead of the pole. There we go. Cool. Like it's just weirdly wedged against each other where I had to get the other one off first. That's fine. And this should give me plenty of money for the harvester header. But we'll want to spend it on fertilizer and seeds first. Alright, we're almost done selling the wool. Yeah, they're lengthwise, so I won't be able to grab that. All right. Yeah, like I said, after we get the last of the wool sold, I'm gonna pull up the map and try and like quickly do a 2-second rough sketch to see how I want to make my fields. Just so we can kind of figure that out before I start plowing. Because once I start plowing, it's not that it can't be undone, it can. It's just, then there's money involved and it requires more stuff to do it. And my apologies, I'm very hungry, so I'm doing... We're having a charcuterie for dinner, so... Just trying to eat that real fast. Alright. Yeah, we don't do them super often, but... For low-effort food, charcuterie is a good low-effort food. Alright, that's the last two of the things for wool. And it'll be good there. And like I said, that gives us more than enough money for the harvester header. Right now, the big thing we're going to want to do first is just getting the field plowed and all that. Not gonna lie, this is very true. Yep. I can't remember what I heard it from. There was a whole thing that apparently, as far as like popularity, with the younger generations like millennials, Gen Z, such, that charcuteries have really, really become way more popular than they were for older generations. Not that they were unpopular, it's just they're more of a special occasion things, or like dinner parties or whatever. Whereas for you know, millennial and that, you know, just doing a charcuterie as like not a proper meal, but you know, like a snacky kind of meal or whatever is far more normal. Does autopilot work on plowed new field? I believe so, yes. If you actually plow the field. Where I had just like open grass, I couldn't use it on that. And I'm really looking forward to being able to use the GPS mod again. Or not mod. Using the GPS function again. Because I've been mowing grass forever and I haven't been able to use it. Alright. So here we go with this. But before I begin that, we're going to do a quick change. I'm going to bring up the map to zoom in on our property real fast. So this is the property we have here. And I'm going to grab my little handy tool over here. That's going to be hard to make that work, isn't it? There's shortcut keys for this? I can't make it work together. Boo. It's fine. I have software I use for doing presentations in the past called Epic Pen that lets me draw on the screen and all that. And it's going to draw like, okay, you know, this over here is the tree area. That's got a tree line there. And like kind of plan this out being like, because my thought is... So... My thought is a way we'll deal with this here, and I could screenshot it and do that. Actually, let's Nah, I'm not gonna bother. I was gonna like do a screenshot so we could draw on it. But my thought here is, so the tree line's around here. And I think I want to keep at least enough room that we could have like a little area I could drive along the tree line and all that. So we go in a step farther. We got our greenhouses here. So with the greenhouses, I'm going to plan to have more stuff between the house here and greenhouses, so we'll leave that open. But then we'll probably start the field here. Now my choices are, one is I could make a fairly long field like this down here. Leave enough room to bring a road around here and just make it one giant field. Maybe not use this space down here. Keep it a fairly rectangular field for the first one. And then down here we can put some production line stuff. I can also put the production line stuff up here. I think that's what I might do. Is I might just make a fairly long field that we make sure we've got enough room by the tree line and all that. So I left enough room here. That'll probably be fine if I use this. So like this would be the area where I drive by. Maybe I put a dirt road here or something later. But we go over here, give ourselves enough room that I can put stuff here. And I try and line up with the edge of that. And once I line up, we start getting this all sorted. I think that'll be close enough like that. So now what I want to do is, if you're trying to figure out how to make straight lines for plowing or whatever when you're making fields, I've got that compass way down there in the corner by the mini-map. You'll notice where it says 0.9 on the far left. I want to get that to be at either 0 or 360 is my next move. We do a little finagling until we get that sorted out. Because until I put the tool in the ground, we're good. All right. So the tool is down. And you can now create fields. And what I want to do is I want to keep it as close as I can to around the 360 to 0. If we keep it relatively close to that, it is shifting way more than I'm used to. This hill is way steeper than I'm used to. It's just trying to slide down the whole time. But as long as I keep it around there as best we can. Oh, wait. I'm getting rid of fieldstone. Hang on. I'm getting rid of fieldstone. Get that out of here. The lime required and weeds and all that, fine. The fieldstone is one I'm like, nah, man. Nah. Alright, Nightdweller, you take it easy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. As long as I keep it roughly in that area, it should give me a straight line. It is possibly will mess it up somewhere along the way because it is fighting me way more than I'm used to. But I think, yeah, so it went a little bit too wide on that one. But I can clean up little imperfections like that. I'm not doing a great job with this. Which I think is just the nature of having this really steep hill here. It'll be fine. You can't see the hill? Oh, I can show you when we're going the other direction here in just a moment. Because right now we're going along the hill. Not down it, which is the reason it keeps trying to turn left on me, is that's down the hill. Okay, so let's lift that up. Yeah, so if I turn this way and I look at the camera, you'll notice here that the tractor isn't flat. That the whole thing is sloped down that way. Because I can't rotate the camera. So yeah. So there's parts of it that are better and worse. Oh man, that's a pretty sloppy one. It's fine. We can clean that up. We'll worry about that later. Right now, just want to get the next step lined up. There's gonna be like a little spot here that'll have to be cleaned up because it is such a big plow. So I want this, same idea, but 270. Or maybe it's just the size of the plow that's doing it. That's pulling it so hard that way. Yeah, it might just be the bigger plow, because like I said, most of the time when I do this, I use a really small plow to do the outer edge, and then you bring in the really big plow to fill it in. But for the 12,000 or whatever it was, for the smaller plow, I figured I wasn't going to do it. To go just a little farther. Let's say there. Can't you rotate the angle? Yeah, no, I can flip it back and forth. But even if you flip it back and forth, like, I find it easier to align with the, you know, the inside. But yeah, no, we can get it sorted. I'll have to do cleanup on it anyways. That part I'm not too worried about. Because even if I go a little bit over, you can just hit it with the paint tool. Okay, same idea, but 180 degrees this time. Yeah, I think it's just the bigger plow is naturally trying to pull me to one side ever so slowly. Which does make me wonder, how big would I need an open area on a flat plane to just literally let the slow transition of angle make a perfect circle of a field, or near perfect circle of a field? Just using the natural resistance of the plow to turn you. Because I'm still being pulled to left, even though now I should be kind of leaning downhill. So it's just the resistance of the plow, which makes sense. It's just annoying with the amount of course correction I have to do to counteract it. I'll probably just leave it imperfect, and then maybe we clean it up down the road as we feel a need to. Because I gotta also be careful with it, because once you start spray tooling, it'll make the grass go away. And you can actually really mess with a bunch of stuff. So I actually wanted to have a little bit more distance between me and the woods, but that's okay. Worst case, if it's not enough, we just knock down a couple of trees. Yeah, so I'd say if you're trying to make an actual perfect one, get the forest mulcher. It's way slower. But like I said, you can do the outer square. And once you get the outer square, you can let things be way more sloppy on the inside. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not a big deal. It's not bad to fix. It's just when you have these really long ones that go at an angle, you have to go like down the whole length. with the paint tool, and then, like I said, it'll delete the grass from those tiles. Like anywhere you paint. Alright. Alright. And I did deliberately short that one down there because it's easier for me to go back and just touch it up than if I were to just blast right past it or whatever. So we're looking at a pretty big field here we're making. Bigger than any of the fields we had in my other Survivor Man challenge. Like, this is literally the biggest field we had compared to any of that. Because the other one is dealing with much smaller tiles of land. Didn't get to start with quite as generous a start so far as the property. I also think it's fine if the field's imperfect as far as the square. All right. So that gives us a rough outline. It could definitely be cleaned up. But that's the start, and from there, now I need to go down the lengths of the field and do all that. This will be way, way nicer when I can GPS it, which I can GPS at the moment I'm done plowing. Because until I'm done plowing, it's not actually a field. Yeah, that should give me enough room to drive a truck along here. So now I don't need to worry about the coordinates, we just keep the right tire roughly on the seam here, and that's plenty. Can GPS handle a donut? It can handle some weird shaped fields, but it's extremely inefficient in it. Like if you do simple shapes like rectangles, circles, ovals, L shape, like stuff like that, it seems to do relatively well. But the moment you start doing a bunch of islands in the middle and all that, it starts doing weird stuff with the head rows that you're like, okay, but that's really not a great way of doing it. But that's just because it's doing it programmatically, just going, I'm supposed to put this many head rows, supposed to do this, and not stop and being like, but should I? It'll get it done, though. It's actually pretty annoying how much this wants to tug to the left the whole time I'm going across. Realistic or not, it is pretty annoying. All right. Another bonus with this one versus our last Survivor Man challenge. The last Survivor Man challenge, I had to use the smallest plow, which is like 1.3 meters in that one to do it the first year or two. So we definitely are way better off with this one's like, what, 4, 5, 6 meter plow or whatever. And I was doing that, and like, the tiniest little tractor. Whereas this one, we at least have an okay medium tractor. And we'll plan on doing another hedgerow here. Like, I kind of wish your wheel would get stuck in the groove and it just kind of drag it along that way. It's the urge to play RimWorld till 4 a.m. versus the knowledge you have to work at 9. Yup. Where does the responsibility line come in? Okay. All right. Just trying to get this all sorted out. Because this is so much nicer once you could use GPS. Because even replowing this field after I plow it the first time, I should be able to GPS the whole field and not worry about it. I actually didn't even think to see if it would do anything here. Yeah, no field detected. Versus now you can see it detects the field and just doesn't know what to do with it. Can you mix wheat and grass together for your silage? What will likely to feed your cows? I have no idea. I believe silage is literally just the grass. I think hay can also become silage. It could be wrong. I haven't done a lot with silage. But generally speaking, when it comes to mixing the stuff, if it isn't something like whatever, like so if I have like a little bit of hay in my thing, you think it's just grass to get silage? Yeah, so if you mix your grass and your hay, you don't get extra silage, I don't think. I would also want to just sell the wheat. If you're trying to like get the feed, and say like if you want to like make proper feed, you got to make the TMR, which is a machine specific for that, where you put like in the different materials. But for making silage, it's grass. But otherwise, if you're growing wheat, you should sell it either as wheat or get, the flour mill and then, the bakery and all that and do the production line stuff. Yeah, so you can see the GPS trying to figure stuff out with like us having an irregular shaped field. And you'll see what I'm talking about where actually, hold up. Would that work? It's not letting me lock onto it because of what I'm doing. I was about to be like, if you let me lock onto that, I could actually use that. Let's see, when you add additive to grass collector thingy, it goes faster to make silage. Gotcha. Okay, so that should give me enough hedgerows that I shouldn't have to worry too much about like the back and forth. Should be able to just drive off the edge here a little bit and that'll be fine. Hey Jaywalker, how's it going? Let's see, you still have a factory to make flour, but you still collect the straw to make TMR? Yeah. Right, the bigger point about the whole thing was just the flour can't be used to make silage. Finally getting a field. Yep, we got our harvester. We got our seeder. We've got our plow. The only thing we're missing is the head of the harvester, which is 30,000. But by the time we get everything else set up, we'll be more than ready for it. So I believe it was September is the time I need to seed the barley and all that. So it's gonna take a hot minute. It's a big field to be doing with a relatively small plow, but that's fine. Once we get set up, we'll be able to use the GPS from then on, and I'll make it a lot less annoying to deal with. Main cake streamer factory? Nice. Considering cakes are like the most involved recipe in the game. One of the higher paying ones, too. And Jaywalker on their 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing one, so thank you so much for that. You just witnessed a work garage style cybernetic prosthetic hand for the fingers. I get the idea that it is a prosthetic, but none of the rest of that really describes specifically what you're seeing. So I caught that it's a prosthetic, but I mean, with work garage style, do you mean like diamond plate? Just wooden diamond plate? Because that's usually when people say garage style, that and concrete flooring is what I think, but I don't know how that would work with prosthetics. I mean, I guess you could put like wrenches and screwdrivers. I think that'd be working. Yeah, working garage style. Yeah, right. I don't know what you mean by garage style. That's the big takeaway. Because to me, garage style is like, again, diamond plate, concrete, wood, maybe bracketed frames, like metal frames. When someone says garage style, that's where my brain goes. Which I have almost none of those things I just mentioned. I don't got that kind of money. I don't got diamond plate. I got like plastic. The plastic cabinets that they're supposed to like, you know, slide in, just pop in place, but they kind of stick too firmly and they don't really balance out right and everything always gets a little wonky and out of shape. So you gotta like really yank to open one and then the other one pops open on its own half the time. You know, that kind of situation. And it's not one that you could like take a screw and tighten it or loosen it or adjust something. It's just, it's formed plastic. There's just nothing. Basically chain with a few rivets, so cool looking. Sheet metal. Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. I got you. Like a very industrial look. Yeah. That's neat. I've seen some. That's the things I think has been a real positive change about prostheses. Probably like since it's been a thing longer, but like since like 2010 or so, is they started making it so that prostheses, you know, yeah, there's the utility side of it, but they started doing stuff to like make them more fun and interesting. So like for kids who need to have prosthetic hands, you do like the Iron Man hand and all that. You know, make them out of much more affordable pieces to be replaced, because it used to be like back in the day it was just like the wire, like the 2 hooks with the wire running to it, so you could pinch and otherwise just move it forward and back. Prostheses have come a huge way in the last couple of decades, but now we're starting to get like, not only are you getting like the foot that you can walk on, and you can choose to go with the one that looks very natural, so that, you know, if you put on a shoe and you put a sock over it, no one can tell you're on a prosthetic. Not without like really watching your gait. But now they're even going to things so you can get like the prosthetic, so it looks like you've got, you know, a cybernetic leg, even though ultimately it's just the metal wire, like the metal and the wires inside and all that. And so you've got stuff for people again who they're very sensitive about the prosthetics and all that, and so they want to keep it as minimal as possible and kind of hide it as much as possible. And, you know, 100% respect for people in that situation, especially as judgmental as people can be. They're like, hey, I just want to keep it on the down low. But there is just nowadays where you get to some of those ones where you have like the person, they've got like that X-Men metal boot thing going on for their prosthetic. And inside, it's the same prosthetic. It's effectively a plastic or whatever they make it out of shell around it. But, you know, there's a certain level of badassery around that. They're like, yeah, you know, not only do you own it, but like you get to do something and go, man, you wish you were this cool. Unless they walk to a metal detector. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you know what? I'm willing to bet a lot of prosthetics wouldn't set off a metal detector, because it depends on the types of metal you're dealing with. For example, like I have an implanted tooth. That's I can't remember if it's surgical metal or surgical steel or surgical titanium, but it doesn't set off metal detectors because the metal it is in it is non-magnetic, which is why you can use that stuff and go into like an MRI machine and not die. Versus like if you had, you know, iron staples in your, like iron stitches or whatever, that would be not good. Yeah, it needs to be conductive or electromagnetic fields, right? And that's what I was gonna say is, I'm willing to bet a lot of prosthetics today, because they're probably using surgical grade metals. A lot of those are not magnetic, because again, you don't want stuff like that in you if you can help it, for like, if you have to get an MRA or an MRI or any of those type of procedures where they use magnetics, you know, now you physically cannot have that procedure. Yeah, or they could also be made out of composites. Usually with most prosthetics, they do have metal components to them as well. There'll be composite components, like the cup that you put your leg into will be usually a rubberized composite. But then after that, you'll usually have some type of bracketing, some type of primary structure, and that's usually metal. Arms, not always. Especially when you've got, like, arm prosthetics for kids. A lot of time there'll be very little metal. You think most common screws or bones are titanium? I think so. But the point is, titanium doesn't typically set off metal detectors. Neither does certain types of surgical steel won't set off metal detectors most of the time. Because metal detectors don't detect all metal. They're searching for very specific types of metal, and they're usually searching for them in certain volumes. And obviously, if they're tuned correctly, they can be overly sensitive or not. Which is the reason, like, on one hand, you can hold one type of metal object, just walk right through without any difficulty. Like, your cell phone typically won't set it off, even though there's a lot of metal in there. And a bunch of stuff like that won't, you know... A lot of your, like, wallet clip style things, even though their metal won't typically set it off, even though there's a decent amount of metal in that. It's just they're not the right types. Versus, like, when you're talking a firearm and knives, they're made out of different styles of metal, because those are metals that are better appropriate for those items, both from the purposes of holding the edge to them and such, as well as for cost. Because taking the time to make an entire firearm 100% out of steel would be a significant increase in cost for the firearm, but would likely not be a particularly good benefit to the firearm. It's not as well suited. That weight has a material value to you with a knife or a firearm, versus having it be like paper light actually negatively impacts them. Does your nearest hospital metal detectors trigger on phones? That was fun when the zipper in your pocket broke and you couldn't take it out. Gotcha. Most of the ones I've been through haven't triggered on that. I've had them trigger on zippers on clothes a lot. That zippers on clothes quite often will set off the metal detectors I've had to go through very often. I have had when I've had like my phone and my wallet and all that together, sometimes on the rare occasion I'll have stuff trigger. But it all depends on the style of metal detector. There's so many different ones these days that also that's even a complicated thing to state. But yeah. The bigger point is they don't detect all types of metal, because if it doesn't match what they're looking for, the more false positives they get, the more inconvenient it becomes, and the more the people working security will get lax and not wanting to deal with it, because that's just the nature. And that's not even like metal detectors or TSA or whatever. It's any type of security. If you get too frequent of false positives, where you start investigating things only realize they're nothing, you start taking the positives less seriously. And that means the actual positives where someone is trying to sneak something in they're not supposed to, get by due to a lack of vigilance. Because, you know, it's just mind-numbing to continue to do that same thing and have it not have result again and again and again. Yeah, no, you can set them to be extremely sensitive. But it is those things that if you have it, like, if someone has, like, a single button on their shirt or whatever, it triggers it, then it's just every person it's triggering. Are you gonna actually let me... I'll bite. The GPS is letting me GPS now. Ah, it's probably because... Okay, I see. It's because up here, it got wavy enough. It got wavy enough that it considers this a row. Which is an interesting consideration. Oh, you know what that probably does mean? It probably does mean when we get to the ends, if I keep doing the head rows till it's enough that it stops generating the head rows for it, then I should be able to use the GPS to finish out the field. Because that's cool. One other thing I might be able to get away with squaring this up is with the GPS, just go to the outside edge, turn the thing the right way, and just go along the line, and I'll just have to fix the corners. But the reason stainless steel isn't easy to detect is because it's not a very good electrical conductor. Yeah, which actually, for someone who used to sell grills, if you want to tell the difference between good and bad stainless steel, which is very often the grills are made with the bad stuff, bring a magnet with you. And if you could stick a magnet to the stainless steel, unless they have like a sheet of stuff behind it to make it magnetic, if you can stick a magnet to it, it's not good stainless steel. It's the nickel-based stainless steel, which is the stuff that will discolor when the around heat and all that way easier. It'll also take scratches and get compromised for rust and all that much easier. Versus the good stainless steel is non-magnetic. Not that people typically go to the store to go shopping for grills super often. So the grills use the steel that's bad around heat. Seems fitting. Well, it's cheap. And it's not bad, like, functionally it's fine. The issue you run into with it is just it stains. Bad connection with your VPN? Gotcha. Will oxidize faster. Yep. Well, it's actually, I don't think it's... Ooh, is it oxidation? I actually don't know if it is oxidation. I don't remember what the chemical reaction, but yeah. It's where it gets that, like, rainbow color, where it gets, like, that... When I say rainbow, it's, like, more of, like, yellows and oranges and reds, not so much the other colors. Sometimes, like, a purple that some stuff gets when it's been exposed to a lot of heat. That's mostly just overlapping. I'm trying to square it up where we can try and use the GPS to save me from having to like constantly fuss with it back and forth. It does seem like once I lock it in, even if I go past the field, it does still keep that line. Maybe I need to check one thing. Who's trying to blow up my messages? Is it junk or... Probably junk. Okay, so I'm finding one big problem with that. Is we are just following the same exact path. And that's because of having some of those where I wasn't lined up well. We can go to the end of this one and continue to see if we can't line up more, because we should be able to use where it's building out those rows, lock it into that direction and just let it go across. That's kind of my hope here, because we can do that. Ah, it is actually course correcting to try and align with that. Boo. Alright. Well, after this line, that's a bummer. I was really hoping I could just abuse the fact that we could start getting the line there and just cut across the whole field using the GPS, but it's looking like that's going to be a bust because it is trying to follow the outline. I just got away with it one or two because it was just trying to figure out where I had wiggled around a whole lot and trying to clean it up. And like, it is technically straightening that line out more, but it's not really what we're looking for. That'd be fine for the edge of the field, but I needed to cut off more than just the one segment wider. Actually, most stainless steel, it oxidizes, but works similar to aluminum, where the layer created when it reacts to oxygen protects the core. And it's the chromium that forms the layer that most stainless steel. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know about the whole chemistry side of what was going on. I just remember it was always a big thing that it used to be part of the pitch a bunch of us came together with for when you're like, okay, because you'd have the one, it's like, here's the super cheap discount brand grill or whatever, and people be like, well, why should I get that one versus, you know, whatever the cheap brand was. And that was a big thing. It's like, oh, it's made with the crap stainless steel. Yeah, so I can still do this because I can just grab that that line that generated over there and just run straight across. So we can still use the GPS to do this. I just can't do it the way I was, where I was trying to like circle around and do it. But that's still good for people plowing their fields in it. You can use GPS to make it so you can not have to sit there and adjust the whole thing. The type of map you're waiting for, huh? Yeah, no, I was waiting for what's referred to as a Survivor Man challenge map. Basically where it's just the minimum stuff you need to have the game function and you make the rest of the map. But yeah. Yep, no, I understand. Like, that's, yeah, no, it's, you know, the R word in there. It does have actual, like, mechanical purposes and all that, but it's also those words that the vast majority of the time it's used in conversation is unfortunately the derogatory version, so Automod jumps on it immediately, which I think is the right answer. But even though that it does have, like, you know, certain types of braking and all that, it's applicable for. Sacrifice your right arm for a stereocarbide fiber arm, reinforced knuckles. Don't ask why. I mean, you should probably just keep your regular arm. For as far as prosthetics have come, you really want to keep your regular arm. The prosthetics definitely don't make up for losing the natural function. The prosthetics help bridge the gap from complete lack of to all that. Okay, so got that one squared up. It missed a couple spots. I'm going to touch it up. Because my thought is I take the time to do it this way. I can be lazy about it later. I'm having difficulties because the tractor's trying to continuously drop into these little grooves. Have you heard about the super expensive polymers like a foot of 1-inch cylinder is like $11 or $1,000. I know there's like the nanocarbon, like the nano carbon stuff they've been trying to do, that they're like, oh yeah, we can build a, you know, this is durable enough and light enough we could build the space elevator out of it. And people are like, yeah, but literally it takes the better part of a factory an entire day to make this one little segment that technically with that material it's stronger than steel. Yeah, the nanocarbon tube is supposed to be stronger than steel, but like will literally float in air, it's so light. But it's also those materials that are like, right, but hear me out. It's just super expensive. I'm gonna try running to the other side of the field and see if we can't get that sorted. I'm trying to get it so I don't have to sit here and do like, you can't see when I'm doing these lines. I have to like adjust constantly because they're trying to drag this way and that. I'm hoping I can just use the stripes on the edge of the field where the GPS I can lock it and it'll just stay on course to save my constant adjustments. You make carbon nanotubes all the time, and No Man's Sky can't be that expensive? Yeah, exactly. All right. I don't normally take the time to flip it. But in this case, let's get more done. Let's see, the plastic's name is Vespel. There's like 3 competitors, slightly different properties, but yeah. Relatively heat resistance as well to around 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Gotcha. Yeah, let's see. Just like pharmaceuticals, the innovation isn't always improving the efficacy or strength, but lowering the production costs or storage costs or transport costs. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. Like, especially with manufacturing materials. Like, there's a lot of times, like, we have this amazing material, or for, like, solar panels, that we were able to go out of our way to make these ridiculously efficient solar panels, but they were nearly impossible to manufacture, that the manufacturing costs were just absolutely astronomical. And it wasn't a material problem. It was, like, it wasn't a material problem in the sense that the materials going into it were expensive. It was just getting those materials because of how fine-tuned everything had to be was super expensive. And that's where a lot of our improvements in photovoltaic have come from, is we've got the proof of concepts on the scientific inventor side, but then going, okay, but how the heck do I make these at scale? You know, we can't have everyone, like, getting in there individually on each and every one of these and putting, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of hours in each subsegment of the photocell to make one panel. Like, you just cannot scale that in that manner. Like, the labor costs alone would wipe you out. And so it's figuring out, it's like, okay, well, can I automate this part of that? All right, how do I do that? Okay, well, now that I've automated the little piece, can I automate this next thing? And just improving that more and more. Let's see, the problem with solar panels is, until just recently, you're never able to collect more than a fraction of the wavelength, just because there's a hard limit of roughly 20% of the... Yep. Photovoltaic for the longest time was limited to mostly just the visible spectrum and just on the outer edges of it. But they've been getting better and better panels and get a little bit more and a little bit more of the spectrum. That's the reason why when you sit there and go, oh, well, this photovoltaic panel is only 15% efficient, and people are like, oh, well, like, you know, what can we do to make that better? It's like, well, the problem is just of the light hitting it, there's just a lot of it we haven't had the ability to capture. Is that actually down? Okay, it is. I'm surprised they haven't done that with solar panels like they do with microchips. The machines can go to the fine detail they need, just find the material to get that. It's just dealing with different materials and all that they had to make the machines to be able to work with those materials, because they're not the same materials as microchips. But you'd think this year, the first proofs of concept has come out with different technology that collect atoms and molecules with different band gaps. So we've had, and this is going back to the manufacturing problem, we have had solar panels with different designs that have been able to capture, I think there was somewhere up to like 70% of the full spectrum. But again, the problem is the manufacturing process with them was just completely unreasonable. Like, and that's not being, you know, oh, well, people being greedy or whatever. It was just like, no. Genuinely speaking, it was just not a thing that could realistically be done in the process they had used. And so it's figuring out, it's like, okay, well, we made it, but how do we make it at any meaningful level of scale? And that was the thing that was the snag. But yeah, that's the two things that have been going on with solar panels that have led to our advancements. Is on one, you've got lots of scientists and inventors and all that trying all sorts of different materials and design patterns and methodologies and yada yada yada. And all of them are just trying to go, okay, you know, regardless of the practicality, can we capture more, you know, more light, make this more efficient? And then on the separate thing, there's going, okay, all these new design concepts are coming out that are better, but like these were done with people putting in hundreds and hundreds of hours to get this thing made, where every part was a custom part and everything kind of deal. What can we do to make it so I can actually set up an assembly line to make these get manufactured in a timely manner to then try and, you know, chuck them out and sell them? Yeah, the theoretical limit was around 86%. Yeah. Now, I remember at the time, they were like, all right, we're sitting around 70% that we've been able to proof of concept. But, like, you know, we believe we can hit, like, 80-something%. But we just don't know how to actually manufacture them where it'd be even remotely reasonable or doable. Hey, Kale, on the 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing one. Thank you so much for that. Alright, we'll clean up this one little stripe here on the end. %is an infinite amount of layers, though. So it's unlikely. Yeah, no, it's... Like I said, it was somewhere around 70% that they had proof of concept. And that the people who were developing it are like, yeah, we think we could realistically get around 80% as kind of with the technology. That's been a couple of years now, and I do know that we have had a number of innovations that have massively improved solar panels in the last decade. Like, once that can of worms kind of got out of the public, the demand is just too high to keep it from not being a thing anymore. Alright, I think we're all set up now where I can go back and forth and actually have these clean. Boo. If I go across the entire stripe like that, I'm gonna have problems. We'll just have to double up the work. There we go. Slightly over one. Because we have pretty firm knowledge in how easy it is to understand the band gaps, and how the physical limitations are. Let's see, you will in reality have some loss of protons for electromagnetism getting absorbed by ionizing. Yeah, that's the reason why it's like 80% or whatever. Or sorry, 70% or whatever. But yeah, that's one of those things that, like, then we're getting to the point with solar that the generation isn't even the limitation, it's the storage, because just managing to keep that power stored. There's lots of ideas around it. We obviously have the chemical batteries that we've used forever. There's been a lot of, like, physical mechanics with doing stuff like pumping water up into a reservoir and then effectively using a hydroelectric system for that pumped up water. There's been things about, like, basically using a system of weights that you, again, during the day when you have an abundance of power, you lift the weights and then let the weights pull things back down. Yeah, like a big flywheel as well. I'm trying to get this to align at that 180 degrees, because if I can do that, we'll be able to stay on track. And I'm putting a lot of effort into it to save myself needing to do these adjustments. But as you can see, like this one, it's just not quite what we're looking for. Then we have to do another pass the other way to clean it up. You need to get a ZPM? I don't know what that is. That's weird. Yeah, no, it's some of the lines, because they're trying to follow the edge, they're not actually squared up, because they're trying to follow my not squared up edge on the inside, because the outside's relatively squared up, but the inside ones I didn't bother. But that's okay. So that's why I'm trying to take these passes where I might not be getting nearly as much done in the pass, is because as long as I'm doing these ones, we're squaring it up a little bit. Yeah, it was off by about 0.2 degrees. But when you're starting to talk like 0.2 degrees, that's just kind of getting down to mechanically in the game. But we'll get there. Yeah, then we can get this pass. Because even if it's like the whole way up, it's going 0.2 off. Let's see, most of the commercial panels are made out of silicon. You have 21 kilowatt worth of production on your roof. And it has a 1.1 EV band gap. Yeah, no, I've got solar on my roof as well. I don't have all the details on that. So far as like what band gap and all that. They've been up there for a while. They've long since paid for themselves. But it is kind of one of those things. It's always one of those things that... Let's see, have you noticed the compass on the game shows 0 degrees? Straight south at the map perspective? I haven't particularly paid that close of attention. Okay. Oh, ZPM is the Stargate Atlantis reference? Ah, I see. Let's see, most things use 0 degrees as north, as FarmSim did. Oh, gotcha. I mean, with most of the maps, when you're looking at this, you can assume north is up, but I don't think it actually explicitly tells you that at any point. So it could easily be one of those things that you don't really know for sure. That's actually what things that happens in Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid, there is a distinct north, south, east, west, but like with the way the game works on its map, where it's at a angle to begin with, a lot of people will get it wrong that it'll have northwest. They'll mark as north. And it's always those things that, like, when you're talking to people, it's like, no, you need to understand. It's like north is this way, so we're gonna use cardinal directions. North is that way. Yeah, but then this is the reason I was trying to line those up, is so we can get nice clean paths like this one here, where it should stay correct the entire length of this. And I should be able to do it on the other side back and all that as well. You're glad I'm not on the smallest plow? Yeah. I mean, that's the nature of these runs. We have to use relatively small equipment to begin with, because this isn't the smallest plow, but it's definitely a smaller plow. But even then, I think it's like twice the size of the smallest plow. Okay. Got you. Donald Sadaway. Yep, I'm not familiar. We actually do have a channel on the Discord for discussing science and technology. Alright. So I'm definitely learning that if I start on one side, my lineup is one way, and if I'm starting on the other side, my lineup's the other way. which isn't a great problem to have. The way I can probably work around this is instead of going back and forth and just trying to work from left to right, that I go down this way here, and then I go to the other side and go down the other way. So that way, the only line that'll be wrong is in the middle where they should overlap. Because definitely one of those things I don't want to bother wiggling around here, because I'll just have to clean it up again. Let's see, he had the only class in MIT where one of the halls was not big enough to accommodate all the people wanting to take the course, so they had to have more halls with video feed. Interesting, because like that's actually a problem that a lot of universities and tech institutes have, is just running into class size problems. From all my time in college, we always had issues with, you know, this being a particularly popular instructor. It was very competitive to get in their class. Like that happens a lot. Yeah. No, absolutely. There's lots of like standout instructors that are always interesting. Or even not even instructors, like people who've worked in technology that, you know, just the knowledge base they have, the materials they cover, whatever. I'm not going to go the whole way across to clean this up. We're just going to go here. I'm going to drop by, clean this spot up. And I'll get back on that track we were just on. And I've had the pleasure of seeing a lot of... This must be so annoying. No, I honestly could just be doing this manually and not using the GPS, but just naturally it wants to constantly pull a little bit to the left. And so rather than fighting with it, I'm like, you know what? That's fine. So yeah, the big thing is I'm going to go down with one, like I'm going to go down this way and we're going to come back the other way. That way we stop having this problem. Is he now one of your favorite mathematicians nowadays? Edward Frankel. He's working on Langland's program. Very fascinating. Yeah, and there's lots of fun stuff. I've been looking into. There's a number of people working like statistician type stuff and all that, where they're trying to use various systems to try and help be predictive and all that, and then just kind of warning the dangers of misuse of lots of the systems, or, you know, hey, making sure you always go in, like, and kind of assume that the system is untrustworthy. Don't just trust it by itself. Yada, yada, yada. And there's a lot of interesting talks around that, where, again, well-meaning systems end up doing a great deal of harm just by the nature of people not having paths to challenge their own system regularly, to go, let's assume it's wrong, and hammer at it, you know, throw a bunch of different data at it and see if it's still, like, how well it holds up. Because a lot of those systems end up becoming their own black box where you can't really challenge them, and it's kind of one of those things that we've run into problems with a lot of the people who make a lot of these types of systems as well, that they're used for stuff, they consider their algorithms and all that proprietary knowledge, which, fair enough. But then the issue is then when they get challenged, they're like, oh, well, we can't disclose that because that'll, you know, that'll give up our valuable IP and our proprietary knowledge and all that, which means you just can't challenge it, and it ends up becoming its whole big problem. Alright, so down on this side, I'm going to zip up this way. Oh, you don't have the spot there to cut across. Okay, that's interesting. If I could just do that manually, that's fine. Let's see, nowadays you can get so much good content because of the internet. When you got out of school, you were not at all interested in physics because of the books the teachers had. And that's what you watch a dude called Richard Mueller from Berkeley online. In your teens, interest got sparked? Yeah. Well, that's, so I have a background that includes, like, education theory and all that, where we get into, like, different things that, different modes and methods for educating people and all that. And that, like, your primary thing that you deal with the success or failures with learners is motivation. Is more anything than what have you. And that's not to be like, oh, if you just have enough motivation, you can overcome it. Not that. But, like, rather, you're providing a lesson. What is the likelihood of anyone succeeding in getting the information from that lesson? At what level of retention rate? And yada, yada. That type of theory. And it's just kind of one of those things that a lot of how we handle stuff in schools, whether it's grade or university, assessment-based learning, is about as terrible as you can get so far as motivating learners. Because you create what's effectively a punishment-based learning system. That learn this or else. Learn this or else you get kicked out of the class for failing and your money's gone. Or learn this or you don't get the good job. Or learn this or that. And there's a certain truth to that. But the problem is using that as your motivator for education. It's the single worst motivation we have. The second worst motivation we have is reward-based motivation. That is, you know, if you learn this, we'll give you a lollipop, or if you learn this, you'll get a better paying job or whatever. And so it gets to the whole thing in a lot of how that motivation works and all that. And honestly, for more success within schools, one of the big things we need to be doing. And we can switch this. I'm going to go this way on the top and the other way on the bottom. So this one has this on the top. The other side didn't. I think I can get away with that one. We'll have to tinker and see how many... Yeah, it's already not working. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and drop back to you. It's weird just doing these like weird half steps. That's fine, we're fixing it. Let's see, the problem says often the application is specific, where it's enough to memorize specifics and instead of utilizing natural curiosity. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. When it comes to the really good methodologies around getting education, its active consumption is usually the best. So not reading, not being lectured at, not watching a video of, not listening to an audiobook on, but actually participating in the experience. But the other problem you run into with a lot of that is you do need to get the learner buy-in. And so making stuff like making content entertaining is one of the best motivators out there. Making it fulfilling is certainly a good motivator, but that's a very hard one to quantify, like to be able to make that happen. And then most of the times when you're looking at textbook teaching, you're having someone talk at you and then you're reading, which is considered a passive form of learning, which is highly ineffective. But that's more the modality than the methodology. But yeah. But it's just kind of one of those things you run into is like, just the way we go into it's like you have to take this test or else, and that's basically how you learn your day-to-day lessons. Yeah, that's just the outcome of it. Is really it's actively harmful to learning because it makes it so the consequence of learning is potentially punishment. And so the moment you don't have to learn, you want to disengage so you're not getting that punishment put on you. So literally, it doesn't just demotivate them from learning that subject, it demotivates them from learning at large at all. And that's a dangerous thing. But at the same time, we want to make sure the money we go into education is properly used and all that, and we need some way to weigh that. And that's been the way we've chosen to weigh that, because it's very hard to quantify other stuff in any type of meaningful time. You'd also argue since you're really passionate about Matthew and ended, you went beyond textbooks and gained the information underlying logic and stuff from the formulas. And in that turn, made you deeper understanding so you could extrapolate on the rest of the course and understanding from early on. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you can get someone who's excited about the material within itself, you practically just need to get out of their way with the learning. Just go, here's the resources. I'll be over there. Those 6 people who like the subject and want to keep people to understand to be an effective presenter, you're not wrong. And that's just kind of the thing, is with a lot of the assessment-based learning, it sucks all the joy out of it. Which means you might take someone who once was passionate about a subject, and after enough of that, they can't stand it anymore, so they become a bad teacher just because you've taken that promising teacher and you've just beaten them into submission by going, here's your standardized test. Oh, you don't get to have any say in your curriculum. You're expected to just teach this from the book. Don't you dare deviate from it in any way, shape, or form. There was a very supportive female teacher who came with books and old manuscripts and whatnot to discuss with you. Because she probably also was glad that someone was genuinely curious. Yeah. Well, it's by the time you're done with high school, and if not high school, college, you're usually, for a lot of students, you're usually pretty spent. Because there's just not many places that create the environment that a teacher can even provide the types of lessons that garner curiosity. Elementary school, there's more room for it, because they give them a lot more flexibility for activities and whatnot, at least here. But as you get older and older and the curriculum gets a lot stricter, then that's where things get really rough. Because it can be a thing that, like, you can have a lesson plan for your day, and, you know, just something clicks with a bunch of your students, and they're kind of going in this direction, but it's a good direction. They're like, hey, you know what? We're not ready for that subject, but the students are already in that mindset. Let's go that way. But with so many things, it's like, no. Month 1, you learn this, this, and this. That is the dictated curriculum. You may not deviate. So there's just no flexibility to run with things when they're going on a good course, or, you know, when you're butting your head against the wall to pivot onto something else to try and build up to try and come back. It's just the whole thing. But do you say that your international teaching style will inevitably change radically in the coming ages? Or generations? I'm curious what'll happen, because the big problem we run into is we already have well documented and knowledgeable about what is effective teaching. Like, there's certain nuances we're still, like, going on, but, like, what are generally effective teaching methods versus generally ineffective ones? And then the reason why we continue down the ineffective ones boils down to justifying paying for teaching to make sure your money is going to well. And it's good to want to do that, to be able to say, like, hey, are they teaching effectively? Is our money we're putting into our education, could we do better by, like, moving it this way or that way? Like, that's certainly a thing. But unfortunately, the things that work for teaching and the things that allow you to measure instruction are kind of antithetical to each other. And that's the problem, because a lot of the curiosity-based teaching is very difficult to turn around at the end and be like, was this an effective year? Well, yes, I taught my student all these things. Okay, well, on my checklist and all that. It's very challenging to bridge that gap. In some cases, it'll take societal shift to embrace better methods. get away from schools being just a place to shift lids. Keep adults and keep them engaged students. Yeah. Well, I definitely feel like the school is practically daycare needs to go away. Because that does create an imbalance that makes it hard for students to engage with teachers in open discussion and all that, because they're also the authority figure, as it were. Hey, Farm, how's it going? See, a lot of conceptual stuff. You say video format is good enough if paired with online documents and applications, where people can. There's already... You can now. Well, that's one thing to keep in mind, is not everyone learns the same. That's one of the difficulties a lot of parents deal with, is they'll have the way they learned, and it worked for them. And so they try the same thing with their kids, because why wouldn't they? And it's just not the thing that aligns with the way their brain works, the way they think, the way they approach. And because they don't know another way, they just keep kind of doubling down and trying to push harder and doubling down, and everyone's just getting, like, literally everyone involved, the teacher, the student, the parent, are all getting frustrated. And that just demotivates the learner more and more and more. And it's understanding that, okay, this isn't working, we need to actually pivot. But also, like, a lot of parents don't have the time and availability. This isn't judgment on the parent. It's just, you know, the pragmatic reality. Don't have the time to sit down and go, well, I don't know this other method, let me check out the other method, learn it myself to then try and teach my kid. Most parents just don't have that bandwidth. That we'd have to have, like, radical changes in so many things to make that a possibility. Let's see, maybe elementary school can stay for a long time because of the societal aspect of whatnot. But your guess is we will have more people studying in different stages of life. No, that's already a thing. Like, we're already having... It used to be college was seen as a young people's thing. That you'd have your teachers would be whatever. But as far as the ones getting degrees was young adults. And we've definitely had more and more over the years that the age ranges that people go to stuff like college and university and trade school and all these different like later educations have definitely gone up. And honestly, even like we used to not even have, like, if you flunked out of high school, it used to be that you were just done. And then later on we introduced the GED, which that's what we have here in the US. I don't know what it's called in other places. But basically those for flunked out, dropped out, whatever you want to call it for high school, that there's now a path to go back to high school and get your diploma. It's not like you go back into high school with the, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, but rather you have what's effectively kind of structured like a college course, but it's high school level for those to go back and get it. Yeah, and also, to JD's point, a lot of parents didn't get those education opportunities themselves. So, like, that's kind of one of the things is we do teach more nowadays. That there's a lot of people who their kid is learning stuff that they never learned. And so they don't have a leg to stand on to teach it, so they have to learn it themselves. And again, lacking the time and the availability to learn those lessons. Because, a full-time student is struggling with it. Someone who's a full-time employee who is then trying to circle back while doing their childcare, all their adult responsibilities and work, and then trying to also learn at the same time is way more difficult. That's what you're saying, the videos that are the best, for the most part, comes from people when they have personal passion. Yeah. I mean, the thing, though, is, like, video is only so good. And I say this as someone who used to record video for education as the primary thing that I would provide as part of my lesson plan. We'd have that, and it would have the interactive component as well. And it's definitely not bad, but it also definitely does not work for everybody. Oh, interesting. Oh, never mind. I missed... Okay. My brain forgot where I was in the field. It's like, interesting. Those flipped him like, oh, wait, no, they didn't. I'm just misremembering where I am. See, in reality, Sweden, you'd say that's a handful of people that are good enough to teach that in that way. Yeah, but the problem is you've got enough people who need to learn Because like everyone needs a certain level of knowledge. We can argue where that level ends. It is weird how you fight me so much. Like it does have where it will snap to either side. I think that's honestly the thing that makes plowing so rough with the GPS versus the other sides. Because it does try to have stuff depending on which way you've got this turned, which is good, but in the negative, it makes it way harder to line it up because it's such a narrow path, and then there's like two sections to it. Not sure what the solution there is. But yeah, no, it's hard to find effective teachers. And this isn't me being like, oh, teachers are all bad these days or anything like that. Quite the opposite. We've got a lot of very passionate teachers who just don't have the resources. Most of them do start out very passionate about what they're doing. And it's just, you know, not having the resources to do their job and feeling like they're letting down their students again and again every year, and having parents get belligerent with them, and, you know, various organizations blame them and all that kind of stuff, that you just stamp out that passion and make sure it's good and dead. And then they become, you know, just another person who shows up for work and goes home at the end of the day and can't be bothered because you just crushed their soul. It's also kind of crucial that besides passion, that you actually have almost half of life worth of experience in the field, say. I mean, that depends on your field. I wouldn't necessarily agree with I wouldn't necessarily agree that you need to have that, because I've certainly known plenty of people who are very effective teachers who are only like 20-somethings, who are extremely knowledgeable and effective in their field. And it's not to say that, like, age bad, it's just, that's my point, is I don't think whether you're young or old is necessarily relevant. There have been times I've definitely gone to people give lecture as instructors and all that. You could see the passion there and the knowledge that the person teaching was half my age and would run circles around me. And all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't say necessarily. Because I see those kind of arguments, and to a lot of times that goes into that whole, let's just crush the passion out of young people by, you know, it's effectively being dismissive of people based on age and not on merit. And it's not to say experience isn't important, but you'll be surprised the amount of experience people can get in very little time. Now, obviously, when we're talking about that, there's like the knowledge about the job versus the experience in the job. Those are two different things as well. Like someone who's never worked as a doctor, they can teach you all the theory and the biology and all that stuff, but like working the job day to day, if they've not done it, then certainly they won't be able to teach the job part of it. But that's a different type of training. You're talking about your parents again? It's not. It's a large number of parents. There's a large number of parents who believe their child is without fault, cannot possibly have any issues, and that the school is just failing them by a means of the teacher, and not looking at the fact that they keep cutting the budget to the schools again and again and again, and then not understanding why they can't be effective at teaching. That's one of the things that makes me proud of the area I'm in, that we keep voluntarily putting more money into our local schools, and that makes me very happy. So our schools are some of the highest performing in the state, which isn't saying much considering the state of Florida schools rank really badly. 47th out of 50 in the SATs. Winning? Winning? Yay! We don't need to do that. SATs are not a measure of knowledge. I realize that, but the point is there is while it is not cause and effect, and correlation is not causation, and yada yada, there is a fact that if you're ranking that badly on anything academic, that's usually a pretty bad sign. But nah, generally speaking, the schools in Florida perform very poorly on the state level. Like so far as they do. But there are pockets of much better school districts in the state as well. I was saying is, it takes even a person is that 20 years old, who without time they actually studying the nuances, formalizing understanding the considerable amounts. Well, it depends. Like, we're talking teaching, though. And I can tell you, really effective teachers don't necessarily need to know every last inkling about the subject that they're teaching. Like, that is, like, it's like when you get into, like, technology. Technology moves entirely too fast for any single possibility to keep up with all of it. And it is kind of one of those things that it's very difficult to stay up to date on your field and also do your job around that. Well, to keep you interested, they kind of need it. Then you have, unfortunately, unrealistic requirements. Because by the nature of once a person starts teaching their job, they start falling behind in their subject matter, unless it's a subject matter that doesn't change very much, which there's very few of those. And that is a problem. That is actually an issue you run into, especially in technology instructors, that you get out of the technology to teach because that takes time, that you don't have the time necessarily to keep up with the technology as much as you'd like anymore, and that you still like it does have that issue of slowly making you more and more dated on your knowledge of that thing, that even if you are keeping up, that there's been the new version and all that, you don't get the time to sit there and like really get into it. You do teach yourself? Yeah. So it is just one of those things. But like I definitely feel there is a thing that you don't need to necessarily be the wisest person in an industry or anything. You do have to have a certain level of caring and compassion and consideration. You do have to have a certain level of expertise or knowledge or whatever. But it could definitely be one of those things that you can sit there and go, I'll answer any question you ask me a question I don't know, it's like, I will get you the answer. Like, it might take me, like, I might have to come back to you next lesson, but I will get you the answer. Let's see, but you do mean that people that you use for your sources just tend to be people who contribute to the cutting edge of research in their field? Yeah. But if we're talking about teaching, though, like, that's the catch, is we're circling back to teaching. People who are cutting edge in the field are probably not always going to be instructors. Or they'll be the professor who's hired for research purposes, who usually those make terrible instructors most of the time. There's exceptions, because they don't want to be teaching, they want to be doing the research. So it's really a difficult thing to go. There's a certain amount of pragmatism that also has to come into it, saying, hey, we do need to have people to teach stuff. So one of the worst professors you had about 10, 15 years behind them? Oh yeah, well, I mean, not all... This is a thing you'll learn when it comes to tech jobs especially. Not all experience is created equal. You can have someone who's worked 10, 15 years in a job, and they've learned nothing but bad practices that are now extremely ingrained, that you are not going to get them to switch. And that's the whole thing. Just the same you get someone who's got 10, 15 years experience and it's all good stuff. That there's a lot you actually have to do to juggle. Yeah, no, I got you, My Haven, but I've also had instructors who were, breaking edge, bleeding edge technologists and all that, who were at the university I went to, and they were there for research and had the requirement to teach put on them as well, and they were among the worst teachers I had because they did not want to do it. They had an obligation to teach, but they just wanted to research. So it is one of those things that you always got to be careful about when you're pushing. It's like, oh, this job should require this thing. It's like, but should it really? or that, you know, this is required to be effective in this job. The good news is once I've done this once, I won't be fighting this nearly as hard. I'm saying is we only have a few people or sources given a proportion the many can watch. We are fortunate today. Yeah, no, we're definitely fortunate today. I would argue a lot of the individuals you're talking about, so far as like that incredible knowledge set, there's certainly subject matter experts that should be referred to and all that stuff. But they tend to be more about the ones, and I'm gonna say TED Talk, I don't actually mean TED Talk, but like that can do that kind of thing where if you have a particularly interesting subject, that they're excellent people to see them pop up, do a video or a lecture on, and you can gain a lot from that. But they're usually not the best choice for like the rank and file being able to pop in and go, okay, you know, you want to be a mechanical engineer, here's your thermodynamics course that we need to get through the various things that you need to know to be an engineer. Like, they could certainly teach it if they wanted to, but usually that's not their motivation. That's not what drives them, I should say. For the bleeding edge people. I would say they're an excellent supplemental to learning a subject, or if you already are knowledgeable about a subject, they're great for adding to your information. And if people are super not into this topic or whatever, be absolutely feel welcome to suggest our topics. I know we've been going down the road for a while, and this is a good conversation and all that. But I do know it's only been a couple of us chit-chatting about it for a while now, so it could just be a bunch of people lurking. That's totally fine if it is the case. But also if it's just something that's like just not your jam, that's totally understandable as well. I do know I can get into the weeds with education theory and whatnot. Just the same as when we get into like talking software development, I can get down in the weeds in that too. Because these are things that I am personally passionate about and, you know, have a lot of experience with and all that. Same with like accessibilities and, you know, like accessibility. So I'm not like an expert on disability and neurodivergence itself, but I am an expert, like a subject matter expert when it comes to like accessibility around consideration of disabilities and neurodivergence and whatnot. These are all things I've got a lot of working experience with. Because that's one of the things I'm actually very particularly proud of, was in a job past running the employee resource group for disability and neurodivergence. Try to help people who usually go unlooked, get them heard, get them what they need to be able to do their jobs, get them to get treated properly. See, Rual, you need to make your knife shinier than cookies. No, so a knife that's really shiny has clearly not seen proper use. So, Cookie's knife is just an implied threat. Versus the one I've got, you know, it's got years and years of little scrapes and nicks and dents that it's picked up over time with all its use. It's a knife of action, not words. Oh, you can take care of as much as you want. Your knives will stop getting shiny after a while. It's not like you're going off like the full side of the knife and like trying to like smooth that out again. Like you only care about like the edge. The edge is what matter. Because all you're doing when you're sharpening a knife is just taking a little bit off the front and bringing it back. You're just moving where the bevel is. Time to go walk in the yard in shorts in pretty good weather because your dog won't poop if he's alone in the dark. How do pets exist? I had a friend whose cat would only drink bottled water, wouldn't drink water from the tap. And she was like, I even tried the thing where you just don't give them, like, you just leave just like the tap water and just make them deal with it till they're thirsty. And they ended up had to take their cat to the vet because it was getting dehydrated. It was just like, absolutely the hell no am I drinking this water. And it's like, how do these animals exist? How do they survive? The pet has no performance anxiety, can't go alone. It can only perform when it's watched. Oh yeah, so it's not a whisker sensitivity because they put the bottled water in the same dish. It's probably just the difference of, like, there's something in, like, the tap water that the cat just is super not okay with for whatever reason. Or the cat's just spoiled and fancy. I mean, not by her. Because she was a broke college student, was just like, got this cat, which was surprising. Certainly didn't help. But as well as things that, you know, that cat was getting the cheapest stuff that they could that the cat would actually be alright with. Is my PC Intel or Ryzen? Ryzen. I actually have all the stats on the Twitch's About section. And all that. Just get the cat a charcoal filter for the water. Fancy cat water. Dvorak user, huh? Yep. Yep, I did that switch a while back. Been using it ever since. We definitely are going to need to get a much bigger cultivator and all that later. Because this is a very large field. But the good news with how big this field is, realistically, we do our first harvest, we should get a pretty solid payout. And that'll be a matter of wanting to get, you know, the flour mill set up, dump all of this into the flour mill to make flour instead, so we can get all that extra money from the flour. Is it barley as the title says? Did I misspell it? No, mine says barley. My title says barley. It's not B-A-R-E-L-Y. Oh, you misspelled. Yeah, it's barley. Gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were like calling me out for misspelling something because that may or may not happen. A lot. Because I end up giving myself not enough time to prep for seeing. So barely is barely misspelled barley. Alright, I'm gonna quickly, while they're doing this pass, I need to use the restroom real fast, I'll be right back. Alright, also grab myself some water. Carity's back, quick, act natural. Is being completely unhinged and all over the place not acting naturally? I actually peeked in before I grabbed the water. I was like, finished the restroom, was like, okay, it's only like X percentage down the field. I got more time. Yeah, so this is a really big field. We'll definitely want to get ourselves a significant upgrade. You're gonna regret this field? No, my thought is I'm only gonna need to do like 1 or 2 harvests on it, and we should be able to do a massive upgrade in our equipment. That's part of the reason I went this big. The big thing is going to be getting away from the hoe, or sorry, getting away from the plow as early as we can. That's going to be a big thing. As we look at the cultivators, I can probably get away with that one, which isn't a whole lot bigger than I'm already dealing with. Maybe even get away with that one, which is a bit bigger. Because what I'm currently using right now is that plow there. Oh, actually, that'd be way bigger than what I'm dealing with. So we're only doing, check the harrowers. Yeah, so I can probably get away with this one. That's 8 meters. Yeah, so plow I'm using is only 2.5 meters. So I can probably get up to about 6 meters pretty easy. You only need a shallow cultivator, right? Probably. But that'll be one thing. We're not buying right now, but we'll keep an eye on here. To see if we end up getting either a cultivator or one of those things that are better. I honestly don't even know if there's a difference in the game between the two. I don't think there is. I think it's literally, are you plowing or are you cultivating? Is I think the only thing it actually checks. Like, it just basically changes the tag on what the status of the field is my understanding. I don't know for sure. I haven't bothered getting into that depth because for my practical purposes, it hasn't mattered. There's cultivators and shallow cultivators, and the shallow are normally wider for the same price. Yeah, I don't genuinely know between any of the cultivators so far as, like, mechanically how it will impact the field beyond what is the price versus the speed you can go and the weight of it. Or, sorry, and, like, the price, the width, and the speed you can go. Yeah, because right now, it's just, this is a very tiny plow. But once we plowed the field once, the next time we can do a harrower, we could do a cultivator, we can do... I mean, we could still do a plow if we wanted to. We probably won't. But that's the reason why it's taken so long, is this thing's only like 1.5, 1.8 meters wide or whatever it is. But we got to get the field plowed for the first time. One nice thing is about plowing the fields like this is because the grass is fully grown on it, I should get 50% fertilizer just from doing that. And I did get a seeder that's also for 50% fertilizer, so even if I don't go out of my way to add another round of fertilizer, we should be maxed out fertilizer. So we should get a full harvest on this one. I don't think it'll tell us we need, you know, lime, but I can't remember. Regardless, I don't have the money to set up the lime, so we're just gonna have to do without and take the hit. But that's true of your first harvest always, and that one is you don't get the whole thing. But yeah, so if I get like the 6 meter wide cultivator, I think it said, that this I could get away with, that would literally be like 4 times as fast, 4 times less passes. Yeah, no, that's the thing. In real life, but no one cares about real life. I'm teasing. It's just, the whole point is video game logic. You can ignore real life stuff. It's like I've had people go, it's like, wait, you backed up with your plow. You damage your plow in real life. It's like, that's a good thing this isn't real life, and I doesn't damage it in game because it means I can not care. Or I've had like once or twice people tell me I'm using the tool wrong. It's like, this is a video game. Or let's see, most people also won't want or care about the level depth, so it's probably not going to be in the game. Yep. Yeah, because there's definitely a point where you can get a simulator that you're adding in too much complexity that doesn't meaningfully add to the gameplay. That could definitely be a negative your game can experience. That you've got all these systems that you have to engage with, like for example, we turned off the field stones. I didn't do that right away in my last one, but it's just unfortunate reality that in Farm Sim with the field stones, when you look at the equipment we have for them, where are you at? The stone pickers, that's your choice. It's just the one, and it never gets more than 5.5 meters, and it's just kind of one of those things. And so it just goes 1-0, just like, yeah, I just don't want to deal with it. And there's people who turn lots of that stuff off. They turn off the lime, they turn off the stones, they turn off the weeds, and that's all fine. It's a video game. We're gonna leave the weeds and the lime on, because I find those to not be that annoying. But the field stones, that one's specific. It's like, okay. Okay. The field stones, most people who do it, they usually get a mod that lets them get a really big tool to deal with that. You've turned off crop destruction? Yeah, I usually leave crop destruction on. Yeah, the people that, let's see, people cry about real farming, and when they released precision farming, people played for a month and then turned it back off. I know there's a number of people actually really prefer the precision farming, but yeah, that's the whole thing. Is a lot of the stuff that people come up with that. Imagine playing the game and you accidentally hit reverse in your plow, and just immediately your plow goes to like minimum durability because you used it wrong. Which again, in real life I understand. But in the video game, it's like, imagine just dealing with that garbage. You accidentally hit the wrong button, and you're like, oh, well, now you just lost $1,000. Like, sure, that could arguably be realistic, but also, that'd suck. The fact that you need to go back and pick up stones again after you've held the plot for a number of years is busy work. Yeah, no, that's a comment I would love to see with the field stones, is yeah, when I'm first doing this field, like the very, very first time I'm plowing the field, yeah, make it an absolute nightmare of field stones. Do it. I'm on board. But make it so like every year I do it, the number of field stones kind of just goes down a little bit until eventually there's very minimal number of field stones. Let's see, even stacking hay straw bales on trailer before with a bad driver that didn't know how to handle said trailer in the field, not a fun experience. Yeah. Imagine real damage, the equipment when you drive and fall off a cliff. Oh yeah, now just imagine the game like you tip over your tractor and there's no reset. You've got to get another vehicle to like tip it back up. But as you know, you use like a forklift to tip it up, it just scrapes up and damages the entire side of the tractor and damages your forklift and all that. And just, you watch the money checker burn with all the repairs. Or, you know, as your tractor gets a little wear and tear, it just keeps stalling out randomly because it's worn and damaged. Because in real life, when you have like a car or piece of equipment get wear and tear, it doesn't like slowly fill up a meter, and when it hits top, it just works less efficiently. You know, real life, you drive your car around, if you aren't doing your proper maintenance, eventually something fails and your car stops working. And it doesn't work at all until you fix it. Do we still have some good old farm sim jank? Yeah, I mean, there's still some weird stuff that happens with the physics. At the end of the day, it is still farm sim. It's on a new version of their engine and everything, but it's still farm sim. Physics freaking out as a staple of the franchise. To be fair, that's true of almost every simulation game. You look at SnowRunner, the physics freak out sometimes. Construction Simulator, the physics freak out sometimes. Farming Simulator, the physics freak out sometimes. Was it just me? Or isn't the logging better in this compared to 22? 22, I mean, the 22 claw would be much more rubbery. I found the thing that really improved logging in this one for me is they've made the strictness of the physics around the logs and all that to be way, way more laxed. So when you go to like grab a couple of logs, in like 22 you grab logs and anything that wasn't properly in there would just fall immediately. But in this one you can like cartoonishly grab like 3 logs from the top and it would still get the other 2 below it that, you know, there's no physics reason why that should work, but it's just that forgiving. And I think that has massively improved it for me. Let's see, in general, you think the fixed equipment in this game is too expensive? On the new tractor, every few months is like $10,000? Yeah, no, I don't know. Well, it's one of those things about the game, like if you use the littler tractors for the jobs that are appropriate for their size, they only end up costing you a couple hundred to repair after doing a bunch of work. And it was just like in using a medium tractor for its job, it doesn't cost you super much. But the thing is, as video game, I kind of want to get like the biggest, highest horsepower tractor and just use that tractor to do all my work. And it just deletes your money with how much the repairs cost. Like, it's good when you're doing the giant cultivator that sweeps like this giant span of your field, and you only have to do like a couple of passes to do a whole field versus what we're doing right now. But it does feel like it's trying to incentivize you to use the proper equipment for the proper job. That said, I'm going to still just get a big tractor and just do the stuff with the big tractor. Is this some flawed physics even in single player in 22? Yeah, no, I ran all sorts of weirdness in 22 with the logs. I definitely feel like the lumberjacking's better in this game. I wouldn't say it's just like night and day difference better, but it's like, okay, that's generally in a positive direction. That being a bit more lax about it certainly helps. Exactly. It's not flawless, just better than 22. Yep. Oh yeah. Then I appreciate that. The lumberjacking, all that you were doing, Lardine. It was a shame we never got more people onto that multiplayer server. I debated doing a multiplayer server for 25, but it was just kind of one of those things I sat back going, you know what? I don't. Like, it's one of those things. It's like, because you also had at the same time. There was multiple other channels where I share my audience with who are running their own servers as well. And I was like, you know what? With how we went with like the last time where just wasn't that many people interested, I kept waffling on, and I ultimately was like, just nah. Because not that they're like super expensive, but it is just another expense, and so if people don't engage with it, that's, you know, it's money I'm spending that, you know, it's not going anywhere. Like, the Project Zomboid server, I was very happy with the turnout with that one. But yeah, no, Farming Simulator is mostly me, you, and then we had, you know, like, one or two other people who popped in, like, once or twice in the entire time of the stream that popped in just to kind of assist a little bit. Which is fine. No one has an obligation. But it was one of those things like, yeah, I don't, like, this isn't worth me spending money on to keep this thing up. So you observe to find thing that when you harvest green beans contracted field, do not reset and stay not used forever. Let's see, Sending Cook is like, Zomboid was fun time because you didn't have to be alone. Yep. There was someone else on pretty consistently. Yeah, there was only like one or two other people who were on there. It's also a shame with games like this because these are the kinds of games that, like, the real joy in the game is kind of like watching things grow and build and grow and build. But, you know, we think it was like the only person that popped in off stream. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually not unusual for when a streamer sets up a server as well, though. I would say the bulk of multiplayer servers in games that when the content creator's not online, generally they end up pretty quiet. That was the thing that blew my mind of the Project Zomboid server more than anything, is I would peek on there in like the middle of the evening when, you know, maybe I'd get to hop on for maybe an hour, and I'd see like 5 or 6 people on there. It's like, holy crap. Like, just almost all hours of the day and night there'd be at least a couple people on. It's like, dang. Like, it was never, like, a huge number of people. It was always, like, 5, 6, maybe 7 people or something like that. And you know, as time went on, it got to be like fewer people. But yeah, that is one of the shames that when Build 42 drops, it will be like Build 41 for Project Zomboid in that the unstable version will not be multiplayer on release. The multiplayer will come later. I don't imagine we're gonna have nearly the wait we had for the I will back at my save build in Build 41, like how long it'll take for multiplayer to get turned on. But it might be a decent wait. I do think it's good that they roll it out though, like rather, because the alternative is they wait till the multiplayer is ready, which means we keep waiting for Build 42 even longer. I do think it's good to get that tested, get all those things figured out before the multiplayer is, when it's just people playing solo dealing with weird, funky stuff going on. I do think that's a decent plan. That said, I am curious what happens when that happens. Because, like, there's going to be no multiplayer in Build 42 to start with. And so for the channels playing Project Zomboid, I do think temporarily there's going to be this huge boost in Project Zomboid as a category entirely. And I know this might sound a little pessimistic for me, I don't think it's going to have, like, nearly the impact that Build 41 had. Like, I don't see Project Zomboid's numbers just shooting way up to new highs. Like, maybe for a day it might, but I think it'll be one of those things that'll shoot up for, like, maybe a month tops, and then it'll drop back down. And that's fine. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Build 41, the major feature was that it released after having 2 years with no multiplayer for the most part, because the multiplayer you had in Build 40 and all that before were pretty underwhelming, is pretty janky. So Build 41 was a major overhaul of a lot of different things. It added multiplayer when it released, right around then. You had the pandemic going on right at that point. We were also in kind of a dry spell of games right when it dropped as well. So it kind of got this like triple whammy of like everything lining up perfectly. I think it would have done fine regardless. But instead of just doing, hey, this indie game did pretty well, it was like Project Zomboid absolutely exploded because all these things aligned well. Versus if we look at what's happening with Build 42, in some ways it's going to have the reduced number of features with the lack of multiplayer. And sure, they're doing a crafting rework and adding hunting and mild procedural generation to the game so far as like the basements go and all that. None of those are the types of features you see that jump a game nearly to the scope that multiplayer being added to a game jumps it. Because multiplayer intrinsically draws in more players, because if I'm enjoying the game, I'm going to invite my buddy, who might invite their buddies, who then, you know, we've got all these extra players. If the crafting is better, people might just see that the crafting is better, and maybe that gets you more players. But there isn't that intrinsic hook of you going, hey, they just added multiplayer, come on, buddies. As the same general reason Valorant exploded as fast as it did, it dropped right in the pandemic, lockdowns and everything, yeah. I wouldn't, that definitely didn't hurt it. But yeah, so my thought with Build 42 is we'll probably have that big resurgence and all that for a little while. And then after that, very likely, a lot of people are going to drop off. Because it's also one of those things that most of the changes that people are going to really feel aren't going to even impact your gameplay until until you'd have long-term survival anyways, where you're surviving 2-3 months. That's where you're going to start really seeing the crafting and all that come into its own. And how many people survive that long? By the way, how much gross money have you made in this playthrough until this point, do you think? I actually wonder if we can look that up. No, I can't. It would be very hard for me to give you any type of meaningful thing. So we have the tractor. That ended up costing us, what was it, like 50,000? 64,000 for that. Over there it'd be... So be at about 140,000. 175,000. Man, it'd be really hard to say. like, we probably collectively, I don't think we've broken 1 million yet. We definitely pushed somewhere near of like 400,000 or 500,000 at least. Because the 2 greenhouses, all the equipment we put together, the harvester we haven't quite used yet, the goats and all the stuff going on with that. Or not goats, sheep. The sheep and all... The sheep and all that stuff. As long as she lives like 2 weeks. Yeah, so my point is I feel like a lot of the really big features that people are excited about are targeted towards a very, 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 very small set of players. So I think like your total Steam numbers and your total Twitch numbers and all are going to be way, way, way lower. Like, we'll have that spike. But I think they're going to drop off really quickly again. The early game things that are going to probably impact, like, the changes in lighting will certainly change the environment. The changes in the zombies where they're showing up on the map are certainly going to change a lot of things. I think people are going to have very mixed feelings about the muscle fatigue with fighting. I expect some people to hate that feature, which you can turn it off. I expect some people to think it'll be a nice change. And for those who don't know what that is, one of the features they did announce is the idea that you'll fight stuff and it'll be like fitness where you get muscle fatigue. So it slows down fighting a lot. But anyways, I'm gonna start bouncing off that subject because I gotta watch what I say. But yeah, I don't expect it to be like there's some people that are like it's gonna fix everything, and I have a feeling it's gonna be a lot more like Path of Exile 2 has been relative to Path of Exile 1. In just the sense that Path of Exile 2, if we look at it objectively from the mechanical, graphical, sound, and all that, is just objectively a better game. But for me personally, I kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, I'm still in my first playthrough, and I'm already starting to feel it getting grindy and tedious for me. And that's honestly pretty disappointing because it's not like I always was like, it's going to be a different game, you know, I'm gonna keep myself from overhyping on it too much because Path of Exile is one of my most played games, period. And I don't mind like the slower gameplay necessarily or anything like that. I actually don't typically play particularly zoomy builds in Path of Exile 1. But the game so far has felt very unrewarding in that I almost never get any loot to drop like of any substance. There's like no currency to work with and all that. And so it's been like I'll go through entire large sections of the game and get no upgrades whatsoever in like Act 1 and 2. Which is usually when you're rotating out items so fast you don't know what to do. You know, and that's later in the game you have to go a long time without upgrades. And then generally speaking, there's like the weakest of weak white mobs, you can just hit them once and kill them. But like the vast majority, even just like the regular ones, you have to like set up combos and everything to get your main damage out and all that. And it just feels so much slower, and then you're not even getting the reward for the extra difficulty. And so it's just kind of one of those ones I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm having fun. Like very, very genuinely, like, you know, normally with like a new league in Path of Exile 1, I would go like until I cannot reasonably stay awake anymore. And the other one's like, no, I just think I'm gonna wrap for the night. Like, you know, I think I've had my fill for today. And it's like, well, that's not a great sign for my very first playthrough. I don't think it's like anything intrinsically wrong with it, or that, you know, it's in a situation where it's like, oh, this can't be recovered, or just like major design philosophy things that can't be redeemed. I don't think it's anything like extreme like that. I just think they need to be a little bit more generous on the loot, because it is 100% famine. And I do think they just need to give like a little nudge on the numbers to give like the players a bit more damage or the enemies a bit less life or resistance. It's probably something that they'll need feedback, development over several years. That's my only thing that I'm a little salty about it. is talking to the people who were in the alpha test. They're like, hey, like, this is already a bit on the slow side. Like, not in a good way. Like, the loot is very non-existent, not in a good way. Like, this doesn't feel good. And then you had the beta test. They're like, hey, this still doesn't feel good. It's still really, like, it's not gotten any faster. And then, you know, at ExileCon, because I went to that, you know, that was the general feedback we gave there as well. It's like, hey, man, the loot basically doesn't exist. And this is really, really slow and not in a good way. And so they've consistently been getting that feedback for like two or so years that they've had like the demos out and all that you could play at the different events. And it's still the exact same. You know, which they would sit there and say like, oh, don't worry, like if it feels a little slow, we're still tuning it and all that. And it's the exact same as when we played. Like so far as the pacing and all that. Yeah, so they completely ignored the feedback. Yep. That's also something GGG has a very long history of, though. Is that the developers have what they believe is, you know, the appropriate design philosophy, and they want to do that with their game. And fair enough, that's their choice. And that they are unwilling to budge on it. And often it goes and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse until finally they start having, like, a mutiny by the player base. And that's when they'll finally cave and go, wait a second, we need to... You know, we need to do it. Like Arch Nemesis, they tried to keep Arch Nemesis in the game for like 6 leagues. And every single time, people are like, we really don't enjoy this. It's an awful experience. Please get rid of this. And it wasn't until Calandra League, which was like, they really leaned into Arch Nemesis. They were like, don't worry, we got it this time. For like the 3rd time they had said that. We got it, I think you'll like it. And literally Calandra League, people dipped within like 2 weeks, just like mass exodus. And that was finally, like, the next thing. They're like, okay, Arch Nemesis is dead. It's gone. We're sorry. Please don't go. Yeah, they probably could have listened better, but the pace and difficulty PoE in beta was also slow and stuff. Yeah, this is true. Boat League was fun, though? Oh, yeah, Boat League was great. Like, that's the thing. It was funny. They got rid of Arch Nemesis, and we had some of our best leagues after that. You think they'd learn to listen at some point? As much as I'd like to agree with you, I think just the way the developers are, they've fallen into that we know better than our players mentality, and there's a certain truth there. And that they kind of only listen to it when it's the writing is against the wall, that like, no, really, the player count is imploding. We have to deviate. And that's been a cycle that they've been hit with again and again and again. Like that is the one negative criticism I would give of GGG, is they're really bad about actually listening to the player base unless things get pretty significant. Like, people complain about the Flask piano issue in the game where it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, forever and ever playing the game. And they didn't give us tools to deal with that until literally we started having, you know, medical professionals who deal with stuff like carpal tunnel syndrome becoming aware of the name of the game as a common cause for the problem. And that people literally were stopping playing the game because it was physically hurting them. And that was finally like, okay, we'll finally add a means to automate this. It also matters who you're giving the input. I was a video editor for Zazarian for 3 years, and the streamers in that group would interact with GGG-ish. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I'm well aware of like ZD Live and a whole bunch of CRs. I've been in the community for a long time. And while my content I don't do that. Like, I've done a lot in, like, I've had my name in the first in leagues and like doing certain stuff. Not the big stuff like killing pinnacle bosses or anything like that. Like, I've been around the game for a very long time. But yeah, even with like the big name people, like I've definitely heard a number of the big creators as well vent that, you know, they warned GGG about something and GGG did it anyways. And Ben Critical, it's like, no, really, you need to get rid of Arch Nemesis, and they just... It's definitely the devs there. Like they said, they have their vision, and they stick to it, and that's... To a certain extent, there's a laudable there. And it's just one of those things. But at the same time, there's definitely times where it's like, no, you're getting kind of a consistent feedback by the community at large. It's not just a couple people being mad on Reddit. Like, you're watching your overall player base dip. And it's like, no, this is one of those mountains not to stand on. This isn't the hill to die on. This is the hill to go, let's maybe not. But that's been a reoccurring thing a lot. It's not that they don't do a good thing, it's not that they never listen to feedback, but there are times where they make decisions about what they want to do with the game, and sometimes it is to their own peril. But it's very clear they've tried to move Path of Exile 2 in the direction of Ruthless, which is a mode in Path of Exile 1 that is very punishing, very low loot, higher damage, all that kind of stuff. But Ruthless is one of those things in Path of Exile 1 that there'll be the occasional competition. You have a handful of creators, that's kind of their shtick, is they do Ruthless. But generally speaking, as far as people playing the game, Ruthless is very close to a ghost town. Honestly, hardcore mode could get very, very ghost towny sometimes. Like, I remember in some of my pushes to, like, level 100 for hardcore, you'd go through the axe and you'd hit all the major town hubs and you'd see one other person there sometimes. It's like, oh, busy day. And you'd be like, oh, okay, well, let me try and get this item I need to complete this, like this league thing. And you'd look, it was like, oh, it doesn't exist on the market in hardcore. Never mind, I guess I just won't worry about that and do it myself. We'll see. I'm curious what we'll see grinding gear games do. Do in the near future, like when they have like their first like tuning type updates to Path of Exile 2. We'll see what direction they go. If we actually do see them make some tweaks to, increase damage or lower enemy life or tweak the loot, like whatever they're gonna do there. That, to me, I think is going to set a tone with Path of Exile 2. Where if they're not budging on that's just kind of the way it's going to be, I think it's going to turn a lot of people off to it. Which, weirdly, because they're doing Path of Exile 1 and 2 concurrently, it does make me wonder if we'll just see Path of Exile 1 remain the more relevant of the two games. Okay, and what we'll do is after we finish this row, then we can go ahead and maybe, like end this in-game day. And what I might do is I might do a poll here, because I have been trying to do a little bit better about switching games midstream and all that, because usually I try to do that to keep the games fresh and all that. I'll keep Farm Sim on here if people just want us to keep seeing Farm Sim. But it will kind of like do a little feel and say, hey, would people rather see us continue the RimWorld colony or more Farm Sim? Because I'm down to split the stream if we do it. But either way. But like if we're going to be advancing a day, now would be a pretty good time. It's a little later than I would normally do the vote. But still. Gotta say though, there is more quality game in PO2 as a successor compared to the money grab during the Diablo 3. Oh no, I'd definitely say Grinding Gears games has done really good over the years about like, yeah, they do their MTXs, but they've not done like the really kind of gross MTX kind of stuff that you see in a lot of games and a lot of the pressures for a whole bunch of stuff. So let me go ahead and quickly do this real fast. We're gonna do a poll. To say, what are we playing now? Where we'll say Farming Simulator 25. RimWorld. I don't really have a third game in mind. Yeah, I'll just stick to the 2 there. So basically, if you're just tired of plowing. No, not really. I'm a little worried that others are going to be very tired of watching me plow the field. Is kind of one of those things because it's very repetition content. Yeah, so we got a poll going, so don't forget to refresh your browsers if you do not see the poll. The vote is for either just continuing what we're doing in Farming Simulator, or we switch over to RimWorld where we got the all endings run I've got in progress. So let's check on all the stuff here before we start plowing again. We have, you're fine on water, but you will need water. We could sell 8 sheep and get a bunch of money. That's another 7,600 bucks. See, but for the amount of comment you get out of the money, it's super cheap entertainment. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't even say you spend like $50 to $100 in stash tabs. Generally speaking, my comment I usually make with Path of Exile is it is a demo that's extremely long. That the game you can buy for like 20-25 bucks, because that's usually for like the handful of stash tabs you really need. Yeah, we'll just get right back to this in the meantime, while the poll's going on. Depends on the league, though. If you're a bestiary and they want to sell beast, fills up quick. You know, I actually have not done a whole lot of bestiary in a long time. I used to use that a lot when I used to do all my max block builds, because of my max blocks builds is either doing gladiator, where you'd max your spell block and block together, or I'd do necromancer. Oh, and my one big ask is don't deliberately tie the pole just to tie the pole. When it's something of not of consequence, by all means meme, but very specifically with deciding on the game, I actually do see it as, genuinely harmful to a channel to deliberately tie the pole, because that means you're artificially inflating something that less people want to see, which means you're literally you're encouraging me to provide content that less people want. So, I know tie thing funny joke, but I actually do see that as harmful. Yeah, Ned, no, you're fine. Like, it could also naturally have gone to that, but usually when I see, a tied vote, it is those things. Yeah, it's okay if it's a natural tie to be there. It's just kind of one of those things that I do ask that people don't deliberately tie votes when it comes to game selection. Like, it's okay if it ends up tied because there's the same interest between the two. But it is those things. Very genuinely, one of my big things I would love to see Twitch do is let me take that poll and give me a couple extra options. Give me the option to make it so you can choose multiple options, and give me the option to hide the current status of the poll until it is done. That way you could defeat the people, deliberately tying, and you could also allow people when there is multiple choices, like if I have like 5 games and you want to see 2 of the games and whatever. Yeah, low vote counts are generally normal, because you keep in mind 78% of people on your channel are going to be lurking at any time anyways. That means only 15-20% participation, assuming everyone watching participates. Like checkboxes? Yeah, basically you can sit there and be like, here's the 5 options, 1 and 2 I would like, and then I don't mark 3 and 4 and 5 because I'm not interested. Because that's one of the things that does happen, is we'll have like 4 or 5 games listed there, and if he's like, I don't know, like I want this one or this one. and all that. I don't think I go to ranked voting quite as much. I don't think in the minutes there's enough time for people to say, like, this is my first choice, that's my second choice, that's my third. I wouldn't have a problem if they added that. I just think with the way polls are typically used on Twitch, it wouldn't necessarily be something they'd have a lot of people get into. It'd just be kind of too much of a thing. Alright. And Farming Sim won, so we'll just keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, I just want to get a feel, because sometimes it's one of those things that, like, you get a vibe, you're like, oh, are people into it, are people not into it? And a lot of times, it sticks with whatever game's going on there. But there have definitely been times where I'm getting that vibe where maybe people aren't into it, and then I do the poll and the vote swings solidly to a different game. Like, I get it. People don't want to see me keep playing that game. But that's pretty close to an even split. That's fine. It means I'll probably do RimWorld tomorrow. I'm liking the bouncing back and forth. I think that's been going pretty well. But yeah, no, that was actually feedback I gave at TwitchCon. I was like, you know what I want to see? I want to see you make that poll system a little bit better. Like, just to give it a couple extra features. Repetitious plowing. There is no tilling happening here. Like, you don't even farm. Yeah, and that's the thing. Once we get this done, we get to seed it. The seeding, it should go fast enough. Close enough? No, I don't think so. You absolutely cannot make a joke you want to make. That's fair. If you feel you absolutely should not make it, that's usually a good call to not make it. That's I've enjoyed a few shows that they like kind of really push the edge of the type of stuff they put on TV, and just having the character, it's like, I really can't make that joke, and you're like, oh, I know what joke that person was gonna say. Yeah, no, you can't make that on television anymore for good reason. But the fact that you acknowledge the fact you're like, yep, can't make that joke. You're all thinking it, but like, it's definitely not okay anymore. And again, a lot of times with good reason. It's kind of the way of hedging your bets on it. Versus any joke that says, not to sound, insert something, and then they say something, you're like, just don't, man. If your subconscious is like, yo, we shouldn't say that, that's don't. Getting back to work after a week, oh my god. There are so many jobs I've had over the year that you take like that week off or the 2 weeks off, and then you honestly pop in, and you're just like, man, I don't remember how to do my job. I've been away for 2 weeks. What is software? How do I write it? What is streaming? How do I turn my camera on? So honestly, you're content with gaming nowadays? Like 1 or 4 years ago, it felt like you had nothing to play. Now I feel like there's several titles you can spend your time with. That's there are people who will like absolutely whine to no end. There's no games to play. But like, where are you hiding? Like, what is going on? And generally I found the only people I found who I've really heard say that are people who have like the one IP they play. Like, they'll be like, you know, you're a Call of Duty person, or you're a FIFA person, or you're whatever your IP is. Like, that's not to be like just that style game. Like, it could be like you're a Final Fantasy person. that you have like that IP you care about, or like that one company you care about, and you don't play anything else. I'm like, you know what? Fair. If you were looking specifically for a Bethesda release, then your last Bethesda, well, actually, that's not true. Depending on how you consider Indiana Jones would have one the last couple of days, because it's published by Bethesda, not made by Bethesda. But you'll have people like, they have just that one game, whether it's that one specific, IP or specific whatever. And understandably, a lot of times you'll have those companies won't produce a game for like 2-3 years. And they'll be like, oh, there's no games to play. I'm like, what you're saying is you're bored of that one game you played. Because you got bored faster because it's, it's the next iteration of that one game you've always played. And so you got through with it quicker. And now you're waiting for the next one. It's going to be a long time before the next one. Branch out a little bit. Does he mean you played most games since the early 90s? He doesn't know. Combination of being burned out in some games and bored with others. It's hard to please for a while too. Well, you can also just be that genuinely, like, if you ever find yourself in that cycle where you open a game and you're like, and then you go back and forth trying to decide a game, and you open another game and you start it and you immediately duck out, be like, nah, I'm not feeling it. It can just genuinely be that, like, right now you're not in the headspace you want to play a game. Like, you may feel like you want to play a game, but also, like, there's just nothing sounds good. You just can't get yourself into wanting to play any of them. And it's those type of times, it's like to recognize that and be like, okay, well, maybe I find something else to do, which can be a very difficult thing depending on the situation. Like, if it's 3 in the morning and you're wide awake and you're like, well, I'm not going outside and going for a walk at 3 in the morning. That's how you get hit by a car. You're like, but, figure out some other activity. And that can be tricky, because if you're, like, between hobbies, it's like, all right, well, what do I pick up from here? Well, on the comment about being like, wow, you just checked your Steam, you have 162 games installed, and some days you can't decide what to do. Sometimes, honestly, having way too many games is worse than not having enough games. Like, it is a whole thing that if you get into, like, marketing theory and all that, with, giving people an options of what to buy, that there is a threshold of when you go to, like, the menu at a restaurant, that, if you have just, like, 5 items, that you've got, like, this is the chicken, this is the beef, this is the vegetarian, this is the vegan option, and then this is for the picky eater who doesn't want to eat anything, and it's called chicken tenders. That you get your 5 options, and it's a lot easier for people to engage that. And some of the more popular restaurants at, like, the hole in the walls, that's their menu. And that can be a problem because of too little selection if you can't find something you like. But then when you sit there and you got that menu and it's like 10 pages of different items, and you're just like, I don't know where to begin. It all sounds good. What do I get? There's websites dedicated to what game do I already own I should play. Yep. Walking around here a lot this year, only 3 people have stopped for me in like 12 months. Cars don't stop doing during the day, you're usually good at night. Well, I mean, the big thing at night is people not seeing you, and just, there's a lot of places that don't have sidewalks, that you go off the side of the road and it's mud and all that, so you're gonna stay on, like, because we're talking like residential roads, to be clear, not just going out on the freeway and walking along the shoulder. We're talking about, you're on this road, there's no defined edges of the road or whatever, and so you're walking along the edge, and just people weaving in and out and catching you from behind or whatever, you walk on them or whatever. If you don't know what to play, you hop onto Foxhole or do some scrooping. I don't know, scrooping? I don't know what scrooping is. And do some scrooping. It's Foxhole things. Gotcha. Still haven't played that one. But yeah, like some like it's a thing I'll actually periodically go through, like, the games I have installed, that I will make it a regular thing to go through. Is like, is there any of the games here that I don't think I'm in the immediate mood to play, like in the near time future, and I'll just uninstall a bunch of the games to kind of narrow it down a little bit. And then Then, you know, if I'm in the mood where it's like, no, that specific game I'm in the mood for right now, then, you know, I'll obviously install it again. You know what's a game I want to see? Captain of Industry. I want to see Captain of Industry actually hit 1.0, like fully release and all that. Because that is a game we messed with, and I really enjoyed it. But it is one of those ones that you're just like slowly adding more and more to it for the early access. And I'm kind of very much in that, this is really good, but I kind of want to just, like, I don't think it's one of those ones I want to play a bunch of times good. It's probably one I want to wait till it's, like, done, and then just go for it. If you want to play some Foxhole, you can talk with the regiment, and it can help you find what's fun for you. No, so the only reason I've been hesitant, I've heard good things about Foxhole. That does seem like the kind of game I could just delete hours of my life with. But it's been very much one of those games that very much feels like the kind you get into, and just... It's difficult for me to get into a game if I know that's going to be how big of a time sink anymore. Like, literally when I boot up a game now, it's like, oh, you know, a playthrough of this game is, you know, 200 hours. And it's like, that's really cool. I don't got that kind of time anymore. And it literally becomes a thing that I don't want to start a game if I know I don't have the time to finish it. That's been my Baldur's Gate 3 experience. I still haven't done Act 1 the whole way, because I start and then I have to deal with some other stuff and I don't get back to it and I don't remember what's going on. And I just restarted Act 3 like 3 times. I'm like, you know what? Just never mind. I just don't have the time. Isn't it generally considered bad form to stream Foxhole anyway due to spies? I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me. But to contextualize... Let's see, to contextualize... PoE 2 at the moment, or ATM 9, I don't know what you're saying with that one. Farm Sim 25, Bellwright, Stalker 2, Fabledom, Manor Lords, and are kind of recent things you enjoyed. Yeah, I'm waiting for Manor Lords to be closer to done. We did a little bit of that, and I really liked what was there, but a lot of the stuff I really wanted to do wasn't in quite yet. Bellwright is one that I missed. I've heard it's really good, and I've heard it's kind of like Medieval Dynasty and those kind of games. But, like, it's got, like, different things that are weighted differently and all that. But so you really want to play through Baldur's Gate 3, but you keep starting at it, knowing I won't be able to sink all the time into it without bouncing to something else. And by the time you come back, you don't know what's going on. Yeah, that's the whole thing. As long as you cover the chat with the camera and don't show the map is fine. I still wouldn't do it. Like, if it's one of those games that you have to, like, worry about all that, I probably wouldn't. I mean... It's the whole thing. That was the thing we had to worry about with, like, EVE Online as well. Like, EVE Online, when you're doing, like, fleet ops. That was another thing that... There was a lot of pushback with people, like, streaming it or recording it or doing anything like that. Let's see, you played Son Goku Dynasty, and you have to say Bellwright is way better than the Dynasty series. Son Goku is the follow-up to Medieval Dynasty. Right, but even from the people into the Dynasty series, I generally heard that people, like, there were a lot of improvements in Son Goku, but a lot of people liked it less than Medieval Dynasty. But yeah, no, I've heard good things about Bellwright. That isn't to be like, no, Bellwright's not the better one. I don't know. But, Sengoku Dynasty is supposedly not as good as Medieval Dynasty. I have played Medieval Dynasty, and I enjoyed it, but, it has the RimWorld worker system. Oh, like the grid where you're like, you work this job, like priority-wise. Yeah, that'd be an improvement, versus Medieval is like, what do? You chop logs. What do? You chop logs. What else do you do? Look, man, you chop logs. But there's no logs to chop. Well... Then stop doing that. I'm going to give you a new assignment. You'll never chop logs with that. But it's like any other MMO shooters. I was on Tank Ops with streamers, and it wasn't that bad due to stream sniping. If people recognized the area we were in, we were already shooting the other side already, so it wasn't like there was a secret what we had where... Yeah, no, I get ya. The fear would be more like, you know, pulling up your map and everyone being like they're there and then moving into that area kind of thing. Yeah, and that's a whole thing. Oh, okay. I must have had a bottle top from water earlier because I went to put the top on there. I'm like, that's not even remotely close. I am really confused. Let's see. At least in Sengoku, it just magically appears once per day. But in Bellrite, you actually get stuff during the day. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Like, I enjoyed Medieval Dynasty, but it definitely got to the point of a bit on the grindy side really quick. I think we're actually at the point here where I need to go and repair my tractor. That's what I honestly think is slowing us down right now, is as your tractor gets damaged, just wear and tear damage, it effectively has a lower horsepower, and I think we've just reached that point that with the state of repair of our tractor, the horsepower is getting bad enough that we are getting massively slowed down. So after this stripe, we're going to go drop off, get our gas, do a repair, and then get back to it. So this is a huge field. We definitely, I would say the big goal for next year, is going to be that thing. Let's see, jump into RimWorld, but $90 for all the DLC is just bleh. Well, my general suggestion is don't do all, like, even as someone, if you've played a bunch of the base game, don't do all the DLC at once unless you catch it on some, like, ridiculous sale or something, which is really rare with RimWorld. I would choose a DLC, add that, and play with that for a while, and then do the next one, you get the idea. Generally speaking, for your first DLC, I would recommend Ideology or Biotech. Flip a coin, either's a good one. I think a lot of people, like, people argue to no end which one's the better one and all that. But flip a coin, choose one of those, you're going to get a ton of hours out of it. And when you start to feel like that one gets long in the tooth, grab the other one. And honestly, these days, the royalty DLC is a harder sell. Like, by all means, it's worth getting it. But, like, the royalty mechanic isn't super exciting and all that stuff. And you do get, like, the psionics and the like, Zeus hammer and all that. But these days, for, like, honestly, these days I almost don't find the Zeus hammer anymore. So weirdly, as we've gotten more and more material, it's like royalty has become less and less relevant to itself. It's been a long time since you played RimWorld. You did like the one playthrough, you did like a playthrough close to what you think was the release of the base game. You do watch a streamer called Disnoff that plays it primarily. Yeah, no, Disnoff's good people. We've ran back and forth Disnoff a couple times. Both in the RimWorld category and the Project Zomboid category when he's doing a lot of that. Persona Monosword. Man, half the time I get the Persona Monosword, it'll be like, what's the Monosword's persona? It'll be like one of the worst personas. You're like, oh my god. It's the sword of tears. Don't mind you're just trying to keep your streak going. There's $6,000 of the repairs. And 66 bucks. Ow. Now, so Sui's trying to keep it on the down low, but you should definitely check out Sui. He's a fantastic content creator and all that good stuff. Highly, highly, highly recommend. You know how to tell if it's still running, though, or not? That is a question. That probably has an answer, but I don't know what that answer is. If you go down to the bottom, it's like where you do the thing where you click to like make the point show up. It'll show on the bottom that's like, you know, you got, you know, 2 more streams till you hit 5, whatever. And it takes a little while to update. And it's just kind of one of those things. It's buggy. It's really buggy, especially if you do it on mobile. But yeah, so also, Sui's a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that kind of stuff. The mastermind behind the RimWorld Hot Potato and all that good stuff. So if you enjoy things like RimWorld and other stuff like that, you know, check out Sui. Has been doing a lot of co-working streams and all that because Sui is teaching these days, so doesn't have nearly as much time that they get to do their games and all that. They do get that in there. They've done like American Truck Simulator. We did Planet Crafter with them. We've done Project Zomboid and State of K2 with them in the past. Always good times. Because you always feel kind of mean when you put your streak in chat, because then you have people who are just starting their streak. Well, that's the thing. It's totally fine to be just starting the streak. The one that hurts is when something happens and your streak glitches and then you lose like a streak of like 100 plus. That feels bad, because I lost my streak with FG that I had. It was like 287 or some knots. I can't remember. It was way up there at the time. It was like near the max you could have, you know, for the time. And it was just one of those things that, like, even though I believe I caught all the streams, it just didn't stick. And so it's just kind of one of those things like, well. But it's been buggy, especially, like I said, especially if you access it on mobile, sometimes it just doesn't work. Yeah, so when we were struggling around 2-3 miles per hour and we're back up to 7. And that's because the poor tractor is in a bad state of repair. If this streak glitched, you would actually stop. I mean, realistically, prepare yourself that sooner or later something is going to happen. Whether it's glitched on your end or something happens on my end. Because, like, for the record, if I start a stream and I stream for a little bit and my power goes out or my internet goes down and something like that and the stream ends, everyone who doesn't stream, like, tune in at the beginning of the stream loses their streak. If I were to accidentally start a stream and then close it down and it ran long enough, it would still count as a stream and you'd lose your streak. Hey, Chronic, it's going pretty good. Good to see you. Let's see, watch Rual start like a 5-minute stream and you lose your streak. Well, that was the one I felt really bad for. There was a Thursday that I really couldn't stream the whole day, like the normal hours and all that, and I accidentally started stream because I just mistook what day of the week it was. And I was like, well, I just screwed a whole bunch of people's stream streaks. That's also kind of the point that I was like, you know what, if I stream an extra stream without warning people in advance, that's just what it is. Because I was literally, there was days I wanted to stream, then like Saturday or Thursday or Friday I wanted to stream, but I hadn't let people know in advance. It would have been like a half stream or whatever. And that the fear of people losing their stream streaks and being upset about it kept me from streaming. I was like, you know what, I'm making the executive decision that, like, I'm just going to stream. I'm not going to let this prevent me. Because it's also a thing that, with a lot of people I want to collab with, realistically, I'm going to have to do unusual hours on the stream, which means potentially ruining a bunch of people's stream streaks. And I don't want to be like, oh, well, I can't collab with people who aren't able to meet my schedule because of stream streaks. So it was like, I just made the decision that I'm not going to let stream streaks dictate how I do any of my content, because it's also buggy. It should give streamers, having 4 streams a month at least, that doesn't count towards the stream. Well, there was a lot of, we talked, so at TwitchCon, we actually got to talk to some of the people involved with the stream streak stuff and all that, and they generally said not to expect any changes to stream streaks for a while, that the person who actually created is no longer with Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, as part of the layoffs and all that. And with everything else they've got going on, it's just not a high priority. Because we were talking about, it's like, we need to be able to do a couple things. As a streamer, I should be able to tick and say, this is like a unusual timed stream, so don't count it towards stream streaks. Really, don't count it against stream streaks. And then also allow viewers to avoid having that dangerous behavior where, like, they feel they have to tune in every single time just to get their stream streak, even if it's really not healthy for them. You know, be able to allow them to put themselves into what's effectively like vacation mode, where it pauses their stream streak, and then they can stay away for a while, and then the next time they start coming back, it would start counting again. My understanding is Duolingo has something like that, where if you're going to be a little while, it does let you pause your streak and come back to it later. This is not if you're still waking up? Yeah. You wouldn't care it was something on your end, but if it glitches and breaks even though you're watching, then you'll be pretty upset, and that's fair. And like I said, it does that, especially on mobile. I've heard mostly okay things so far as it being on desktop, but I have heard people have it bug out in desktop too. It's still in their like experimental phase, and as I said, it doesn't look like it's going to get any real resources put at it for a while, because it's not the priority. And I don't think it should be the priority with a lot of stuff that Twitch has been dealing with right now. As much fun as the stream streak thing is, it makes sense to bump it out also. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like right now, one of the big monsters in the closet that Twitch has to deal with is the advertising stuff. And I don't know like how much, like it's not, let's see. Off topic, why does the plow go off to one side? To keep the dirt from piling up weirdly? Oh, you mean like why is it off-centered? Yeah, it's like the way the plow blades are kind of in line with each other, so that they don't dump the dirt back into the same one. So if we made it square, you could put them all next to each other, but that'd be a lot of torque on the end of it right there, whereas being at an angle, it'd be a lot less torque pushing on the very end. That's my understanding. If I just had to go like straight horizontally, the leverage on the far end of that would be far worse than going the same distance but kind of back at a diagonal. Because then the first plow grabs a bunch of the dirt, and then the second plow kind of has the overlap here, so it's only getting a part of thing. That said, I imagine there are plows that you could have that would be other structures and all that, but that's my understanding, is it's around not minimizing, but reducing the torque on it. So there's this fresh soil surface that could help decayed previous plants and nutrients. Okay. But I was gonna say, something that Twitch actually does need to focus on, I suspect they are focusing on, is with Twitch advertising, the software behind it. So not the number of ads they play or anything like that, but like how smart or dumb or otherwise their advertising software is. Because they play a lot of ads that aren't relevant to the wrong audiences. There's lots of things that advertisers really want, and advertisers right now are also extremely sensitive about having their stuff put near things that are controversial or political or whatever. They wanted to stay away from it. And so it is kind of one of those things that right now Twitch doesn't accommodate most of that. My understanding of what Twitch can do, and this is secondhand, so take a grain of salt, is they can consider what category game you're in. That's one thing. They can consider the tags on your channel. They can consider if you have any of the like content warning kind of tags saying like, hey, violence, hey, drinking, hey, drug use, hey, gambling, like those kind of tags. They consider those. And they consider your location. So far as like your just broad location. Are you in this part of Canada? Are you in this state? Are you in this country? Like that kind of thing. And that gives them some stuff to allow people to target ads and whatever, but not a lot. And I don't know how they're going to navigate that, because the reason that's a big problem is that the amount of money that Twitch gets per ad they show you is at a lower rate than most other platforms get. Because platforms that do all that really invasive targeted advertising that, you know, they look into your shopping history and all that kind of stuff to know like what to show you and everything, whether or not they're effective. And kind of one of those things with that is just something they've got to get sorted out and how they deal with that. Give viewers bits to answer surveys to help with target ads. Oh, I'm not talking about like the type of ads that are effective on the platform, if that's where that's going. But more so like as an advertiser popping into the platform, that Twitch even has the ability to say, well, I want to target people who are 25 to 38 because that's my target demographic for my clothing line. Or I want to deliberately target people who, you know, who happen to like, you know, go to this restaurant, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, give demographic information for bits? I would be down with that. I think that's not a bad idea. I think that'd be an entirely reasonable thing to be like, hey, if you give us this information, we will give you a fistful of bits, whatever the amount is. Certainly depends on the scope and breadth and everything of information. You don't want Trojan ads in your Christian Minecraft server? Well, that's the thing. There are, so for the record, they can target with those labels. It's not just saying I don't want to put my content. They can also say I do want to put my content. So there is a label for if your content is, you know, like sexualized content. And it doesn't mean porn before everyone's like, no, on my Twitch. No, it means like, you know, perhaps implying things or whatever. So if you were Trojan, that is a potential one. We say, no, 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 no. I would like to advertise on that bracket. Those are my people. Those are my customers. Or for the gambling tag, if you're the Luxor and you're like, no, no, no. You don't understand. I don't want my stuff to not be on the gambling page. This is the Luxor. For those who don't know the Luxor, that is a casino in Las Vegas. It's one of the big ones, the big pyramid. It's like, no, no, no. I want to deliberately put my advertisers here because these people probably gamble and we probably want to have our stuff with our likely customers. But so you don't know if you saw a bit about the... Yeah, no, you gave the difference between cultivating and plowing and all that. And sorry, I was just in the thread of thought. But should also allow you to not have certain advertisements on your stream, like they allow vendors to not have their ads. So I don't remember. I think it's something that YouTube used to do, and I don't believe does anymore. I want to say YouTube used to let me turn around and go in there, and they had their list, and it'd be like 50-something categories of ads. And I was allowed to choose, I think it was like 3 that I could choose, do not show that on my channel. And I think it could also say 3 that I could say, these are well aligned for my channel. And I don't remember as YouTube. There was a platform I got that option. I thought that was pretty neat. But that option went away. Whatever platform it went away. Which is probably just too many logistics on their side. And it was probably one of those things that, you know, you'd say no to the political ads. And then the politicians couldn't find literally anyone who would allow political ads. And so the platform was like, never mind, we're going to take this away from you so that we could still run the political ads or whatever. I don't know which categories would even be the problem. You looked up the cultivator difference. Shallow is small rocks, rapid weed growth. Deep is large rocks, slower weed growth rate. Gotcha. Versus not plowing. Yeah. Yeah, having the ads match the channel would be great for both the streamer and the advertiser. Right. And so that's what I was saying. I think that's where a lot of effort, at least if it's not, it needs to be. A lot of effort is currently going on at Twitch on the back end engineers. Because we have seen them expanding. Like, they added the content warning things. And we know the advertisers can do that. They used to not be able to target your tags. And we have lots of evidence that supports that they are now able to target your tags. And for what I'm talking about, the targeting your tags, where I have the tag that, I think I have the neurodivergent tag on mine, they could deliberately say, I don't want my stuff shown at people who have the neurodivergent tag, or I do want it to be shown with people with the neurodivergent tag. That's why you have Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium. Oh yeah, no, definitely, I have Twitch Turbo, I do not have YouTube Premium. And the YouTube ads are pretty rough. I imagine Twitch ads are also pretty rough. I personally, for me, I can't really justify doing the YouTube Premium. I just don't consume enough YouTube content to justify it, whereas Twitch, I do. And I've had Twitch for whatever. Trojan ads don't want to be shown with the no back seating tag. Oh, calm down, sir. Good pun, but also naughty. Turbo, yes, and Turbo also still supports streamers. You'll hear people's like, oh, don't get Turbo, it doesn't support. Yes, your individual sub does support me way more than Twitch Turbo. But it's not like you are taking money away from me by having Twitch Turbo. For those who don't know how Twitch Turbo works when it comes to consideration with content creators and our revenue and all that, basically, we have the number of ads that get played in the channel. It's either pre-rolls when you join the channel, or usually it's 3 minutes of ads per hour, however it's broken down. If it's more than that, then the creator has opted to show you more ads to make more revenue. But those are kind of the minimum bars that like 95% of Twitch creators use. So what ends up happening is when you would be subjected to those ads, if you're using Twitch Turbo, what ends up happening is it does go to, say those ads you would have seen, that you would have seen those 3 ads, and Twitch Turbo says, okay, we're going to pay the content creator as if you saw those 3 ads, even though you didn't. So it basically pays as if you watched all those ads that you don't get subjected to. As you considered buying YouTube Premium for a few times, mostly watch PC, where you have ad blocker. Yeah, so I had YouTube Premium at a point in time, and then I think they raised their price, and as well as things that, like, for a while I had been watching a lot of different channels on there, and some of them the channel went away. 1 or 2 of them, the person behind the channel ended up being not as, like, you know, they ended up doing some not great things, and I stopped watching their content as a result. We don't need to dig into that. And so it's just one of those things that I found more and more I was watching less and less YouTube and more Twitch. But that's just, I mean, there's going to be some people that's literally the opposite, that they just prefer the recorded content on YouTube and they don't really enjoy the live streaming, and that's fine too. Like, get your content where you want it, how you want it, kind of thing. Turbo gives more money than just seeing the ads, or period? I haven't seen evidence to really heavily imply one is better than the other between Twitch Turbo and that. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. But that's the reasons why, like, I've had people like, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't keep subbing, and like, hey, you're here, I'm still being supported. Like, literally, there's a reason why in the about sections, like, things you can do to support the channel, and the very first one's like, you're watching, congratulations, you're already supporting the channel. Because very genuinely, it does help a lot. And for the record, where people have been saying, like, oh, Twitch ads pay nothing and all that, I run the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls, not a second longer. And it's just one of those things that very genuinely, like, at a minimum, about a third of my revenue is usually around ads. So far as Twitch is concerned, we're not talking sponsorships and other stuff. Just Twitch concerned. And there's been a couple of times in the last couple of months that literally the ad revenue surpassed the amount that subs were paying and all that, so far as the amount we got. Let's see, when you were like 13, you'd play Markiplier videos while you slept, and now genuinely you can't sleep without one of his videos playing? Interesting. I definitely watched, you know, I watched some Markiplier. I wouldn't say a lot of Markiplier. Like, I enjoyed some of his content. I wasn't necessarily into a lot of, like, the Five Nights at Freddy and some of that, but, like, some of his, like, silly, dumb things he did were always fun. Like, he's definitely a solid creator. I haven't watched anything he's made in a while, though. Not for any particular reason, just, you know, I only got so many hours to give, and I've been putting them elsewhere. Oh no, someone's on my stream watching ads. What will I do with their extra money now? He made an Amazon Prime show? I heard. I just haven't kept up at all with any of that. But like I said, that was kind of the thing, as I found myself watching more and more Twitch versus YouTube. That I enjoyed the live content way more than recorded content. Not that there's anything wrong with either. Like, I still do pop in and catch, like, you know, one of Let's Game It Out videos. I very much enjoy those. But, like, even those, like, it used to be the moment it popped, I would sit down and immediately watch it. Nowadays, it's like, you know, I might catch it, like, a couple weeks later. It's like, oh, there was a new video over there. Let me go watch it. I don't watch as much YouTube. Not for any particular reason, it's just, I don't. Like, it's not even the ad situation over there or anything else. Yeah, Let's Game It Out is a fantastic content creator. So you do want to ask a dumb question live and get answers that you seek? Or watch a video, ask a question, and maybe get a reply where you have to be parsed and may not? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's different content. That's the reason why, like, when people poo-poo one or the other, like, where you get, like, the crappy comments on, you know, the VODs of your streams on YouTube, and people are, like, dumpstering and all that, they're like, look, man, if you didn't want live content, why did you look it up? It's like, that's what this is. They're just different mediums. There's neither inherently one better or worse than the other. They're just different. You know, some days you listen to an MP3, or if that's still, I mean, I guess it's still MP3. Some days you just listen to music that's pre-recorded, and some days you go to a concert. They're just different animals with different pros and cons. That doesn't mean concerts are inherently bad or recorded music's inherently bad. Unless it's AI generated, then I'd say it's bad. I'm teasing. I actually do feel like there's places that generative AI can be not awful. It's just it's being almost exclusively used for awful purposes right now. Let's see, all good as long as it's not MP5. But you've seen part of YouTube video that was claiming Twitch's days are numbered, saying stuff like that AdSense has stopped paying creators on Twitch and losing massive. Where you hear, like, if you're hearing the thing about the adpocalypse, as some people are coining it, that Twitch is going through the great adpocalypse. Ah, yeah, that whole thing. That was a whole lot of people not really understanding what's going on. To be fair, Twitch didn't disclose a lot of it, which is, you know, that's actually a party foul I put on Twitch. Basically what happened, for those who haven't heard about this whole thing, it was that there was large creators who suddenly found they went from having, you know, their literal thousands of dollars of revenue to physically zero. None. Nada. Zip. And that the claim had been that they were showing their 3 minutes of ads and not being paid, which is inherently false. I don't blame them for getting that wrong, because the UI would still mark it as 3 minutes of ads playing. It's just then their viewers wouldn't actually get ads. And that's going on to the tags and the content warning labels. That what would happen is when Twitch turned those on, some of those they took the time in advance to get with advertisers to be like, you can target these things and all that now in advance to get that all set up so that there would be advertisements available or not based on the label and all that. But with certain hot button things happen with big creators getting into rather controversial takes they took on Twitch that became very broad national news and all that. A bunch of content creators wanted their content to be nowhere near that. Twitch made the new labels for those things, as well as enabled tags to be things that content, you know, that could be targeted or not targeted. And so what happened was all of that happened without that preloading of a whole bunch of people was like, no, I'm fine being next to political ads or political content or whatever. And so what ultimately happened was literally you'd go there, you'd hit that ad block, and you'd have like the political content, you know, warning label or whatever, sensitive subject warning label, and you'd literally get not a single view, like a single ad shown on your channel, despite the block saying 3 minutes, because there was no content no advertisements already in the system saying, yes, I'm okay with being next to that. And so that's what the adpocalypse was about, was just people had various tags. Now, some of the tags that they got caught up with kind of suck. Because, like, for example, right now there's a lot of heated political stuff with Iran. If you're here in the U.S., that is a thing that when it comes up, it becomes a heated topic. We don't need to get into that part. But there are people who have come from there and have moved to the U.S., and they basically put that in as a tag in their channel because they're like, you know, they're proud of where they came from and all that, which is totally reasonable. And just because it was just an arbitrary country that got added as a political term on the tag so far as things, suddenly people who were like, hey, I'm proud I'm from this place that happens to have something politically involved going on, suddenly all their ad revenue is gone, which shouldn't happen, because in a certain way it kind of suppresses you being like, hey, you know, I represent that demographic, like, stop dumpstering me. And it wasn't a deliberate malicious thing. It was Twitch knee-jerk reacting to advertisers being very upset. Because, again, we had some big-name creators, which we don't need to say their names, who had very controversial takes they had done on their channel that it got to the point of national news. And understandably, a bunch of advertisers were like, whoa, I don't want my stuff next to that. Don't let my stuff be next to that. Like, I don't want my brand to be in any way associated with that thing. Like, I just want to sell cars and not be involved in the politics. And that's basically what happened. But, yeah, so it's one of those things that if you have a bunch of tags on your channel, it will cause you to get different advertisers. And Twitch, like where I do the 3-minute block, I'm not paid by Twitch because I said this is a window you can play 3 minutes of ads are on. I'm paid a cut of the money that Twitch would get from those ads that do get played. So if I end up with a 3-minute block, but you only get 1 minute, I get paid for the 1 minute of ads you got subjected to. And so if we do have that where like literally you're in a place that you get no ads, I obviously get no ad revenue from that, which is fine. Like I'm not fussed with that one way or the other. But yeah, so a lot of people, especially at the beginning of that, you know, were coming up with all different things that were happening, that Twitch was stealing money, and that was objectively wrong, or that people were being shown ads, but the content creator was not being paid. That was objectively wrong. And again, the problem is the Twitch UI, it does show that you're at a 3-minute ad block, so you assume your viewers are getting hit with 3 minutes, but it's up to 3 minutes. You might only get 30 seconds, you might get 0 seconds. We actually have a number of people who are in countries who tune into the channel that have very strict laws about what can and cannot be put into advertising, who literally don't get ads most of the year. Because there's just not that many people in those areas advertising on Twitch. If you're in the US and most of Europe, well, you're probably getting ads. Well, if you know someone who lost 1,000 subs due to people leaving the platform due to too many ads, I would be hesitant to believe someone who gave me that information. There certainly are people who are less active on the platform since ads gone up, but generally speaking, when you're looking at the number of viewers on the platform, the majority of people who do tune into Twitch do sub and or have turbo. There's not a lot of people, as far as like percentage of the user base, that does watch purely for free, because advertising is annoying. But it's kind of my thought, if someone goes, all right, the 3 minutes of ads per hour is a deal breaker on the platform, here's my challenge. Where are you going? Because YouTube's worse. Where is the place that you get less ads? Because I sure as heck don't know one. It's not to be like, here, let's hold up Twitch as a bastion of good things with practices with ads. We've already covered their software sucks with it. It's more so just the reality, if you're watching content these days, you're getting hit with ads or you're paying for it, or both. Like, very genuinely, both is a very common thing. That you have, like, the base one you pay, and then you still get ads, or you can pay, like, a premium on your premium to not get ads. And I'm not saying this is a good thing, but it's just kind of the reality that, like, if the content's free, you're getting money somehow. It's either advertising or they're selling your data. Or again, both. So you either pay for it, it's advertising, or it's thing. And again, I'm not saying this is good, yay this, but the reality is these things cost money to operate. They're gonna make money somehow. So they either gotta extract money out of you, or they gotta extract money out of somebody. That's saying, I would say something about Twitch, TikTok ads not being bad, but you haven't had the app download in like 2 years, the point you have no idea. Yeah, bandwidth is not cheap. Oh yeah, bandwidth is not cheap, and surprisingly, storing video. Yeah, don't get me wrong, data storage as far as numbers is not that expensive, but video is ridiculously large. The joys of living in Romania, you get like no ads, or you get them in French or Spanish, or once Polish. You don't know French, Spanish, and you definitely don't know Polish. Yeah. Yeah, no, bandwidth is extremely expensive. When you're talking large-scale data storage, that gets absurdly expensive. So it's just kind of one of those things. And even ignoring that, just the human time that goes into it as well. That can be another big thing. Just the amount of human hours that go into it. For as much as I'm bad-mouthing the software that Twitch is dealing with, like, they have all their people have to deal with, you know, bans and appeals and going through everything. How are the sheep? The sheep are doing fine. So the thing to keep in mind is that, with all this plowing, this has only been about half an in-game day, and we're starting to like get another half of an in-game day. And so it's just kind of one of those things that there's not a whole lot happening with the sheep, because when we're fast-forwarding time, we're moving the days really quickly, versus right now the days are going slowly because I'm plowing a giant field. So all you know in Polish is you recognize it in writing due to work. Yep, I don't know Polish either. But yeah, but that'd be another thing that kind of goes down to, like, you know, what language is the channel in should definitely be a thing considered with the viewership as well. That probably is. If it's not, it really should be. That, like, if the channel is English, that an advertiser can say, like, I want to advertise this on English-only channels. Because with the geolocation, especially, like, here in the US, we have a very large Spanish-speaking population, a very large English-speaking population. There are many other languages represented as well. There's areas that speak only German and all that. But predominantly, the two main languages you hear as far as raw numbers in the US is Spanish and English. Decent amount of Portuguese as well. Let's see, been about a day and a half in-game spent plowing. Getting pretty close to it, but that's because we have the second smallest plow because money. I could get a bigger plow, but then I need a bigger tractor, which is money. But realistically, I'm going to get this field plowed, and then for the next time I need to do it, I'm going to get either the cultivator or the harrower or one of these other things, because then I can just take that, and I can zip through here way faster. You occasionally get the same commercial twice in a row, once in English and once in Spanish. You know, at least that makes a certain amount of sense. If you're hedging your bets and be like, hey, if I drop both of these, I'm gonna catch like the 80-90 percentile of people their primary language or whatever, as far as, like, again, in the US. You get a lot of French ads, and you're on the border of Quebec. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard from a lot of Canadian content creators and viewers that, like, they see a lot of French ads. And I know when it comes to, I believe it was Quebec, there are requirements for a lot of things to be in both English and in French. Because I remember that was a whole thing. I worked on software for, I don't remember the name of the organization. It's the Canadian Scouts. So like their equivalent of like Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, that kind of thing. And it was a big legal requirement that had to be in both English and French. Which was interesting because we didn't have a single person in the company who spoke French. I did like working on that project, as frustrating as it was, because I did learn a lot. Like, that's where I learned about how you handle having, like, websites and applications and all that, where it's the same code base for all of them. And instead of having, like, this is the French version, this is the English version, you'd have your one version, and it could read and put in the appropriate language based on how you access the website or application. We had both. And there was a lot into, was it localization? That's the technology, localization. So, like, learning how to do localization so you can support lots of different languages and all that. Which is one of the reasons when I see a website that does it badly, I badmouth them. Because I've had to go through that headache, so I know they're doing it wrong. Only because I had to muscle through figuring it out and doing it wrong myself until I learned how to do it right. Let's see, Quebec is opposed to all things English to the point where home appliances have to be in French, and it's become a trade issue with the US. So my understanding was it was required that they also include French, that you're expected to have both English and French as a requirement, not that it was one or the other. That was my understanding. So, like, their signs have to be both. Which in some ways is honestly kind of more of a difficulty than if they were just like, everything has to be French, and be like, okay, it has to be French, you know, that's worked fine for France. If it's in Quebec, it's French first. Gotcha. Interesting. I mean, if they look at their population, it's like 90% French or something like that. But they want the French language bigger? Yeah, I mean, I still don't have a problem with that. Because like to me that's kind of the same thing as like, oh, I want to do business with Brazil. Okay, well, I believe Brazil speaks Portuguese. Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong, and a whole bunch of Brazilian people just like, how dare you, sir? But you get the idea. That's the language whatever language they speak in Brazil. Isn't it Spanish? That's what I don't remember. I don't remember it's Spanish or Portuguese, and I remember if you say the wrong one, they get upset about it. It is Portuguese. Thank you. Because I remember it's one of those ones that if you have someone who speaks like Portuguese in their country and you say, oh, they speak Spanish there, they'll be like, we don't speak Spanish here. We speak Portuguese. Fair enough. Like, this is my bad. This isn't me saying that they're oversensitive about it or anything like that. It's just very much like they have this, like, both are considered natural language, not 100%. Gotcha. So it's probably like here in the US that both English and Spanish are completely acceptable languages here. No matter how much people scream, almost every legal document has to be available in both languages because we do not have an official formal language here in the US. Look it up. But it is one of those things. That said, most stuff is in English here. English is definitely the dominant language, but not by as much as a lot of people would like you to think. Portuguese is the official and national language for Brazil. Gotcha. I thought so. But the point being is if I want to have customers in Brazil, then I'm going to need to have my thing in Portuguese. Let's blame Britain for everything? That seems fair. I like blaming others for my problems. Not really, but, you know. You think it's the same, at least in parts of Finland, where they're required to have Swedish documents as that? Yeah. That's not an uncommon thing. There's a lot of countries that don't have an official language, because the idea of an official language didn't come till, like, way later. And so a lot of places just never bothered. And especially areas that were, like, colonized and all that. So you had, like, people who showed up who spoke English for, like, colonizing. And then you had, like, other people who showed up to colonize who spoke Spanish. And then you had, you know, the indigenous population as well who, you know, spoke, you know, their languages and all that. And so a lot of them were like, okay, we're just going to leave this official language thing alone. But yeah, not the whole thing. It's interesting. It's also interesting that, like, even just looking at English by itself, that the various places that English has arrived and all that stuff, and people speak and all that. But then you had the other languages present in that area, that new words getting introduced to the English language and all that kind of stuff. And so one of those things, when you're looking at that, you'll actually have entirely different series of words that will show up because of it. You know, where we talk about, like, the various slang and all that you have in, like, Australia and the way that sounds, and the various slang and all that in the UK and how that sounds, and the various slang here in the US and how that sounds. And they're just very much entirely different. Like, they're the same language, but there's a whole lot of words that none of them will understand from each other. It to be like, what's that word? What's that mean? Like, I get the premise. You were insulting me, but I don't actually get the insult. As you know, in California has a thing where, for healthcare, if you have more than 5,000 people in service area with a different language, they will have to provide documentation language. I think that's reasonable. Elevator, lift, yep. Yeah, and if you have someone who's been here in the U.S. for a long time, especially younger people who just, when I say younger, we're talking like kids, children, you know, who haven't heard the British version of elevator, which is lift. And you're just like, oh yeah, we're going to go ride the lift. They'd be like, the what? What's a lift? Cart versus trolley. So that bloke sounds that meaningful. You have Newfoundland? Yeah. There's all sorts of stuff. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. And it's just kind of one of those things. You can choose to ignore it and just keep doing, like, you know, here, and this is an arrogance thing we have here in the US, is that we will produce stuff in American English and just send it out in the world, not worry about localizing anything, and go, why do we have so few customers abroad? Well, one, a bunch of them don't speak your language, and two, they speak a different version of your language, so they're looking at half the words you're using, and you chose the Americanized version, and they're scratching their heads being like, what do they mean by that? That's a really weird word choice. And it's fine if you're primarily dealing with domestic customers and whatever, but, you know, again, if you're trying to sell stuff in Japan and you don't have anything in Japanese, it's gonna be a difficult pitch. You gotta pretty picture a bunch of words they can't read and all that. Now, granted, Japan has a very high number of people who speak English and all that, and they would manage, but you get the point. There's the whole, like, translation layer in the way your brain works, that you've learned your first language and everything kind of goes through that filter, where there's like, okay, this is the word boat, or I can't think of another language the word boat. So, you know, here's table, and then someone goes, oh, auf den Tisch. So they're saying on the table. And so your brain goes, Tisch. Tisch is German for table. Table is the wood thing. Ah, that. Someone's fine with American English, but once you get into slang technical words, they can go bend themselves. Oh yeah, nuts. When you get into really technical topics, that is one thing I don't envy. I don't envy people who sit there and, like, they have to write their courses in English and then trying to make a equivalent of that. So, like, when you're making a new technology, so you've just invented this new framework that everyone should be using. It's amazing. It does all sorts of amazing things for software development. And you know, it came out of California, English-speaking place, and you're writing up your documentation, and you've got people abroad who are adopting it, and they're just kind of going, what does this word mean? What's that? And you're going, okay, well, how do I translate that into your language? Just because, like, you know, it is a technical term, and the direct translation is just not correct. Like, there's definitely times you have, like, the direct translation for things like that is just going to anger and confuse people. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. English is the primary only accepted language for pilots and air control? Is that really true? I mean, I know primary and accepted, like, in the US, but, like, if I fly into China and they get on the air traffic control, like, are they still exclusively speaking English? Radio General? Gotcha. I wasn't aware. Well, it's because there's, like, a handful of languages that are, like, primary languages in the world that, you know, you can go somewhere and if you start yelling, someone will else be able to respond. Like, usually, like, you know, Spanish, Portuguese, English, Mandarin is pretty common. Trying to think of other languages that say are widespread enough that, again, assuming you're in a room with a yeah, I don't know enough about Arabic languages. I'll say probably. I just don't know, like, if different countries, like, in the Middle East have different versions of Arabic. Like, it's one of the languages I have little exposure to, so sure, I will go with that. But you get the idea. There's a handful of languages that you can go just about anywhere in the world, and if there's, like, 100 people in the room and you're like, hey, does anyone here speak this language? You can probably find someone who at least passably speaks it. You know, it may be survivalist level, but at least enough to be like, the bathroom's over there kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't sure, like, how different it was. But you get the idea. Versus then you run into perfectly good languages that, you know, if I go into a room and I can say, hey, does anyone here speak German? Like, don't get me wrong, German actually gets around a lot as a language, but if I grab a random sample of 100 people, there's a good chance I might not find anyone there. Now, I might find someone who speaks a language very similar to German that, you know, sure, the vocabulary is all wrong and all that, but I can kind of fumble my way through enough to get pointed to a bathroom or whatever. But it'd definitely be one of those things that like someone's doing layers of, okay, contextually, what are they saying? Maybe I can piece it together. Duolingo teaches a language from Game of Thrones. Hey, you can still learn Klingon if you really want. Let's see, there was a big issue a few years back about Chinese pilots not speaking English beyond set expressions they usually needed. So when problems came up, things were not great. Yeah. Well, that was the thing that surprised me. I was like, man, that would require every single pilot to have learned English. And like, don't get me wrong, for a lot of European nations and here in the U.S. and Canada and Mexico and whatnot, that's mostly true. Most of the people there will have learned English, and I think Brazil mostly a lot of them will be able to speak English as well as Japan. But like, I am not under the impression that China has a large focus on teaching people English. I could be wrong. Like, I just don't know enough about China. That's one place I would like to know more. The Arabic and Hindi are similar in that they have a standard form that is basically spoken nowhere, and their local varieties are very different. Standard form. Gotcha. You highly doubt China would teach much, but that's the curiosity, is I wouldn't have a huge amount of thing. Ukrainian fighter pilots needed English training before they learned to fly the F-16. That would make sense. Italian is like that. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. You have a bunch of languages that have the same root language that, you know, it's like Portuguese and Spanish. These are two different languages, but there's like a lot of shared vocabulary between them because they still come from like the same root language. And there's a lot of other languages, like there's a lot of Germanic-based languages as well that are similar, and whatnot. So it's not one of those things that you could just like grab someone who's Spanish and Portuguese and say have a conversation. There'd be a lot of struggle there. But again, when you're talking like the survivalist of where's the bathroom, where's the airport, that's usually can fumble through enough shared language to be like, you know, maybe I don't know the two languages well enough. Maybe the word for airport is dissimilar enough that you might not catch it. But if the person was like fly, you know, like going fly, wherever you're like, oh, fly, I can, yeah, you're looking for the airport. Versus like, you know, if you're someone, all right, looks like I don't get the lines anymore. If you're someone who speaks like English and someone says airport, and the word like airport and fly and all that, there's just no shared language on that regard. You might have to move so many things back. You're just getting to the point of like pantomiming and drawing pictures and that. At which point, you know, you're not doing language anymore. You are communicating, but not through spoken language. Let's see, there was a plane crash because something like we're out of fuel and they said we're low on fuel. Gotcha. Let's see, computer in English is computadora in Spanish. Yeah. Let's see, you'd say Swedish and Norwegian Dendrum. Let's see. Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish are in on a spectrum similarity, where Swedish is the most strict and Norwegian being intermediate and Danish being a Swedish person drunk. Okay, that's certainly a way to put it. I'm not going to be the one who says that's what I think, because actually, I know those are three languages that when I run into it, I'm like, I will try and fumble through pronouncing it, but it's very difficult for me. They're another language I don't have enough familiarity with to be effective in. That's when I see like a lot of usernames and a lot of people giving conversation and they're in German, I can usually get pretty close to the correct pronunciation on. French words, it depends. There's definitely French words that throw me for a loop. That I see the letters and it doesn't, you know, it just doesn't click. It's just a very different way of pronouncing things. don't mind the Boston accent and all that. Like I definitely worked IT with the guy who had like a very thick Boston accent. And most of the time it wasn't a problem at all. There was definitely once or twice where I'd go to say something, I'd kind of stare at it and be like, oh man, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Yep, can't think of his name. I'm gonna say Paul, I know that's wrong. But you know, like, be like, Paul, I got no idea what you just told me. It's like, I know you want me to do something, but whatever those two words in the middle were, I am trying desperately to put it together, and I am just not getting it. And that could usually be like a colloquialism thing where we have like two different words for the same thing kind of stuff. Let's see, you'd agree that Sweden Norwegian is easier to understand for non-speaker. Danish is farther off, where Danish Norwegian shares the most similarity. Gotcha. Like that was, I remember it was Germans and Nederlands were similar language. Cause like they had I should say they had a shared vocabulary that they had like a lot of similar words between them. I remember running into that before. That like in a pinch I could manage to get enough words through to someone who spoke Nederlands trying to speak German versus, you know, other ones where you'd speak that and like that's not helping either of us. Let me try something else. But you're working engineering dispatch for Rual, and you had one of the Scottish engineers call us, and all I could do was going, yep, this dude is speaking English. Wish I knew what they wanted to say, though. Aw, man. I had a professor at the university that was my instructor, and he was a smart guy, but he just had such a thick accent. I'm still not entirely sure what accent it was, but it was definitely one of those ones that I got to the point I was starting to record the lessons to try and parse out what he said after the fact. Because he had a very thick accent and he spoke fast. And he didn't repeat himself. That wasn't a thing that was going to happen. And that was tough. And I can usually manage with accents pretty well, but that was a particularly difficult accent for me. Because like, you felt like you could catch only a handful of the words, and you're going, I'm missing a lot of very important things here, and I don't know how to figure out what they were. Let's see, you have Farming Simulator 25 today, and you accidentally put it in manual instead of automatic. How do you change it back to automatic? Here. So if we go into your settings, as we save, I believe it was in here. Yeah, so right down here. Well, actually, sorry, that's automatic engine start. I know there's your controls in here, but I do know it's in here somewhere. Yeah, here you go. So go to your settings, general settings, and under input controls, gear shift mode, and you can switch it from automatic to manual. Let's see, it was a funny accent. You started calling yours Russian? Oh, so you had like a French accent with like a Russian accent? I've heard some people with some really cool accents where they just have like, you know, an unusual combinations of origins. I've also had a number of people who have come up to me and apologized a lot. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I realize it must be so hard to understand with my accent. And honestly, never have I had someone who's been in that situation who's actually been hard to understand. Usually the only time I really have a problem understanding someone with an accent is when they speak really fast and just run with it. And you have to click apply? I believe so. I do believe you have to click apply. I'm not 100% on that, but I would guess you do. Let's see, isn't it possible to surgically remove spoken French? I mean, if you do certain things to mess with someone's tongue or teeth, they will not be able to pronounce certain things. And you know, if there are common pronunciations in a language, it's going to be miserable for them to speak it. But I think that'd be true of just about any language. Let's see. Written Dutch. I'm guessing NL is Netherlands? I actually don't know what NL is in this context. Is kind of intelligible as German speaker. Yes, spoken is... Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Like, how things are written and how things are spelled can be very difficult. Yep, Netherlands. Okay, I figured contextually it was NL, but I wasn't confident. I am willing to imagine that Korea does hold spelling bees. Like, I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think just about every country has spelling bees. Over 1 million words scare you? I mean, are we talking 1 million commonly used words? Because I want to say English has some absurd number of words too. I mean, most languages do. But like, then you go to the ones that are commonly used and it's really... It's a big number, but in relatively speaking, it's not that big. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that was a whole XKCD comic they did where they were describing, I think it was the Saturn V rocket, but using only the most common 10,000 words in the English language or something. And even that, just trying to read it, was like absolute butchery of language. Let's see, That's What You Love Romanian, with only 4 exceptions, it's written as spoken. Yeah, no, there's definitely some languages that do that way better. There's some languages that you can look at it, and as long as you've learned the pronunciations of that language, you're good. Versus, like, English is notorious for, well, you look at this word, and it looks like it should be pronounced this way, but it's really not. That happens all the time in English. Let's see, barely any spelling bees there in Germany. Never seen one, not even on TV, except the US. We don't typically see spelling bees on TV anymore in the US. They still do them, but they don't often televise them anymore. English has only 300,000 words. I would be skeptical that there's not more than that. I would say there's maybe only 300,000 commonly used words. That I'd believe. Because even if you look at just like cars, you know, there's got several dozen different words to describe car. You mean like Q? Where the U is just queuing after the Q? Yep. English took every other Romance language into the back alley. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Americans can't read? I wouldn't agree with that. English is a Germanic language? I think officially we're considered a Germanic language, but it is really a hodgepodge of, you know, just grab bag of a whole bunch of different languages and squish them all together. Let's say they, there, is really confusing if you think about it. Oh yeah, no, that's honestly when you're learning to write and all that, those are a whole thing you run into because it is confusing that like there's almost an entire lesson plan dedicated to just those 3 words. It's really confusing to think about. And most English words are formed from another language. Yep. And everyone makes fun of people using the wrong word as if the entire world revolves around one language. I mean, that's again a common arrogance we have. That's one of the reasons why I get really annoyed when someone is like, you know, making a valid criticism or a valid argument around someone's like, oh, you misspelled that word. It's like, so you're just proving that you don't have any counter argument to what this person said, that you can't stand up against the point they're trying to make, that you had to drop down to either making fun of their appearance or, you know, petty insults or like picking at their grammar or whatever. You know, you demonstrate you don't have an argument to stand on, so you're going to try and deflect into things unimportant to the conversation. You heard a lot of people say new for no. It is both confusing and funny to me, because new is no in Romanian. Oh, interesting. I do know one thing that throws me is the few times I've had to look at languages. So I'm just accustomed to left to right, and then you go down. So you're like left, right, left, right, left, right. But there are languages that read from up, down, right, left, and all that. That is honestly one of the hardest things for me to adjust to. Because like, I'll be fine when I think about being like, okay, I need to read this from right to left. And then you go one line farther, and your brain immediately clicks back to left to right. You're like, no, we're reading this the other way. That's why you stopped learning Arabic. I'm very happy that I believe it was in middle school, 2 classes I took that were just kind of like random interest things for me. Was I took a class that was called Foreign Languages. So it wasn't a specific foreign language, just foreign languages. And it kind of hit, when I say survival level, it's like, where's the bathroom? Where's the, you know, where, like, how do I find, you know, insert name of place? Like, you know, very, very basic things that, you know, if you travel, you might need to ask someone. But it covered a whole range of languages. So they had, you know, we already had English. So we had, like, French, we had Spanish, we had Chinese, which is Mandarin. We had Russian, we had, I think, Japanese. So I had, like, a good, like, 7 or 8 different languages that were, like, relatively common languages used. We had German. And it was kind of interesting, like, going through all that kind of stuff and just really comparing. And it was the Russian and the Japanese languages that absolutely killed me, because I believe Japanese was from top to bottom. I think that was Japanese. It could be wrong. And it was Russian was from right to left. And I think that was the case. And I remember just, like, struggling so hard. Because I'd even read the sentence right to left, but then I wrote it back down. I would write it left to right, so all the words are backwards. And it was just really difficult. Let's see, the best explanation for the top-down writing is from the movie about samurai, when the daimyo, I know the word. It's like a leader. Daimyo. I cannot pronounce it. Asked why English is written left to right. Not knowing how to answer, the English dude, well, why is Japanese written top down? It says, as a man starts with the head and ends with the feet, so does the sentence. I mean, I think it's an arbitrary decision for every single one of them. That they may have some reasons for it, but it was just, this language was written this way, and that's just how it's written. Let's see. What was the programming followed by angle brackets? Coloring direction? That must be fun. Like, there was a language that, like, they'd write down the column? Is that what you're saying? Because I hate the very idea of that. Maybe due to people being right-handed. That's like left to right, right to left. I can figure that was because of right to left-handed. Top to bottom is the one that I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, Japanese can be top to bottom or right to left, yes. But basically everyone daily writes left to right. Except maybe legal documents historically. Gotcha. Are there languages from bottom to top? Not that I've heard. That one I wouldn't suspect, because it'd be weird having a bunch of white space on the top of your page. just with the way you naturally tend to grab things. Would you recommend this game? No, it's terrible. No, I'm teasing. No, it's a pretty fun game. The only thing when it comes to recommending a game is I obviously don't know your preferences, don't know what, you know, you'd consider to be the worth of a game and yada yada yada. So I can say I enjoy the game and I've gotten a ton of hours out of the game. And so for me, it's a fun, relaxing time. So for me, for myself, I would say, you know, it was worth it because I was given a key for the version on their store, but then I did buy the game separately on Steam, so I did purchase this game. So for the people it's like, oh, but you got a key. It's like, well, technically yes, but I also still bought it. Look, I like Steam achievements. It's a thing, and yes, it's a problem. It's a problem I embrace. You don't know why English drive on the left, but in Japan, it's because hitting someone else's sheath was a dual challenge. So they had to travel on the left of sheaths towards the outside of the road and not change each other. Gotta love them trying to see it. Hey man, you need those pixels. That little ching sound that it gives you when you get it, that is straight dopamine to the brain. And the last stripe of the field. And after all of that, we'll finally have the field plowed. That's exactly what you just said aloud about dopamine. I mean, it's true. I'm thinking about downloading more RAM so you can fit more achievement pixels. Hey man, download that right there with your car. See, now I have to go through and make sure there's no spots missing. That I've been keeping an eye on. The only thing we could run into is this row here. I might miss a little spot or two. Because this is, if you remember, we had like 2 different angles going from the ends of the field. And as you can see, we're going to be missing some spots here, I think. Just because they were slightly cattywampus. And that's the reason I went to the outsides and worked towards the middle, is that way I would only do with that. Playing Bit Burner. I don't know what Bit Burner is. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I'm going to do one more pass to catch this half of the field where these two deviate, which should not be a thing the next time, because now it'll be one big rectangle. Will it say how big the field is in acres when you're done? I believe so. We can actually check. Oh, I think I have to actually look at the field. The game where you write code to hack stuff? Oh yeah, no, I mean a big part of that. You can turn off the game, or you can turn the game fully idle if you code good enough. Yeah, no, I've done a couple of programmer games. Like I've done 2 or 3 different variations of a game where they give you like a robot that you can customize, and then you have to program the thing. You're playing the new Frontier? How do you like it? I do like it. It's a lot of fun. I am playing the first version of it so far as like they've got like 3 maps in one kind of thing now, which is my understanding is you get the one I have, you get one that it's the same map but they've kind of added in a bunch of fields and then like chopped the areas a little bit smaller, because like this one my one big complaint is the areas were just way too big. They're like a tile of land is like $600,000 or $400,000. But they've got one that they've chopped that down to not be a thing. And then they're supposed to have a version that's got a bunch of trees to it. So it's like a more forested map. Let's see, Welcome to the Game 2 would be a cool stream. That one sounds familiar. Yeah, I went to all 3 and just drive around to check it out. Yes, this is the first iteration they had before they added the other ones. Which I've been pretty happy. If you're looking for a survival style map where it's like there's nothing there except for like the bare minimum, and you kind of add to it, that's what this one is. Which is exactly what I was looking for, because I like to do what's referred to as the Survival Man Challenge. Survivor Man Challenge, which is basically you're building up from nothing on hard economy and all that. You're starting to get a wheel and joystick this week, and you want to do a fresh start in a new map? Gotcha. Oh, I think it's just Survivor is the command, not Survivor Man. Let's see. Welcome to the game is pretty much searching for codes on the dark web to save someone from a red room. Fairly dark game. Gotcha. Yeah, and I did update that command recently to reflect our different rules here. Because this one, the last one I said we started with a chainsaw in a dream, because that's what we started with. And this one I had chat vote, and they voted that they wanted me to start, instead of with just the chainsaw, to start with like the bare minimum for mowing grass. Which is mostly the same thing, because it's like, oh, but hang on, that's ever so slightly more towards your goal. And like, yeah, but that just means I saved myself 1 or 2 trips. Alright, and then with this, that'll take care of that. So we definitely need to not be using this, because the amount of maintenance I had to do on the tractor and the plow, that's a lot of money. But you get starting land, or did you just do contracts? So I'm not allowed to do contracts, so I did give myself a tile of land. Because usually that's what you do, is you start yourself with a tile of land, and the most common one is you'd start yourself with a tile of land, and then you'd give yourself a chainsaw. Basically, you'd start yourself, you get yourself a bunch of money, you buy a tile of land, you buy a chainsaw, and then you would delete all the money from your save. You know, whether using mods or whatever. That's the way you normally start it. And then the idea from there is you'd cut up trees and all that, and you would slowly use that to buy your next piece of equipment, to get more to buy your next piece of equipment. Because you do have to have the land owned to be able to cut down trees. Otherwise the game tells you to go fly a kite. And that was the reason I was kind of like, oh, it's a bummer that the tiles of land are so big on this map, is because they gave you a whole lot. Does this map have contracts? Yes, it does. Alright, so it's not time for us to seed the field or anything yet, so I'm going to go ahead and take this and set it aside. Well, it did actually end up costing us several $1,000s, like a good $5,000-$6,000 to plow that whole thing, because of how big. So there's existing fields? Yeah, so I got a handful of fields on this tile north of me, which is why I didn't touch that tile. I went for the next one below it. That's fine. Yeah, so it's saying it needs lime. I don't own the machine to put down lime yet, nor can I really afford it anyways. So that's the thing that's not going to happen. Is that? No, that's not the one I need. But we can see it's fertilized, so we are going to take a penalty. So what are you going to grow on the land now? Still grass? No, so we had a dice roll thing we did, like a little wheel roll we did. And with the wheel roll, so I need water for the sheep. So with the wheel roll we did, it determined what was going to be our first crop, and it landed on barley. So our first crop is going to be barley. We did roll the wheel for what our second crop is, just so I was checking to see if I was going to get multiple types of grain, so that, you know, if I did, I'd split up and have like barley and wheat or whatever the options were. The second crop is going to be sugarcane. So we went from a pretty standard, typical, easy enough to do crop to one that's a lot more of a pain in the butt. So we are going to need to go in and do like the flour mill and the bakery and all that. Could have been root vegetables. I've said I will most likely mod if I get root vegetables to just add some capacity to the to the big harvester, because I don't need it to have a lot, just enough that I, like, if the AI driver and me get slightly desynced with each other, I don't run the situation where suddenly I can't do anything. Oh no, this science field is not going to be sugarcane. We will keep this barley for now. Maybe later I split it up into 2 fields, but that field will be that size, and we will have a separate field for the sugarcane. I'm not going to do one crop and then stop producing that crop. The idea is I get barley going, and then barley will forever be a crop on a field. Likely that field, but like I said, there is a chance later on I will take that field and split it up just a little bit. Okay. Like, I'm imagining what I'll do with the sugarcane is I'll probably try and grow enough sugarcane that I can keep the sugar mill, whatever it is, happy. Which will be interesting, because that means I'll have flour and I'll have sugar. And we build the greenhouse, I'll have the strawberries. And we could easily toss down the stuff for the honey. That honestly puts me in really good place for making the cereal. I'm trying to remember. That's mostly ingredients for the cereal, if I remember correctly. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. So it has the actual, not the flour, but the raw crop. So, well. Man, I gotta, like, I did sugarcane like once in Farm Sim 22. Like, I did it just to try it. And I never got back to it. So that'll be one I'll need to figure out. All right. Sugarcane is best with friends? Well, I'm gonna be going solo, so it is what it is. I'm hoping stuff like that will be much better with the AI now. That the AI will just be way better about doing that stuff. Oh yeah, no, I independently did all my tests on that we actually have an entire list of like all the best to worst crops so far as profitability in the Discord. The only one I know on the list that's wrong is peas, because I did it before they adjusted the value of peas. So it's the old value. Isn't sugarcane just retextured beets? I don't believe so. Like, I believe they're very different, if I recall correctly. You just want the mod? Follow me back? What? I'm missing something? You meant harvest-wise? Okay. So everything should be sorted. You are good on water. Do you good on grass? You're good on grass. All right, and let's double check our calendar. That barley is a September crop. Let's see, follow me was a mod that they allowed to set an AI to follow you at XY distance. Oh, okay. That's where it's like, what? I'm so confused. Sugarcane regrows up to 3 times before you need to plow it under and replant it. Gotcha. I didn't know if you need to replow that. That's those ones that, like, I messed with once forever ago and then never touched again. Let's check. What header do you use on the harvester? So it's an MF8570. Okay. Well, I mean, that would be the thing for holding the sugar cane. And I'd love to buy it on the discount, but I gotta be very careful because we still have to do the fertilizer and we still have to do the seeds, and then we still need to do the harvesting header. For the harvesting head thing. We should be good for all of it, but I really don't want to take the risk. Come on. We're definitely going to need to get the other sheep thing, just so I don't have to deal with this nonsense where it's like finding the one spot actually. You know what we might be able to do? Let's see if this helps real fast. I might be wasting my time. Okay. Let's see if that helps at all. Isn't clothing a decent moneymaker? Yep. That's something we should actually do. Because I'm gonna get the barley set up so it's at least doing relatively good. Where is your spot? Because it's not actually right where that dot is. There we go. There's just a little spot right in front of there is where the actual place you get that is. Alright, so we've got that. Let's see, your current playthrough, kimchi is your bread and butter. Yeah, we'll eventually get there. Alright. Yeah, no, clothing is a decent moneymaker. I'm gonna get the barley up, and once I get the barley up, that's when I'm gonna start going, okay, let's get some production lines in here. So I'll figure out a place to put like the big sheep place, get our sheep moved over here, delete the little one, and all that. What are you? Oh, you're just a different cedar. Okay. You're like 3 meters though, so I'm not using that. Because I already have my cedar, which I bought earlier than I should have. Yeah, because we got the plow. Yeah, so there's the cedar we got, which is 4.6 meters. Alright, so let's go ahead and check our production lines. We're good in the water. The sheep are good in everything. And then pretty soon we're gonna have it time to get our stuff set up here. Because I'm not really sure how many seeds or fertilizer I need yet. We're gonna be pretty sparing on our spending on as much as I can be, though. That'd be nice to get eventually. And there are tornadoes spawning literally right here. So there's a tornado for people. And you might be like, oh no, does it hurt you? Not really. It'll break down some trees and all that. I don't think it hurts your buildings or anything like that. But yeah, you can see the trees broken down there. If we speed the time up, you'll see it move away. They're kind of cool, but a little underwhelming. I think it's fair, though. I feel like if they made the tornado anywhere near as destructive as it really would be, that it would end up being a not fun thing to deal with. I'm kind of hoping, low-key, that we'll have the lime spreader come by on sale again. Because if I get that, that should be cheap enough that I can put down the lime, then do it. But I'm not expecting that. It had to be right now in-game today, because we're going to be seeding today. And I want to do the lime, then seed. But realistically, at the full price, if I spend it, I might not be able to afford the header. And I'm just not willing to take that risk, because I'd rather get some output than no output. Like a not as good output, I should say, versus no output. A foraging mixture reaction blends silage, hay, and mineral straw for total mixed rations. You plant potatoes. Okay, so nothing there. So with what's going to happen here is today is planting day. Time to plant our first crop of barley. So I'll just need to grab our seeder. And I'll need to change you to barley. And now I need to go to the products. And I will need to buy solid fertilizer. I have no context of how much I need of this right now. I'm assuming I'm going to need more than one box. Do you have the header for the harvester? I do not, but it's 30,000 and I have enough money for it. I'm waiting basically to see if it'll go on sale. We can get the seeds. And we'll see how that does, and then I can adjust as needed. Okay. So I need at least one more. But then we get an idea of how many of these I need to do a field. Alright, so let's go here. Change you to steering assist. Because we definitely don't want to be paying the AI at our highest economy settings. Because that'll financially ruin us. Alright, well that's finishing its first row. I need to quickly go and grab myself a drink again. I'll be right back. I grabbed a soda because I needed caffeine. I've been really good about not drinking much soda these days, but it's getting a bit late, getting a bit tired, and I still got more time left on stream. But yeah, these will all be processes that get way better in the future. Like right now we're dealing with the small equipment. Some of the bigger investments I'm going to probably do in the short term is we're going to try and get a cultivator that's way wider than that plow, so it's nowhere near as slow as the last one. We'll want to get much bigger equipment on all of it. So like the first thing is to get like literally the minimum to be able to produce, and then just keep trying to scale it up more and more. But then with all this, Because I plowed, I don't need to deal with weeds. So that's one good news we have. This will already have fertilizer because we plowed fully grown grass. It'll have 50% grass on it, or 50% fertilizer on it, so this should knock it up to 100%. So we should have a fully fertilized for basically... The only things that are going to be hurting our yield is we didn't lime it because I don't have the equipment. I'm not going to roll it because I don't have the equipment. And those are the two things that are going to hurt our yield. That shouldn't be too bad, though. Be interesting how much you get off this first crop. Not as much as I'd like it to be, but, you know, it should be fine. Isn't rolling like 2.5% yield? Something like that. I usually don't worry about the rolling. Let's see, and for fresh, let's see, and 15% for fresh slime with a reduction of 5%. You normally just fertilize and call it good. Well, it also lime, you guess. Yeah, and that's the same here, is I usually just toss down the lime when it tells me, and then I will fertilize the field if it's not, you know, at least like 80%. If it is already at like 80%, then it's like, it's probably not worth it. But yeah, eventually we'll get a, it's something like 16 plus meter wide cedar that can just do these giant passes. Alright. Yeah, so I've got field cleanup to do on the edges here, but that's fine. Once we get our headlands, this will be just a back and forth one. They'll go relatively quick compared to the plowing. So for context, the plowing was about half the width of this. One unfortunate thing is we are actually going through a decent amount of fertilizer, more than I thought we were. So I'm thinking we're going to be spending quite a bit more on fertilizer than I had originally anticipated. Does rain affect seeding? I don't believe so, no. Honestly, the only process I know that rain really affects is harvesting. I've heard people say it can affect baling, but I haven't seen that personally. But harvesting it affects pretty badly. Just snack at some real fast one moment. All right. Yeah, some of the other things I want to do ultimately is I will want to, one, over here by where I got these two greenhouses, I'm going to want to go ahead and put 2 more greenhouses, but they'll be the regular kind of greenhouses, not those kinds. All right. Yeah, and I did leave myself plenty of room to turn around most of the vehicles, so that's good. But yeah, so my plan is to put like you know, a little dirt road or a little gravel road like behind them that we can just like mime having tracks going to and from the pull-in areas. But put just down the hill from them, have it go like the 2 mushroom greenhouses, maybe it goes down a little ramp, have the 2 regular greenhouses down there. So we have all the greenhouses right there. Because I do have a rule with myself that I'm not allowed to do 2 of a production building, or more than 2 of a production building, unless there's unless I have other production buildings down the line that I have to add more to facilitate them. Which wasn't an issue last time, but it's still just something I have on. Kind of like to keep in mind that if I did run into a situation where it's like, oh, I need another flour mill because I have 2 things that need wheat now and I'm not making enough wheat with the one. All right. And this will get a little bit quicker with like the turnarounds and all that when we're just going end to end back and forth. Do you think it's 22.5% per 50% fertilizer, 15% for the first harvest after lime, 50% for plowing, then the rest is like 2.5% mulching and rolling, and 20% for weeding. And that should be 100%. Oh, I don't remember the specifics. I do remember that the lime was 15%, and that the fertilizer was a significant increase, and that the roller was very little. So you like that rule? Like getting 20 greenhouses and just printing money would ruin this? Yeah, exactly. So that's why I always figured it's like you didn't want to not allow yourself to do like the greenhouses, but at the same time, they're a semi-passive income, so you didn't want to be able to just basically replace the solar panels with water thing, because that was the big thing. Is I'm not allowing myself to use the electric generation, the wind turbines, or the solar at all, because those are, you build it and now you just get free money, which would be the easy workaround for this challenge. It's like literally you just grind until you get your very first one, you'd stamp it down, just fast forward your days as fast as you can. Do that till you can get the next bigger one, repeat until you got the biggest one. And there's entire videos to show how comical that gets. And all, like for the matter, when we did the temple map and we built the temple, we finished building the temple, and it's like, well, now I'm going to do the Survivor Man challenge. I just want to rush that. And so it's only a matter of like an hour or two from when we finished the temple, I just blasted through the $1 million by just, wind turbine fast forward, wind turbine fast forward, wind turbine fast forward. Did that till we had 5, and then just blasted through the rest of it. Yeah, it's totally fine if people want to play that way, but for me, there's always those things like, if you're gonna do that, like other than to figure it out and test it, by all means, that's fun. But like to just do that type of kind of a cheese start, my whole thought with that is like just go into your save file and just edit the money in. That's kind of the way I'm like, it's like not judging you for doing it, just like very genuinely, if you're gonna do that, just give yourself the money and skip the wait. Now, obviously, testing to see if it works. There's a lot of fun to have there. You're like, hey, I've got this idea. Let me tinker and see if it works. There's a lot of fun in that discoverability. Like, that's half the fun when you're doing off-meta builds in Path of Exile, is like, I think I can combine this ability with that unique item, and make that into a build. And I have had my own builds that I've made over the years, entirely, like, I'm sure other people had similar builds, because there are certain items that just go in those Quinn builds. Huh. No, I'm sorry, I had higher damage than Quinn. No, I'm teasing. Quinn's fine. Quinn's weird. Quinn, I shouldn't say that. My apologies. Quinn has a personality that you may like it or not. But like, no judgment here. But yeah, I know that's a meme with Quinn's channel, is the Z DPS builds. Yeah, no, I still think my favorite builds, and like I said, these are all builds because certain items go together and thing. But like you look at a lot of that, but I think my favorite build that I did was just like an off-meta weird build. Is I did a build that I was raising zombies while doing cast while channeling Cyclone, where I did a bunch of stuff with unique items. I couldn't remember the name of the items. To get the zombies to have the absolute maximum amount of health I could get them with Infernal Legion, and then I had oh, what is it? Is it on the passive tree Volatile Dead where they explode and they do damage? And it was a good time. It was a real tricky juggle to do there, because I remember I had a shield that I think gave me minus 75% fire resistance. It gave me minus some percentage of fire resistance. And combined that with the passive tree trait that gives my minions my shield instead of me. So I gave all my zombies minus 75% fire resistance with Infernal Legions. So they would spawn, they get a couple of steps towards the enemy, and then explode for their maximum health of damage and all that, with a bunch of multipliers on it. And it was a very comical and actually really strong build when I did it. And it was one that I just, like I said, I'm sure others had come up with the same style of build and all, but that was one I came up with from scratch so far as my own knowledge. Just being like, I had the idea that I don't think I started with, did I start with zombies? I don't remember. I started with the idea of taking a minion and using the trying to use, and it wasn't Volatile Dead, it was something like Minion Combustion or whatever. I was like, I wanted to do something with that, because I hadn't seen anyone do it on any meaningful capacity, and I wanted to see something along that line, and then shot back from there, and tinkered in Standard to see what I could put together, and then took into, like, actually in a league, as the character I played in the league. And there were problems with the build, because it was weirdly one of those things that I had to really juggle, that there was a sweet spot where I had to make sure the zombies had low enough fire resistance that they would die from Infernal Legion, which is like, it does a area of effect on the zombies where they damage everything nearby, but it hurts the zombies too. And the goal was I had to kill the zombies fast enough to have them run up and explode on the enemy, but not so fast that they detonated immediately. And there was a couple of times where I changed my equipment that I had to adjust stuff because I either gave my minions too much resistance or too little. So it was a weird thing that was an easy build to break on accident by just fussing with those things. But if you got the sweet spot right, it was a lot of damage. It wasn't, I don't think it was meta levels of damage, but like for bossing, you could tear apart a boss really fast with it. Because I remember doing Maven with that one and having the bosses pop up doing, what is it, the Feared, and just deleting them as fast as I could get around there, and it felt really good. Map-wise, it was a little weird. It was good, but there was definitely, I'd had far better builds. So it was like relatively fast clear, but not really fast clear. Like it wouldn't keep up with Kinetic Blast or anything like that. That said, I did enjoy doing Volatile Dead Castle Channeling Cyclone during Heist League, which is sort of meta at the time. I did that one because I got tired of dealing with the doors, and so I could sit there and just hold the button, go to the door, hit, I think it was V to open the door, and just build up this giant arsenal of attacks, slide to the side, the door open, and all just rush in and kill everything in the next room. It was weirdly synergistic with Heist League. But that's always the fun part for me with Path of Exile, was just what absurdity I could get away with builds. That's the reason I liked the leagues where they gave us perhaps too much power creep, to just dig into the areas and be like, what meme nonsense can I bolt together and carry with just by giving myself really good gear? you know, something that has no right to exist because it's just not really a viable thing normally. How wide is the cedar? 4.8 meters, if I remember correctly. Versus the plow was, I want to say, like 1.8 or something like that. So yeah, so this should go a bit over twice as fast as the plow did. And we'll certainly want to get a better cedar as soon as we can. But that'll all be part of this process, is going, okay, you know, we do a harvest, we get a couple other things done. Okay, now it's time to try and get like the next piece of equipment to make the harvest faster next time, that kind of thing. Far better than the first cedar we had in Farm Sim 22. Yeah, I think that one was 3 meters. So it'd be a little over 1.5 its size. The one that killed us on that first one in Farm Sim 22 when we were doing the challenge was that stupid 1.8 meter wide plow we dealt with for the first harvest for an actual field. And then we got up to, I think it was like the 1.2 or whatever meter. It's still on headlands, but 40% fertilizer. Gonna have to refill a few times. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. When I saw it going down like a good 20% on that first lap, where I'm like, okay, we're gonna be going through some fertilizer. Yeah, no, that was the plow when I did this challenge on 22 the first time, because there was a tiny little plow that was like 0.8 meters or whatever that just cut a little slice. And then you had like the next one larger, which is the smallest one on this one, which I think is like 1.2 or 1 or 0.8 or something like meter. Attach the forklift head and carry a fertilizer package on site. I mean, I'd still have to sit it down. Honestly, I think dealing with picking it up and putting it down, it makes just as much sense for me to just go to this end when we're low and top it off. 27% of the first pass around the field for the fertilizer. Yeah, no, I saw it was over 20. I didn't really pay attention to the exact amount. Just that it was over 20. I'm like, okay. Like, don't get me wrong, it's the largest pass, so it's going to use slightly more than any of the other passes. But also, that's a pretty good chunk of fertilizer used, so not really surprised that that's going to be a thing. That said, I'm expecting a pretty good payout on this field. This is a very, very big field. The big problem I'm going to run into is I'm not going to be able to store this till it's good selling season. So let's check here if we can figure out. So you're all fine. I don't know if I could check how many acres it is. But yeah, so we harvest in June. And we check the prices on barley. June is about as bad as it gets. It does only change about $111, but that's a lot. And if you remember correctly, the first cedar in Farm Sim 22 wasn't fertilizer plus cedar. I didn't end up with a fertilizer plus cedar one until pretty late. Might show it in helper settings. I'm not sure what you mean by helper settings. Oh! I think I know what you're talking about. It doesn't say, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's the thing. This up here gives me the whole tile. Like, the whole tile here is huge. It doesn't actually tell me the size of the field. It gives me information about it needs lime, it needs rolling, it needs all these other things. I think you have to get a mod that adds like additional information. It says too big. It is bigger than most of the fields you will find in thing. Statistics menu, statistics. Plowed hectares 22.6. That actually makes sense. 22.6 would be the size of the field. So it's a 22.6 hectare field. That is a big mama jama field right there. 22.6 is a really big field for farm sim. For context, I'm pretty sure the largest field on the East Asian map we played, I think that was like 12 hectares? 0.2 square kilometers. We're going for an authentic barley field experience. We're trying to represent the entire middle of the US, where you just drive through and you just see whatever the crop is, where it's corn or wheat, depending on where you're at, soybean, that kind of thing. And you cannot see any signs of civilization beyond just an endless series of corn or wheat or soybean. Buildings, can't find them. Power lines, no idea. What can you see? Lots of crop. An endless field of crop, and after you drive enough miles, you might see one dirt road going off the side in one direction. How many hectares? 22.6, I believe, is what it was. Yeah, 22.6. At least it's gonna be better than mowing grass. Yeah, so we're gonna make more than $700 per lap. I mean, for this full thing, when I did all of this with grass, you'd probably be 7, 8, well, probably more than that. Probably close to 10,000 for all of it. But I mean, it's hours and hours and hours of mowing grass. But that's it, we'll get there. The big thing is that is not the button I wanted. Hang on. I wanted to pull up my buy menu. Don't mind me. I'll just do it twice in a row. This is why I learned to touch type and everything, but also when you're using your offhand to like reach over across to hit buttons, it doesn't matter that you learn to touch type. Yeah, so we don't have anything we care about there. Tab works, right? I mean, tab switches vehicles. That's the reason, like, tab's like, wait, tab doesn't do that. Yeah, and I was mostly making sure we didn't have any good sales going on or whatever. Oh, you need to scooch over before you stop actually covering what I need you to cover. Going a little too fast. Okay, now we just got to go back and forth. We got our head rows done. Because yeah, we're gonna be watching for a larger seeder. We're gonna be watching for a harrower or a cultivator. We're gonna be watching for better harvesters. We're gonna be watching for the machine to put down the lime. We're gonna be watching for a better fertilizer, because while I am gonna get 100% fertilized this year, next year when I go to plant it, unless I get something to put down fertilizer, then I'll only have 50% from this machine. So I'll need to be able to go back in. If we do get the cultivator, I will also need to make sure I get a thing for weeding. Watching for the right header. Yeah, no, realistically, I'm probably buying it. I accept this. And if I get enough money over 30,000, then I'm down to buy other stuff that comes by. I would like for the weeder. I'm thinking this time, so last time I went with a giant sprayer that spread out for like what felt like days. I think this time I just want to get the hoe. I'm pretty sure with the hoe, if I remember correctly, I think I can plant and immediately do the hoe right afterwards, and it just prevents the weeds from happening. If I'm wrong, by all means correct me to save me time and pain. But I believe I can immediately follow planting with doing the weeder, and then we won't get weeds. I believe is the case. I don't think I have to wait for the weeds to grow enough before it works. I do believe if the weed grows too big and you use the weeder that can't do the big weeds, it doesn't work, but I could be wrong on that one. Okay. And I'm just skipping rows right now because I could do that, just go back and forth, easily twist. We go down the other way, we come back. And little by little, this all comes together. Because on your YouTube series, Digital, you successfully put a missed match header in a harvester. Was a nice shortcut? Yeah. So I made the comment earlier, you can actually put, in real life, you can't put just any harvester header on any harvester. Like, it's going to be like John Deere will have the John Deere headers, and, you know, New Holland will have the New Holland headers and whatnot. And you're not just going to be able to mix and match those. At least I don't believe so. But in the video game, you can. The catch is the horsepower on the harvester, because I did run myself in trouble on the Farm Sim 22 one, which was the only time I kind of reverted the save for just a moment. Was I had bought a fairly large harvester, and I tried to get a header that was a bit too big, and it couldn't drive while running the header. And so, like, I reverted the save till right before I bought the header. Because there's nothing, the game doesn't tell you the horsepower requirements to use the header. So I couldn't tell. But yeah, no, I believe in both saves I did end up messing with using a larger header for the harvester than it was meant for by just like one size or something like that. But yeah, no, on the YouTube series one, I definitely did use the one size larger header that gave me an extra like 3 or 4 meters on either side, and it worked fine. But it's always hard to tell like where you're at with the, okay, I'm using the wrong header, can I get away with it, until you buy it and try it. Let's see, speaking about random physics in video games, did you ever play GTA 3 and spawn a tank I'm gonna have the low gravity so that you could turn the cannon backwards and fly, and arguably fly easier than with the Dodo. Yes. I believe I did that. Just to see it. Because that kind of stuff is the silly stuff where your physics sandboxiness gets really, really, really interesting. The Dodo is kind of super bad. Yeah, I actually don't remember a lot of the vehicles in the GTA 3 that much. Like, I remember the ones that carried through the series, like, the whole time. You know, you had the Banshee, you had, I'm forgetting, they had a couple of muscle cars. I remember there was one of the muscle cars I liked and one of the muscle cars I couldn't stand in GTA 3. Have you ever tried the dirt bike in Farm Sim 25? The physics are hilarious. I messed with it off stream when I was looking at this this map. I grabbed the dirt bike when I was just taking a little look to see what I thought of it. I just raced the dirt bike around, and yeah, it gets weird. There's a small one-person aircraft, so it had so little thrust that it barely could keep in air flying horizontally. Yeah. Now I remember having a lot of fun with GTA 3. It's just been so long because I mean we consider how old is GTA 5 now? Is it not like 10, 12 years old now or some ridiculous nonsense like that? That's just been so long that they all blend together because like a lot of the games are very similar between the GTA series, and it's mostly like you remember it's like, okay, well, this one took place in that city with that main character, but like the individual cars available in this, like, I don't remember. September 2013. So it's over 10 years, not quite 12. Real close, but not quite 12. It's like 11 and a quarter. Which is one of the reasons why a lot of people complain about the whole GTA thing. It's like, man, we haven't had a new GTA game, like an actual new GTA game, in literally a decade. We had Red Dead Redemption 2, which definitely sort of kind of hit some of those marks, but you know, also is still very different. To be fair, honestly, after dealing with GTA Online, that was one of the things that made me the happiest about Red Dead Redemption 2, was just not all the silly like flying cars and motorcycles and all that garbage got a little too over the top for me. The one thing I did run into that I didn't like is I understand they kept it thematic so you'd look through the catalogs and all that and go through that UI, which is fine for like the immersion and all that. But man, was it hard to sometimes compare stuff and all that through that UI. Like you almost had to like get out of Red Dead Redemption 2 and like look up a wiki and be like, all right, give me the actual information about these things because I can't tell what's what here. Does you always have a laugh at the YouTube clips showing how good a PC build is by showing GTA 5? The game is as old as their PC build. You played Red Dead Redemption 2 RP? Yeah, I did GTRP. That's actually what led me into streaming. It wasn't that I started streaming to play GTRP. It was I was playing GTRP with a handful of people, which the whole thing that got me into that, because I hadn't really done hardly any RP. I've got a lot of experience public speaking at tech conferences and all that. And one of the things I wanted to practice was kind of more in the improv side of things, because there's certainly like making sure you're knowledgeable about the topics, and that's easy enough to practice. A lot of work, but easy enough to practice. But like when you're in the moment and you get caught off guard by a question or something happening, you can really only practice that by putting yourself into that position, which conferences, while they certainly happen from time to time, you don't go to that many a year, so you don't get a lot of time to flex that muscle. And I figured it's like, you know, GTA RP or any RP for that matter, there is enough just random crap happening between people behaving in ways you don't expect, and then the physics engine in Rockstar games is definitely perfect without any flaw whatsoever. Please ignore the car helicoptering into the sky in the background. And it was just one of those things that, like, you would get caught off guard and deal with that. So I was playing that for a while. And the people I was playing with, there was one of them who couldn't be in the city, which was, you know, the lingo for I'm not going to be able to play tonight, so I won't be in the city, I'm not online. But could be on the internet. So it's just they couldn't play that night. And so I was like, you know what? I think I could probably stream it. Like, because we had been talking about that depending on who you ran into in the city, your entire impression of the city, of the server, and everything was very different. Like, I had some people who thought the entire city was run by criminals. I had some people who, you know, they felt like the city was this very relaxing and whatever kind of situation. You had some people who they felt the city was full of drama, and you felt people, you know, like all over the spectrum. People were having entirely different experiences just depending on what connections you made where and where you were at in the city and all that. And so I was like, all right, yeah, I can stream it. And I did that stream and I had fun and all that. And I just kept streaming. And the server was only up, I believe, 4 days a week. And so the other 3 days, I would play a mix of, usually it was like RimWorld, some Project Zomboid, because I just started getting into that. You know, and one-off games like I did Hard Space Shipbreaker, and a whole bunch of other stuff. I think we messed with Kerbal Space Program at one point. Oxygen Not Included we did at one point. But it was one of those things that what ended up happening was no one really cared about the GTRP other than the circle of friends I was playing with. But it was one of those things that for the other streams, people started showing up and kind of putting up with the GTRP, if I'm being honest. It does make me kind of go back and want to ask some of the original people who popped in that weren't from there and be like, hey man, did you actually tune in on those GTRP ones, or did you like go there and be like, man, I don't know what this crap is? Like, and not even take offense, they're like, oh, it was terrible and I ducked. But it's just kind of one of those things. But people started showing up for like the RimWorld and Project Zomboid content and all that. And that started to pick up, and I hit affiliate and all that. And, you know, around then I started burning out the GTRP thing because we were running into, there was some growing pains on the server. And I was getting a little burnt out on it. Like, I liked the group of people I was hanging out with, but that's what I'd become, is just hanging out with my friends that I had made in the server. And otherwise, I actually wasn't enjoying the server part of it very much anymore. They had started leaning more and more into cops and robbers kind of thing, because that's what drew attention. And I just wasn't interested in that. But with that, you know, RimWorld and all that picked up, and then I ran into the situation where I got raided by someone who at the time had a fairly healthy channel going on. They raided me in the Project Zomboid category, which is Trustin. And people just really liked the content I was doing in Project Zomboid. It was one of the, like, highest percentage of people who raided in and then followed and hung around to the channel in the future I had ever had. And just instantly jumped me to, like, from, you know, 8, 9 average viewers to, like, 30-something average viewers. Got me known in Project Zomboid community because I was doing, you know, ridiculous challenges and all that. And just, that was right before they announced Build 41 would be dropping. And so it's just like right place, right time. They had just gotten myself kind of established in this game with no idea this was even coming. And so, like, I was just in the right place to just capitalize on that. Let's see. Red Dead Redemption had a similar manager to 5M. I think it's called Redem. Tweaked version, same base. Yeah. Red Dead Redemption was kind of grindy, though. You spend like 10 hours a day planting crops for the train company. Oh, yeah. No, that was... I never... Like, I played through the whole story, and I did a little bit of the end game, or whatever you want to go with. Which I won't spoil what happens there for anyone who doesn't. I mean, granted, it'd be hard not to be spoiled at this point, but still. In the latter chapters of the, like, after the main story is over, I did a little bit of that stuff, but it did end up being one of those things that just... I don't know. I think that was about the point I started getting tired of their UI. Like I said, the big problem I had with the UI, as well as great for immersion, it was very frustrating to deal with when you're like, I want to compare these two things, but there wasn't a way. Or you'd look at something, it's like, you don't give me nearly enough information about what the heck this is I'm looking at, and all that. So I got kind of tired of that. And while it had the giant open world kind of thing, they were very hesitant with the fast travel early on. And I know they made it more lax later, but it was just one of those things like, oh, I need to go over there. It's like, well, time to get on my horse and start riding across the entire map to get there. Yay! Which then you had like the trains for fast travel and all that later. But it's just kind of stuff like that that they were pain points for me that, you know, the game was beautiful, but come on, I don't really want to do the scenic cinematic every single time. And then you do that, and that's always the time you immediately get attacked by a cougar. Because you got really lucky with everything coming together, which is how most creators get success. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, at that point I had started making strategic decisions, and I was seeing steady growth. But that definitely gave me a big boost. Like, that is one thing. Like, the very first few people who started showing up, I had no plans of growing the channel or doing anything like that. I was just playing games and hanging out with friends. And then I noticed more and more people showing up that weren't that handful of friends. And that's what I was like, you know what, I can maybe do something with this. Because, like outside of streaming, that was the same time the company I'd been working for got acquired, and it was a really bad acquisition. That, like, a matter of years later, that company's basically going out of business. Like, really, they probably couldn't have killed that company faster if they tried. So it was one of those kind of things. But I got out early when they had made decisions that, when I say didn't align with my personal values, it was how much was I willing to compromise my personal values to keep a job. And I was like, nah, I'm out. And so I decided I was going to take a sabbatical for a little while, because I'd been working full time since I was a teenager. And I've told people that, you know, there was a point in my life I was literally working 5 jobs and a full-time student at the same time, not counting the full-time student as a job, for the record. And one of those jobs was a full-time job. So, like, I have gone hard on my work for most of my life. Like, doing the streaming thing has been the most relaxed so far as, like, work stuff I've done, while also simultaneously being some of the longest hours work-wise I've also done. And honestly, some of the most stressful work I've done. But at least it's stress with reason versus stress with no reason, because I've had that job before, where everything was always at 11 and you're looking, but really none of this matters. Like all the stuff we're sweating and stressing about really is irrelevant. This is needless stress. Let's see, the server you're on had a different UI converted the base game. Yeah, no, that was normal. Even GTRP had the same thing, because they had to, like, rework the entire UI to do the RP stuff. So they had to do all that stuff. As you played this summer on the server, there was fast travel points in every major city, and it cost like 10 or 40 gold per trip. Not that expensive. Yeah. Even though most servers at the time did not have a working train, because the mods required for it was kind of tricky. Yeah, that's always the thing. GTRP had all the same pain points as well, that the servers varied wildly because of all the difficulty in setting stuff up. Let's see, your first job was constantly 11 stress because it was run horribly, except for the environment where it did matter. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I had a dev job for a while that I almost quit dev entirely over it. That it was just like everything was priority 1, everything was urgent, and everything was that. And 90% of that crap they didn't even keep around. Like literally all of the stuff that was like highest priority absolutely must happen. Like, you know, it was treated almost like literally the lights are going to get turned off the next day if we didn't get it done, and 90% of it never saw the light of day. Like, we finished the thing and they went, oh, we checked it out. It actually isn't going to do what we hoped, so we're just not going to do it, and the company continued to be really profitable. And that company was just awful to deal with. Let's say, as much as you miss the dog is there, you'd never go back. The place is such a safety hazard for the staff and dogs. Like, yeah, no, that happens, unfortunately. But yeah, and the last job wasn't the stress one. It's just the company that acquired us was basically just like a financial investor style company. That's all they do, is they just acquire companies and then they use their be a proven strategy to make it more profitable. Which again, let me remind you, they acquired it, and in a matter of single-digit number of years, on the small, in like 2, 3, 4 years, it is now going out of business. And they once had the majority market share in their industry at the time they were acquired. So that proven playbook, nope. It was a company in one industry assuming they could manage another industry, and not understanding that in the education learning space, trust is everything, man. When it comes to education, trust is everything. You gotta have people really believe that you're good. Because if not, if you start nickel and diming, they will ditch you so fast your head's gonna spin. So it doesn't help that your industry is so poorly regulated and management can basically do whatever. Yeah, no, it happens too. I've been in that in certain parts of manufacturing that have like no regulation over their head that do some pretty appalling things. But yeah, so I ducked out of that, went on sabbatical, and that was like around the time that the channel started growing, and I started getting like 30-something viewers average. Like, you know what, I could do something with this. And I'm like, I wanted to give myself time away from working. I'll do this for a little while. Hit partner, like within a matter of a couple of months, hit partner, channel just kept growing, and it's had its ups and downs, certainly. Like, the peak viewership I had until we started building things back up recently, was I was on a world record run in Project Zomboid right when it started to really properly fall off on Twitch, from being like this big Goliath of a category to just really falling off again. And it's in a good place still, but just, a ghost of what it had been at peak. But, like, I had died on that world record run, and I got the world record. But, like, I had died, so the run was over. And, someone else had now had the highest kill count actively going, who would ultimately be the person to take the record from me, who is a friend of the channel, Mr. Lamprey. But it was just kind of one of those things that, like, right then, because Project Zomboid had already been falling off, and most of the people who were watching it still at that point were really just looking for, like, the people who are like really the top people, and I'm talking about people who are like specifically looking for Project Zomboid, not people who are just generally watching channels who happen to watch Project Zomboid. And so it's just one of those things that, like, that was a rough beginning of the year. That was the closest I came to being like, I guess we're done streaming, because genuinely the beginning of that year, viewership dropped by more than a third. Like, really, really, really dropped, hard and fast. And so it's just kind of one of those things. But, it took a little while. It took a good number of months, but slowly rebuilt. Got the viewership back up to what it was. Oh, that's not the right one. And, like, while we certainly have had higher average viewers for, like, individual days than I'm getting these days, like when it was at its peak, I would say this has been way better because I'm more consistently hitting better viewership. Versus it being, a spike for a weekend when some big content creator in Brazil starts playing Project Zomboid, gets a huge number of people excited for it, and then when they're not streaming, I would get like a bunch of people popping over into this channel from Brazil to check out, other big creators. Or like when it exploded in South Korea, it was the same thing. When the content creators they were watching were on, they would hop over to my channel, or others, not just me. And like I would benefit from that. So you'd have like that spike where you get like the big peak when suddenly Project Zomboid gets a bunch of people in because another country had like their big streamer get into it, and then it would peter back off and the average would come back down. Versus honestly, the tail end of this year has been consistently pretty good viewership. Certainly when I jump into a category that, like when I was in Path of Exile yesterday, the numbers are pretty bad. And some of these one-offs I try to see what people think. Some of them land well, like Dredge did really well. I'm very happy with how Dredge went. But then we did like Astroneer, and Astroneer did not good. It happens. That's part of the thing with variety is there's a lot of trial and error. You play something, see how your audience reacts. If they seem to respond positively, you do more of it. If they respond kind of... It's not negative. It's not like people will go, this game's terrible, and doing... The Getting Over It stream, yeah, the Getting Over It stream definitely performed really badly. I figured it was going to be lower than normal, but, like, when we were a good hour plus into it, and we were still sitting, like, what I usually pull in within, like, you know, the first 30 minutes of stream, I was like, yeah, this is... Very clearly people are not interested in seeing this. I figured as much, but, you know, I kind of figured that, like, because that only came about not because any viewers said they'd like to see me play it. That came up because I was desperately trying to figure out milestone rewards for the Rimworld Hot Potato. I'm like, hey, you know what? Getting Over It's a rage baity game kind of thing. Let's go ahead and put it in there. I still think one of my favorite wasn't I don't remember if it was like for a streamathon or a charity stream that we did. I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator. To this day, even though I know its viewership wasn't amazing, I am very happy that I streamed that. Because that game was completely unhinged. And genuinely, not even being ironic or silly, you should try that game. You should try that game. Do you have a VOD for that? No, that was way too far back. You should absolutely try that game. Because, first of all, it runs the incredibly steep price of absolutely freaking free on Steam. And it is technically a dating simulator where you date, well, you don't really date, but you pursue Colonel Sanders romantically. A very young, hot Colonel Sanders. But, like, it knows it's a meme game, and it leans into it as hard as it can. There is no, like, adult scenes or anything like that. There's no nudity or anything like that, so you gotta worry about any of that. It is, like, adult, because I would want to give you examples of how unhinged that game is, but I don't want to spoil those ridiculous things that happen. Does it have severe levels of product placement? Oh yes it does, and it knows how memey it is, and it leans all the way into it. For the record, actually funded by KFC. So very, very genuinely, I do recommend playing that game. It's one you're going to play, you'll put in a couple of hours to get through a run. There is 0 point in playing another run of it. But is genuinely hilarious and absolutely absurd game. Let's see, it's nice to see you playing things you enjoy. Coral Island is one of your favorites. Oh yeah, I appreciate that chat was patient with the amount of Coral Island I played on the channel. Because to the record, like for the record, in the last couple years of games released, Coral Island is one of my top picks. Like it's very, very well, of all the games released in the last couple years, I still think I'd put Coral Island as perhaps my favorite. It's certainly the one I put, if I didn't put the most hours in it of games that came out in the last one, it's definitely a contender. And for those who don't know Coral Island, it is a slice of life sim style game. So if you think of Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, Sunhaven, My Time at Portia, My Time at Sandrock, any of those style games, you know, insert a billion names, Potion Permit. It's one of those style games. It definitely follows the model of Stardew Valley. Like the intro, you'll feel like, oh, it's like this is just a fast and dirty Stardew Valley clone. But I do think it was one of those ones that perhaps followed the cinematics a little too closely right at the beginning, but it very quickly deviates off into its own direction. But you basically are on a tropical paradise. Let's see. You're interested in the new game from the creator of Stardew Valley and making chocolate or something? Yeah, Haunted Chocolatier. Sadly, that keeps getting, like, it doesn't have an official date, so it's not delayed. But, Concerned Ape has kind of come out being like, hey, like, you know, I want to apologize that, like, I'm not getting any work done on Haunted Chocolatier because, you know, I'm back into, like, working on a bunch of stuff with Stardew Valley because it's kind of their baby or whatever. So I don't know. We're probably not very close to Haunted Chocolatier coming out. Because, like, he'll take as long as it takes to get it done, right? So it'll be really good when it does drop, but it's definitely going to be a wait. But yeah, so if you're like into that type of game, you haven't checked out Coral Island, it's really, really solid. It's no longer early access. At this point, when it released out of early access to 1.0, it was kind of still early access. It didn't really have everything into it. The reading between the lines without actually knowing for sure, is that was Humble was their publisher. And it does seem like Humble may have like really put the axe to the grindstone on him and said, you got to roll it out now, because that was right before Humble ultimately shut down their publishing side, which is really bad for a lot of companies. It really messed them, including Coral Island got screwed by that pretty hard. That they came out with their first major update after 1.0 to address a lot of the feedback the community had, and they were able to push it out into PC fine in a timely manner. But with the consoles, that goes through our Humble partner. We literally can't do anything right now, until whatever the heck is going on here gets sorted. And they couldn't talk about it because, it was their publisher. And that was a whole debacle. So they definitely got taken for a ride on that one. But it is like Stardew Valley. The big difference is you are in a tropical tourist town, like a little island tropical tourist town. And the thing that happens in that game is there is an oil spill that happens before you arrive. And as a tourist town, whose primary thing is all its beaches and all of its paradise-like locations covered in oil, basically absolutely obliterates the local economy. As one can imagine, if you're based entirely around tourism and your tourist sites are ruined, not good. That led to a whole bunch of things that the town had to go through to deal with it that I won't spoil for people who want to play it. But basically, you show up, you inherit a farm, because that's just what they all do in those games. And in the meantime, the town is not doing so hot. And everyone's kind of trying to do what they can. People are kind of a whole thing. But yeah, so you go through and like typical in those games, protagonists fix everything. At least I appreciate in Coral Island they imply that all the other people are doing stuff around town to fix things as well, even though the reality is you, the player, are doing everything. But they do imply it's like, oh, you helped this. Here, these other people helped do it too. It's like, I'm sure they did. Funny, it didn't seem to get done until I did the big thing. But again, that's the whole thing. But, the big part of it is with the oil spill and all that, the bottom of the ocean is trash. They actually have a whole mechanic where you scuba dive into the ocean and you swim down and you clean up the trash and the oil spill and all that to fix things. And the progression in the game is based around what's called your town ranking, that basically starts with everything at F. And the idea is that as you fix stuff, like you clean up the ocean, you do their equivalent of the community center, you have a museum you work on, which is far more... it's basically the same idea as the Stardew Valley Community Center. The Stardew Valley Museum, but it's just got many more layers to it than the Stardew Valley. Because it really does feel like it takes the formula that Stardew Valley, took from, followed from Harvest Moon, and said, what if we took that formula, yes, and did the same thing that they did, Stardew Valley did, but to Stardew Valley. You're kind of easily entertained now. Some kind of simple progression and some sort of whatever fun mechanics. Yeah, no, I mean, that's totally fine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Publishers, there is at least a lot of games are getting better about handling their publishers, but yeah, no, publishers have ruined so much in gaming. That there's a lot of indie devs are now going, I could get this publisher to help me across this finish line, but a lot of them are going, if I could do it without it, I won't. Which is a challenge. Because as an indie dev, learning how to market effectively and all that's very difficult to do versus, hiring people that have more experience and more influence, more range can be very good. It can decide whether your game succeeds or fails. But there's so many publishers that are just really awful these days. And it's just been a real problem. One of the other things that's also happening with a lot of publishers is a lot of the publishers are setting it up so they assume very little risk on the whole thing. That generally, instead of splitting the risk, what they'll do is they'll say, all right, we're going to toss this much money into helping you market, helping you do all this. And, it's going to cost us this much money. So your first, you know, your first, like, no matter how many sales you get, the first this much amount of money, we get dibs. So we can, you know, recover our investment, then you get the rest of the money. And the reality is sometimes you never do recover all that money. And you also have to trust, because they'll say, like, this marketing is worth this much. It's not how much they actually spent on it. But they said, hey, based on our analytics, like, this, what we're, you know, services we're providing you have this value. And to my understanding, they're not unreasonable in those calculations most of the time. But you get the idea. They assume very little to no risk. Not no risk, but they assume a lot lower risk. And then you assume, like, almost all the risk. And traditionally, there was a more even splitting of that risk between you and your publisher. That you were putting a lot on the line, and they're putting some on the line too. And you get business-wise why that happens. But it does mean a game has to have a particularly high level of success before the devs behind the game even see a penny. Versus they can literally lose money on the game very easily, which is already a problem with indie gaming without a publisher. You can invest a lot of time and money into making your game happen and just never recoup it. Yeah, Sony is one of those publishers who's gotten a bad reputation because the reading between the lines with both Helldivers and with No Man's Sky was a lot of the worst decisions that came out early on in both those games was pressure by Sony as the publisher. Does you think Unreal and Steam is a good combo? Just for the amount of games getting made, the quality overall. Of course, the quality will be all over. But yeah, well, that's the thing. So Steam isn't really a publisher. Like Valve mostly makes its own stuff, and maybe they do publish other people's. But Steam is more a marketplace, which is a little different. In that, you know, Valve, like Steam, yeah, there's the discoverability you get through the store and all that kind of stuff, but they don't market for you. They don't offer you resources to help you develop. They don't do all those kind of things. But yeah, no, these that's I stick around a lot of the indie dev subreddits and discords and all that because I'm a developer in my history as well. Not game dev specifically, but just dev in general. And you'll have a lot of people who will pop in and will be like, oh, don't worry, I'm going to keep my stuff DRM free and I won't put it on Steam. And a whole bunch of people like, hear me out, you really do want to put it on Steam. Are they going to take a 30% cut? Yes, but you'll actually get customers on Steam versus if you release it on your own, you're going to have a hell of a time getting anyone to buy it. And it's just one of those things. And for the record, the 30% cut I actually don't think is the most unreasonable thing in the world for all the benefits you get. And this is again coming from the developer perspective. Being able to produce software and have a place for people to find it very, authentically and have all the tools behind it and have all the systems you can take advantage of and being able to back up the saves to the cloud where I don't have to manage the infrastructure and being able to spin up server stuff using their server technology, again, without having to pay for a whole lot of extra infrastructure to accommodate it and yada, yada, yada. To handle the content management, the CRM side of thing, where me giving you access to my game, I don't have to run a bunch of heavy servers and all that myself. That is a lot of value add that Steam does give you. And so taking 30%, yeah, I'd like to keep that 30%. But all that said, all of that stuff they're providing does actually have a lot of value. And honestly, there's just a lot of people who simply won't buy if it's not on Steam. Does the Valve cut their own pay for big titles? Main problem is their big titles, 20 if you remember correctly. Valve cut their own pay for big titles. I'm not really understanding what you mean. Could you try wording that a little differently, Bentley? Are you saying they aren't paying, like they're taking the price they give to their own people to make titles is reduced? I'm not really sure. Yeah, Epic Games actually publishes games. Valve never does for others, only their own. Yeah. I think he means they take 20% instead of 30%. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's in-house. Hey, Nitro, how's it going? Normal title, 30% cut. Big title, got 20% cut. Yeah, no, that happens. That's negotiation stuff, though. Like, if you have, like, the biggest the biggest name game and you'd be like, hey, do you want... Like, that does happen. That's a negotiation thing, and yeah, that'll happen. But, like, you'll have, like, Electronic Arts will sit there and say, like, hey, we've got this big catalog. This is, like, the big game everyone's excited about. We're going to release it on our own thing unless you give us a better deal. And if they can persuade the negotiation, you know, good for them. Because also, 20% and 30% is a much bigger deal for them. E is a joke in your book, though? I don't disagree. I've known a lot of ex-EA employees. Because Central Florida used to... Actually, do we still have? EA... I think they still do. EA has one of its main locations here in Central Florida. So, being in the software dev circles, there's a lot of people who work for EA and then stop being game devs entirely after doing so. Yeah, that's just basic business. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, if I'm an indie game that no one's ever heard of, that maybe I hit it big, maybe I don't. I have very little to no leverage to push against anyone about trying to negotiate better terms. Now, if I'm a big name that's been pulling in like hundreds of millions of dollars to all that, then I can turn around and I got a lot more leverage to negotiate with. Off Minecraft, they had their own download site. Yeah, but you also got to think back all the way to the Minecraft days. Steam was around, certainly. But I wouldn't say Steam was the Goliath it is now. And then to that degree, Steam does, or actually Minecraft does actually have its own stuff it's on, because it's on the Microsoft stuff as well. If we're going to get technical and all that. But yeah, no, that was, when Minecraft first dropped, that was definitely still in the ages where a lot of games had their own launchers, had their own stuff. You had Steam and Origin and Uplay, and Microsoft had its own thing with the Xbox Store or whatever they were calling it at the time. Sony had its own thing. Like, everyone had their own thing. Like, if you wanted to play EVE Online, it had its launcher. If you wanted to play World of Warcraft, they didn't even have like the Blizzard launcher yet. It was literally World of Warcraft was its own thing. So that's comparing a very different world. And games came out complete. Yeah, mostly that was true back then. But that was also because being able to update your games was a fairly new concept. Because it used to be when you launched a game, you sold it to your customers, and if there was something broken with it, it was just broken with it. That was just it. That was just the game. So if you had a game that had a bug that mean you couldn't finish it, that was just the way the game worked. Maybe they would come up with an update you'd have to go and download or buy, like, you know, order the disc to be mailed to you to fix the game. But that was just the whole thing. You mean Steam came out in 2003, Minecraft came out in 2009? Yeah, but keep in mind that Steam didn't get big till later. Like, when Steam first came out, it was mostly the place you got Valve's games, and then slowly built up into a more global marketplace. So don't get me wrong, by 2009, like, it was already becoming that global marketplace, but it hadn't achieved, like, market dominance quite yet. Versus nowadays, I would say Steam has market dominance. Like, very, very clearly, when Steam makes a rule, it can impact the entire industry. Because I remember that was the big thing that got people on Steam more than anything else. Was Counter-Strike was on Steam. If you wanted to play Counter-Strike, they made it so you could only play it on Steam after a while. And that was the big clincher. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, before that, like, you could get the mod version of Counter-Strike before that, not on Steam. But, like, when they actually started selling it, it got put on Steam and Steam only. I can't remember if it was with an update or if it was just when they sold it separately or whatever. But yeah, so if you wanted to play Counter-Strike, which was the big game at the time, you had to get on Steam. And then they had like Team Fortress, was it 1 or 2, I think, then became like Steam. You had to get Steam for it. And so it just became one of those things that Valve was one of the big companies at the time making games. Day of Defeat, so you absolutely had to get on Steam with that. Let's see, first PC game you got for yourself was Left 4 Dead 2. Since then you've been using Steam, and that was like 14 years ago. Yep, Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, you had to have Steam. And that's what they did. It was like Valve was making a lot of games at the time. And so you had to have Steam to play those games. And that got people accustomed to using it. And legitimately, for the time, they started adding where you could chat with your buddies in the game. That was fairly novel at the time. They weren't the first ones to do it, certainly. But, like, it used to be only in the game you could do that. Like, if you were playing World of Warcraft, in World of Warcraft, you could message other people. If you're playing EVE Online, in EVE Online, you could chat with people. In Minecraft, if you're playing with other people in Minecraft, you could chat with people. But the idea of being able to, like, just instant message across all of these games... I mean, you used AIM and Yahoo Instant Messenger and MSN and all those things. You remember Xfire? I remember Xfire. That was something for about 30 seconds. That was going to disrupt the market and change everything, and then just imploded. It was snazzy. But there was a lot of companies around that time frame who were trying to be the big game platform that everyone used, and just a whole bunch of them came out, but they're all like their own standalone things. And I think that was the big thing for Steam. That one was just it had Valve behind it, versus the other ones were all these independent tech companies trying to be the next big thing. And once you had a big company jump in, they just drowned out all the other littler players. Let's see. You've seen streamers play Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2, which for games that age surprisingly well. Yeah, no, actually, honestly, this day and age, you can boot up Left 4 Dead 2, and honestly, if it released right now, today, Left 4 Dead 2, just as it was then, it would actually do probably okay. Like, it would probably get some criticism for, like, the graphics and all that, but all in all, it's not a bad-looking game even by modern standards. It certainly could do worse. And I think a big part of it was even back then, they didn't go for everything being particularly realistic or particularly over the top. They were just like, yeah, they're people-esque, but, I mean, they weren't going for hyper-realistic graphics at all. Isaac, you only shut down like a few months ago? Yeah, no, that's one that's been around forever. Yeah, so regardless, Minecraft is super big without Steam. Just because it's basically Lego for computers, I guess. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It was affordable Legos. It was Legos that you plunked down your 20 bucks or whatever. And, like, you know, you were good. Versus Legos, if you buy a $20 Lego kit, you got like the tiny little microchip. And you're like, cool, man, where's the rest of it? Oh, I'm sorry, that costs an extra 80. Never mind. Like, Legos are good, but crap are they expensive. And his word of mouth basically got global. Oh yeah, no, it was definitely an indie darling. It was what's referred to as a unicorn breakout kind of thing that defied all odds. Like whether intentionally or otherwise, it's one of the case studies you have for very effective social media marketing. Granted, the social media at the time was like forums and everything, but like they got into like Notch got into like the indie forums. They got into a bunch of game forums and a whole bunch. And did a really good job of effectively marketing himself without it being, you know, the type of marketing you typically saw at the time. Like, I'm not saying that was the motivation, whether it was deliberate or not. Really, really got that around. Let's see, Left 4 Dead still has a really strong community. You remember a bit ago, you got the Sun Urge to play and found out that day it was its release anniversary? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Left 4 Dead still has a decent player base. It's nowhere near as big as it once was, certainly. Remember buying Minecraft for like 10 bucks? Oh yeah, like early on. That was another thing I think they were very intelligent about. They released, like at the time that Minecraft released, that was a really nice, cheap game. that they sold at a nice cheap rate, which did just an amazing job to getting a bunch of people to be like, yeah, I'll give it a try, you know, what the heck, if it's terrible, it's terrible. But, you know, at 10, 20 bucks, that was fair, versus so many games nowadays will drop for like $40, and you're like, okay, but like, I'm really not sure about the game, and $40 is a big ask for a game that I'm really on the fence about. Well, yeah, no, there's definitely ones coming out for 70, but I would say a lot of indie games are dropping at like, I would say the bulk of them are between 25 and 40 bucks for the indie games, for the largest number. And then later on, we've got some of these ones that are dropping for 65, 70, 75 bucks for an indie game, which, sure, sometimes has actually made sense. But the bulk time, it's like, you're asking a lot of money for your very first game, and we have no idea who you are. But on the other hand, correlation or causation, all freaking early access titles after Minecraft just skyrocketed. Yep. Was the same people made Back 4 Blood? I believe there was a lot of overlap for Back 4 Blood with the dev team. I never got into Back 4 Blood. Like, I played it. Do I? I think I have that one. Did I play like a demo? I know I played it. It might have been was available as a demo for a while. And I remember it's like, okay, this isn't a bad game, but it just doesn't really hit the same. Yeah, Back 4 Blood was intended to replace Left 4 Dead 2. And it did a lot of stuff that they wanted to mix it up, and they just kind of missed the mark. But the Minecraft is some of the best per value game purchase you have ever made. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's been a number of games that have been released that are like, we're gonna break off on our own. That, you know, sometimes it was bad project management. I don't think it's anything like that for Back 4 Blood. Back 4 Blood, it feels like they added a bunch of stuff, and just none of them landed quite the way you wanted them to. So like, it wasn't bad. It's just like, okay, like, it's one of those, like, there's some games you could like put your finger on. It's like, this is why I'm not enjoying this game. And Back 4 Blood was just like, I don't know, like, I'm just not feeling that same feeling that I had with like the Left 4 Dead series, where you got into, you're like, oh man, we're here. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, they added a bunch of customization to the items and all that. They added more customization to the builds and all that. And it wasn't like it was a superly overcomplicated game, but I don't know. It just really, really didn't grab me. Versus other games I played, where you pull up the game and you go, I hate this UI. This UI right here, me and this UI are not going to get along and be friends. Or you're like, oh, the pacing of this game feels terrible. Or, you know, like, you very distinctly go, this is the pain point I feel. Let's see, how many years ago was it that Minecraft passed Behemoth Tetris? For games sold. Oh, I have no idea. I usually don't pay attention that closely to that kind of stuff. Yeah, and like I said, the big thing I think with Minecraft is it's inexpensive. It does 100%. Here's like Lego, and here's the use case for Minecraft. They're the same use case. The only difference is Lego obviously have physical and tactile feel, versus, you know, Minecraft you don't. But in that regard, Minecraft does let you do stuff that you could never do with Lego as well. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, it's a very practical way to let your kids, or, you know, not only kids but adults, express creativity and all that, you know, very pragmatically. Because as much as I'd love to be able to drop literally tens of thousands of dollars on Lego and just do all sorts of fun Lego stuff, you know, there's a certain point I just can't do it. What is going to happen here, chat? In just a second, we're going to have the ad break come up. I need to use the restroom. I'm doing a little dance in my chair. So I'm going to step away from the computer for a minute while I do that. We'll put up the clips reel real fast while that's going on, and then we'll get back to the game and all that. Let's see, the first Minecraft mob was actually a glitch in the game. That would surprise me. Well, the ton of time in Minecraft is spent creatively blowing up villages. Yeah, I remember Minecraft before it had villages. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and be back here in just a minute, because I need to use the restroom, and we're on ad break anyways, and I need to get myself a new drink. So I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to... Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least... Alright, so it is 5. Alright, and we are back. I forgot. That was, that rooster crowing thing. For those who remember me doing dare drops in this, that was a dare drop for Story of Seasons, which, for those who don't know the ridiculously complicated history about Story for Seasons, so Story for Seasons is Harvest Moon, but Harvest Moon is not Harvest Moon. Don't worry about it, it makes sense. The TLDR on that one is Harvest Moon came out, it's a Stardew Valley game, it's literally where Stardew Valley was inspired by. And it had a bunch of versions that did really well. And eventually there became this complication where the developers behind Harvest Moon no longer owned the trademark for Harvest Moon. And that became a whole fiasco. It was, I believe, the company who did the translations into other languages for Harvest Moon actually ended up owning the IP or whatever. And so they made Story of Seasons, to, like, which is just Harvest Moon now. But yeah, we played that, and for the record, it was like one of the re-release of their past titles that they like remastered or whatever. I actually bounced off of it pretty quickly, because like while I remember loving the old Harvest Moon games, giving up all that quality of life I've become accustomed to in that genre and going back to ones that didn't have it was like very abruptly like I cannot get over not having this functionality. Like, it really is making this not a fun experience. But with the dare drop, they said I had to make the sound of a barnyard animal. And so that was a clip of me trying to do a rooster. And now, so I can't remember what they gave. I think it was keys for the game that we gave out. It was something. But yeah. They talking about the creeper when he would use code to make the geometry for mobs. He got the axis wrong. So it got super tall instead of long. Was meant to be a pig. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that stuff happens. That's always one of the fun things with game development and all that. And that also happens like with almost any creative pursuit, which is one of the reasons why generative AI will never be as good as AI artists, or sorry, as actual artists. Is that iterative process is where a lot of the really good magic stuff happens, and you just don't get that with generative AI. It just spits out stuff and says choose one. But, so you'll end up with that. Like, people will start working on a game, and they'll have the idea for the game, and they'll, like, run this mechanic and go, this mechanic is really fun. You know that other idea we had for the game? It's off the table. We're doing this now. There's so many games that came out of that. Where it's like, oh, we want to add this, like, little quirky thing. And people are like, oh my god, this is so, like, this is more fun than our actual game. Let's just, like, all the rest of this other fluff, get rid of it. We're doing this. This is the game now. We just need to build an entire game around this thing. Sorry. Who here remembers Ricochet? For old Valve things. That was a fun time. That's how Left 4 Dead got going. Valve used to have a do your own thing Fridays, and they started just spawning massive numbers of mods and murdering them. I'd believe it. I actually miss that side of Valve. Valve was definitely a wild company when you went in the past. That very genuinely, they had the Fridays and all that, but like, as far as an organization, it wasn't you got hired and you're on the Counter-Strike team, and you didn't get hired and you weren't on the Half-Life team. Is that they would hire talented people and they'd be like, okay, here's the projects we got going on. Just get involved with whichever project you need. Hey, we need some more people over here. Do we have anyone who wants to come over to work on this project? Like, very, very informal organization. I can't speak to it nowadays. I imagine it's far less like that. But yeah, it was like just really wild. And that was the reasons why some projects you'd see them start and they just get done like that because everyone would be excited about that and they get all the resources they needed. And other times it'd be a project that no one really wanted to do that the company needed. And so like maybe one or two people do out of a feeling of like obligation kind of thing. And it was this kind of thing. They still update Alien Swarm, and it's always been a freebie that's been around for years. It's a good way to work, it sounds like, with different, way different from the CEO that they got over from Activision. Yeah, no, and so like that's the whole thing with like, you know, just Valve's organization. I don't think they still operate quite in there because as the company has grown, they have reached that point where it's like, no, really, I know some jobs aren't fun, but we actually really do need, like, this is important enough. We do really need someone working on this. We do really need more resources allocated to this. Gabe. Yeah, Gaben. Yeah. So, like, genuinely, that's kind of one of the things, is I do wonder what happens to Valve when Gabe's gone. That is going to be a very challenging time. I imagine already he's taken a really big step back from running the company, just between age and everything else. So I hope it's one of those things that he's just like handing off responsibilities a little bit more and being less and less involved in the day-to-day operations. And, you know, just kind of popping in when things aren't great. That's honestly the best way you can do a transition from one leadership to the other, is that the CEO very slowly fades into the background until you realize they no longer have responsibilities. And, you know, by then you've already got all your leaders in the right places. Because the style of just passing the torch to the next guy as you walk out the door 100% kills a company, because it's going to go through a dramatic change no matter who you put in that spot, and it's just a question of what it is. You gotta wake up in 7 hours, so have fun finishing the field. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to having the field done. It doesn't feel like it, but we've already got every other line, the whole thing up. You have to wake up in 4.5 hours. Larine, buddy, I appreciate the support and all that, but your body needs sleep. You know, we've all seen the meme where it's like work, sleep, and you're like, man, I don't have time for games. And then they have like the hollowed out faces, like, or do I, as they slide the sleep box off the shelf. We've all been there. You caught up in sleep debt yesterday. You're good for a few more weeks. I definitely, like, the last 2 days I was playing catch up with that sleep debt. There's a reason, like, there's a couple of these days here I'm like, hey, I've been not drinking soda, like, at all for a couple of weeks now, but I am tonight. Oh man, yesterday I was like, for stream, I was at like 10 o'clock and I was getting to like Sleepyville and I'm like, oh no, I still got like 6 hours left of my stream. This is way too much. This is why you have energy drinks? Oh, I tried not to drink those. For the record, I've never really been into energy drinks. I do drink some pretty heavily caffeinated sodas though. Not so much at home these days though. Let's see, some production jobs can be done in your sleep these days, with robots taking over jobs. I mean, sure. Let's see, you don't know, but as a game consumer, the mid-90s to 2005-ish, it was a golden area for game genres basically getting invented. And interesting mechanics and all that getting fleshed out was really interesting, and the creative art status started to come into games, which really was nice recognition, which you felt was just an economic business person that doesn't value, really undermines the industry. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things I would say like has been really good now, because like we get into like new game genres, we have had some absolutely wild mass up of genres lately. Like between like resource gathering and tower defense being mishmashed together, a lot of roguelike combinations going around. You know, for the simulation genre has blown up in the last decade for sure. Like that was a very niche genre back in the 90s. Now you had like your flight simulators and your space flight simulators, but like proper simulation, there wasn't a whole lot there. Like there was some, but there was like it was a pretty dry genre. Now we have simulators for everything, for better or worse. Some of them definitely worse. All right, Lardine, you sleep well. Get your 4.5 hours of sleep. But like, you know, Farm Sim and all those came along where we got those doing there. We've got like construction simulators, we've got retail simulators, we've got clothing store simulators. We've got like all sorts of random physics simulator kind of things. Now granted, here's a game if you want to reach into the old vault that's gonna hit like core memories for maybe a dozen people here. Who remembers The Incredible Machine? We haven't had a game like that that's stuck in a long time. But do you feel like some kind of insight into gaming in the deciding structure within big gaming companies is important? Yeah, The Incredible Machine, if people who aren't familiar, was a wild game. Late 90s, I think? It was like 95 maybe for the first one? It maybe been later than 95, but somewhere around that ballpark was the first Incredible, was like, yeah, like, because there was multiple versions. They had a remake that came out later. It was maybe 10 years ago, though, now. But yeah, so it was like, the entire idea was it was a puzzle game, and there was a sandbox you could just play around in. But you're basically making like a, was a Ruth Goldberg machine? The one where it's like, you know, you roll the marble to flip the pan, to flip, you know, the thing across the thing, to knock over the dominoes, to pull the string, to like that kind of machine where you do like this elaborate process to make toast. But you made one of those, but you'd use like teeter-totters, and you'd have like a cat that would chase a mouse, and so like you get the cat to chase the mouse across the teeter-totter, to flip a thing, to pull a balloon down, to like knock a ball off a shelf. But you'd have these puzzles that they give you like 5 different tools and then like a whole bunch of existing stuff to solve the puzzle. But then you can make these like all these ridiculous machines out of it, and you could burn a surprising number of hours in that game just coming up with all these absurd things. But so you had that in the school computer when you were like 10, so 1997 was probably not new by then. Yeah, but I definitely remember playing that and having a time. And like always, like the big goal for me was to make a machine that could endlessly repeat itself, because like it was just fun to like get your machine working. It could endlessly repeat itself, and you would just watch the machine do its machine things. That makes you feel old? Oh yeah, it does. That is a 30-year-old game just about. You're welcome. It's available on GOG. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I don't think that's definitely the kind of game that was amazing in its time, but also a game that I don't think I'd buy and play again. Like, you know, it was amazing for its time, but I feel like that's the kind of game you pull up now and you're like, huh, okay. Yeah, some games stay in nostalgia land. Exactly. That's those games I have very fond memories of. I want to keep as fond memories and not go back and be like, man. Yeah, nowadays that would be a flash game. Exactly. And so it'd be one of those things that, like, okay, I feel like the positive feelings I have for that game would be lessened by me playing it again. So you try to install the Incredible Machine on Windows 7, says it's abandonware, but it doesn't work even with compatibility layer. Yeah, there's a lot of those that are real hard to make work now. Yeah, great game. I want to play it. Yeah, no, nowadays, if you gave me the Incredible Machine, that was like my first time playing, I'd probably mess around with it for a while and probably get bored pretty quick. But I mean, the things that games could do back then were just so much more limited than they are now. Like, PC games have come an incredible length. I mean, games in general, I shouldn't limit it to PC. Games have come an incredible length in what they can accomplish nowadays compared to what they used to be able to do. Like, the stuff we do in gaming now, if you went back to the devs making those games back then, and you were like, oh yeah, can you just make a game do this? They'd probably be like, impossible. It's not possible. Procedurally generating this entire world with, like, near lifelike animations? Come on, man. That's not realistic. Alright, there was something I was going to do. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to go like this. That's not how I do that. Where I go like this and go doot-doot. Because I'm going to do a shout out for Allison Adventures, who's another content creator on the platform you should absolutely check out. If you're into Project Zomboid, there's a good time to be had over there with Allison playing Project Zomboid. A lot of fun over there. Does a lot of Project Zomboid challenge run kind of fun stuff. Has an absolutely adorable frog hat and all that good stuff. So fun times are there. But the Dragonfall was kind of big though, but it's not really comparable. Yeah, Space Quest was really good. Monkey Island I enjoyed. I didn't get into it nearly as much, but the Quest series was another really good one. Whether it was Space Quest or Police Quest or any of those, King's Quest. You know, where you could lick a mushroom and see psychedelic colors that said I probably shouldn't do it again. So you lick it again and you die, but like, you know, you get to see rainbow trippy colors for the rest of your existence. Did you ever play Quest 64? I don't think so. Laser Shoot Larry, that was another ridiculous one. Let's see, another proof of concept called Krieger, at a 74 kilobyte game, full-fledged 3D game, shooter style, with weapons, levels, enemies, textures, and sound getting generated by algorithms and startups, similar to graphics to Quake. Yeah, that was, the original Elite was one of those ones that, like, this is like the infancy of 3D, and did like 3D wireframe ships and everything, and it was another ridiculously small game for like Space Flight Simulator. Like, and it's honestly impressive, like, that history behind Elite, where we got all the way to Elite Dangerous is the latest in the series. You know, and yeah, with its first-person shooter aspect, it's gotten a little bit rocky. But genuinely, that is a name that has been around forever. The X series is also one that when you look back at the original X series is, you know, honestly a series that goes back way farther than you'd think. I think I'm getting to the point of wanting to repair this, because as this wears out, it'll get less efficient on its fertilizer and seed use. Yeah, Krieger's mind-blowing game by Modern Standards. Oh yeah, well that's, you look at a lot of those games and the limitations they dealt with between like having to be installed by like floppy disks and all that, and they did some pretty wild things to work around that problem. Like that's just, a lot of their work was they had very limited hardware and all that, and being like, okay, you know, we want to do all this stuff with this game. How do we get our game onto something so small? Like there were a lot of compromises that happened in like Nintendo games and all that back then, because unlike when you're looking at games on like PC where they can be like, all right, well we're just going to add another floppy disk to this. With Nintendo, you had your Nintendo cartridge, and that's as big as your game was gonna get. But I mean, at the time the games were, I mean, at the time the game was, it's way more flex. Oh yeah. But like, it's just kind of wild looking at some of the stuff they had to do to just really compress their games down. Like, and those games would literally hit the limit of what the cartridge could carry. Like, that was one of the things infamous with the original Pokemon games, is that literally they kind of maxed out the storage on the cartridge, which is where, if I remember correctly, where Missing Own came from, was that like literally it was this kind of like half-save thing that you could kind of mess with the memory and all that and get this corrupted Pokemon that could absolutely brick your save. That was actually, there was a number of games in the old Nintendo and Game Boy and era and all that where there was very limited, that literally they would get up to within a few bytes of like the limit of what the drive could even carry, and you're just like, well, that's it. If you want to add something, something's got to come out. We are full. And you keep optimizing and reducing and optimizing and reducing and optimizing and reducing, like, to your absolute best of your ability. Looking at your instruction, being like, is there a way I can skim off just a little bit more off this code here? Like, is there a way I can compress this code in some way to get myself just a little bit more space? Descent was another amazing one for what it did. Yeah, I remember Descent. But it's a different world right now. The limitations we have right now, it's not updating. We can update a game as many times as we need to after release. File size limitations are all but non-existent now. Even processing power, memory, and GPU stuff is just not really that big of a limitation either. So like, in a lot of ways, all the hard limitations we used to have to like work around to make anything are just effectively gone. And in some ways that's good, because it lowers the barrier of entry for people to make game, which means we get to have a lot more innovative and interesting games, you know, and less effort going into strictly just trying to work around the limitations that we're put under. But at the same token, it also has massively hurt the quality of a lot of games that, you know, they're coming out buggier than they used to be. Yeah, now, Electronic Arts takes all the excess processing power to install DRM that runs on every single frame. Oh man, there's been a number of things that have happened. What was the... There was a bunch of games that broke recently because their anti-cheat, their kernel level anti-cheat was using a vulnerability in Windows to check the memory for cheats and all that. And of course, Windows updated that because it was a vulnerability and fixed it, and it broke the anti-cheat for an entire company. Oh, Ubisoft? Yeah, it sounds about right. And so it's kind of one of those things like, oh yeah, there's a vulnerability, so we fixed it. And then the game stopped working because it needed the vulnerability to function. You loved Hexen and Heretic. Those are both really good games. Here's another one. Did anyone remember the old Masters of Magic? For like a 4X strategy game way back in the day? About games that are really iconic. Dungeon Keeper, that's another big one. Masters of Magic was definitely one I remember. Where it was like the first 4X game I could think of that had like multiple win conditions and all that. So you had like the primary win condition was you'd have to learn the spell of mastery. That if you learn the spell of mastery, you basically win because you mastered magic. You could also just murder all of your opponents, the classic. If they're all dead, they can't threaten you. But I feel like one thing that Masters of Magic did that you don't see in a lot of modern games, like not too many, is you had all these like neutral things in the world that would fight you as well. So you'd find this tower that you could potentially find another spell in and all that. But it'd have like a beholder at it, so you'd take your army and fight the beholder, and for all purposes, it was a neutral enemy. You know, Stellaris does a little bit of it, but it always felt more meaningful. They also had like two different worlds. There was like the light world and like the shadow world. I forget what they called them. So there's two different planes of existence to be in. Like there was a wild thing. I wonder if they ever did like, not a remaster, I wouldn't necessarily want that. I wonder if they ever had like a modern game of that. They probably did, and I just completely missed it because I don't look that closely into 4X games anymore because I usually don't have the time for them. Arcanium and Mirror. Let me look. Let's see, Arcanum. I'll have to look at that later. I'll have to see if I can't find it. I don't think it'd be a thing I'd play on stream because 4X strategy games are a real hard genre to play on Twitch. What did the AI do with the Beholder? Well, for a lot of those, it was a defensive thing that would guard the tower, so you had to fight it on its turf. And it'd usually be like the main enemy and some disposable minions. And I want to say if you attacked it, I can't remember if I think they healed between, like, if you attacked it and you left it alone for a bunch of turns, it would recover. So as well as things, you had to bring enough units that you could, like, you know, you'd fight it with this unit, you'd fight it with that, you'd fight it with the third unit, you'd kill it, and then you'd go in there and get your thing. They had heroes, because I remember that was a big thing about the game, was using your magic to summon heroes. And then you get your hero and you get the magic equipment, which you could also use your magic to make the equipment and all that. Like, it was a really, considering when it came out, the depth of that game was absurd. And it had really, really, really dated now 3D graphics for, like, video, like, just regular AVI file kind of videos it played when you first started the game. Like, and I can even remember, it's like, old man, you seek the spell of mastery, but have you come too late? So it was kind of a whole fun thing. Man, I wish I knew how many hours. Trit says you should share this. Janicus, at 85 Stream Street, I probably mispronounced your name. If I get it wrong, by all means, correct me, please. 85 Stream Street, catch the last 85 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. Lurking. But man, that was, or another one was Deadlock. That was another 4X strategy. Nowhere near as deep as Masters of Magic, but a lot of fun. That one had a lot of silly stuff in it too. Such as having a hidden music track on the CD. That was a fun one where it was like, one of the human volunteers or whatever singing a song about the various other races of the game, because I'd have like, you know, you'd have your big muscular race, you'd have your insectoid race, you'd have your like super smart but like all like they have like, you know, living in bodysuits because they live in such polluted conditions race. You had like your general like smart race. The whole range. I just loved all the Easter eggs in that game. Like I still think my favorite one was they were these missiles that were atomic bombs. And yeah, Deadlock Planetary Conquest. Yeah, and you could literally, if you fired enough nuclear missiles in a single turn, you literally detonated the planet. So you wiped out all life on the planet. Because the whole idea behind it was there was these like various, if I remember the story correctly, there was all these like various races and they had their own thing and they were competing for this new like paradise planet. And so they had like this agreement that they're each going to send like this group of volunteers from the various things, and then they would win the planet or whatever. So it was kind of like a proxy war on the planet to take the planet, that they had like a bunch of rules around how they're going to fight it, because the technology they had, you know, had reached a point that if they actually fought for real, they'd just destroy the planet. Yeah, it's like something like Deadlock Planetary Conquest. That's another really old game. That's another game that I imagine if I played it today, I would bounce off pretty quick, because it'd be like, oh, you know, because it's a genre that's had 20 years of development since that game came out, and has done so much to advance the genre. So you go back to the old games where those advances are missing, and it's real rough to go back. There are some games you go back to and are a lot of fun, but there's definitely a lot of them that you go back to and be like, yep, I understand my nostalgia, and it doesn't hold up well. Said, heck, your copy has a price tag of on sale $55.95 or $54.95. Man. And that was $54.95 in what, like 98 or something like that? That's equivalent to like a $120 game. Let's see, Master of Magic did get an official DLC about 5 years ago. Really? Like, was there a remaster at some point? There had to be, right? Oh. They had a re-release just 2 years ago? Yeah, no, according to Steam, let's see, it says, take up the role of a great wizard, wield powerful spells, command fantasy races, challenge your rivals, and remake in this remake of the culture base. So they did have a remake of it 2 years ago. It comes with a 15-day free trial of Netscape Navigator. With Burning Sun saying, not Masters of Magic. Yeah, so the re-release changed a bunch, though, like switching to a hex grid. The DLC was before that. Ah, interesting. I'm curious. I fully expect that a lot of times when you get those remakes of the old games, a lot of times this thing. Yeah, a bunch of people are being like, you know, this is not as good as the other one. It's got a mostly positive rating, which is still relatively good. But yeah, now honestly, that's the kind of games I could see a lot of room in the market for. And she played the remake for 2 or 3 hours or so. She said it was okay. She could see how one could sink time into it. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing. What is seeing on the quick glance reviews is for people that originally played it. They're like, it's all right. Like it's for a remake, it's relatively good. But they were complaining that the enemy AI was particularly appalling, and that a lot had changed, which I think is fine. I honestly feel like even if you got the original game with modern graphics, it wouldn't hold up as well. But I mean, that's just a matter of how far has the 4X strategy game genre come. But it would be nice to see, when I say a remake, not necessarily a remake, a game take that same torch and go, but what if we made it give us Stellaris quality or Civilization quality, but nowadays for it. Which I know some people will be like, "Ugh, you said Stellaris quality. Everyone knows that game is terrible." Calm down. I actually really like Stellaris. I haven't played in a long time. But, it would be nice to see someone actually, do a fresh take on that kind of idea of a multi-world, so far as mirror sides of the same world kind of thing. Based around magic, so you don't have technical limitations and all that. You get these spells and all that, where you have your army, but you can also just cast lightning and zap the enemy army and all that and whatnot. It was a really good game for its time. That's another one I think the original should just stay back in its nostalgia box where it's happy and feels good. Lightning was good. Yeah, no, I remember that. It's oh, there's an enemy hero coming up. Don't like that guy. Let me burn a bunch of mana lightning him three times and just get rid of him and be done with it. Sure, it's very mana expensive, but that dude sucks. So, I'm gonna go ahead and kill him real fast. Why must brains suck? I don't know. You just want to sleep? Yeah. I mean, honestly, popping back onto the stream doesn't help as much as I want you here. Blue light and all that doesn't help. Having me as background noise if you got the screen out of sight or whatever. Sure, that's not as big a deal. That's just background noise. But yeah, that's one thing I've had to do when I try and sleep is just take my phone. I listen to audiobooks primarily when I go sleep, which sucks when it goes to listen to it the next day and I have to go, okay, here's where it's at. And I have the timer to stop it, but it's all right, when did I fall asleep? How much do I need to backtrack? Am I at the spot I left off because, it stopped playing the audiobook and I was already close enough to sleep. I just went and went to sleep. Or am I 15 minutes? Or is it one of those days that I had the super exhausting day and I got there and it just out, which I don't get enough of those. I would really like to have more. Alright, so we got the last stripe after this one, and then the barley's all planted, so we plowed the whole field. Well, actually, the things we got done today in game was we got the harvester, we plowed the field, we got the bigger water. Wait, did we get the harvester? Yeah, we got the bigger water tank for dealing with the animals. We got our seeder. We got our plow. We plowed the entire giant monolithic 22.6 hectare field, and we seeded it as well, which definitely took a lot of time. That is going to be our biggest thing to deal with for the next step in making this a wonderful experience. Is I have got the plow's the big one. I've got to get either a harrower or a cultivator or something that is bigger, so that the next time I do the crops, it's not a big deal. I also need to go and get the thing to put down lime, because we're taking a 15% hit on our productivity for that. I'll also need to get something for fertilizer, which luckily the thing that does lime also does fertilizer. I do really wish the smaller thing that hooks up to the back of your tractor that spreads, I really wish it did lime by default. And yes, I'm well aware there's a mod that does that. It does kind of suck there's literally only one vehicle to put down lime in the whole game. But that said, that vehicle's perfectly fine. But yeah, so we can run around, do that, because then I can do a pass where I hit it with all the lime, and then we can do like the fertilizer later. It'll be alright. But the good news with this is this will already have 100% fertilizer, so I don't need to do a pass with fertilizer. We won't have the rollers. But I think the thing I want to aim for the next in-game season when it comes to, like, after we harvest it, we need to replant it. Get a better way of, like, clearing the field with the cultivator and all that, and get something for weed management. Because that will be the negative of switching from the plow to a cultivator or harrower, is weeds will now be a thing I have to deal with. And my intention for that is to simply... I think I want to grab, like, the little roller... Here, I can just show you. If we go into the stuff here, we have the weed management. So you've got the really giant one here, which I can't quite handle because it's 24 meters wide. This one's only half as wide, just a little over half. But if you look at the speed, that's 15 miles per hour. It's in the horsepower I need, and that's 7. So this and this basically have the same duration of time to do their thing. Now that said, I thought there was one of these you could actually make bigger. Yeah, so it starts at 15 meters, and that can go up to 27, which is basically about the same size. But yeah, so you can get one up to be a little bit over there. So it is one of those things that I would much rather get the one that can go a lot faster, even if it takes twice as many passes. That could be fine. And that's a process that's probably okay to hand over to the AI. Because it's a really fast process, it won't cost me too much when I have something else to do. Like right now, I don't have something else to work on, nor do I have the equipment to do that. But when we get there, we'll get there. But yeah, so that'd be a big thing, is trying to get whatever harvester or cultivator and all that we can get. The disc harrowers. We can get up to... I'd probably get away with that one for 4,300. Then get up to 8 meters at 11 miles per hour. The power harrowers, we really can't do much. The cultivators... Yeah, I could only get to about... I mean, with that one, I might be able to push it. That one, I might be able to push it to 7.5 meters. So it does look like the disc harrowers are probably going to be the go-to we have. And with that, the field is seeded. But that'll be the big one for the next one, is probably try to get one of those disc harrowers. If I can get that 8-meter one, that'd be good. How much was that? 43. Yeah, and that's the weird one where I can also use it to plant grass. What was the subsoiler? That's relatively small is what it is. I also don't know if spade is in this context, but it's also now I need. Alright. We can go over here, we'll just top it off. And then we can put the cedar out of the way for now. Okay, so let's check on our stuff here and how we're doing time. All right. So those are fine for right now. You're fine for right now. And so with that, that is this in-game month done. And now we basically wait through the winter doing our regular process until this is time to harvest the barley. And then we harvest the barley, and then we do it all again. So if we look at our schedule, we harvest the barley in June. And we'll check on our sales. That's a windrower. That's fine. So we'll just advance the day again. That's the header I need, isn't it? Pretty sure that is actually the header I need. The MF8570. 99% sure that's the right header. Yep, that's the right header. Thanks, I'll take a cheapie. That looks terrible. I'm gonna buy it anyways. Okay, so we're gonna grab that and repair it real fast. So that means the rest of this money, we are good to do whatever I need to do with it. We officially have literally everything I need to be able to harvest and do all the stuff with the barley. So we'll go ahead and repair you. Okay, so you're still good on water for right now. You're still good on all your stuff. You're almost full, so let's get that dealt with. I need to just get some of the wool out of there. I do wish those wool pallets would be close together, not so we can get more, just to make them more convenient for picking up. One thing I probably should get is some way of storing the barley. So whether we get a silo or the flour mill or literally anything. Okay. I'd also like to probably get the autoloader at some point. Which I'll make it a rule to use the autoloader, I gotta keep the forklift stuff. Because again, this is gonna get tedious real fast doing the forklifting. Like, we'll still have to do some of it. Like, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of forklifting here and there, but very genuinely, this will end up becoming a frustration point in time. It's just one of those things is, as you set up more and more production lines, you just have to do more and more forklift. And after a while, it becomes Forklift Simulator. So right now, I don't have the autoloader mod loaded in this. I'll probably check to see what their latest version is. Okay, so let's check. So you've got that emptied. Your food is good. None of these are ready for sale. Those have water going down, but we're not quite ready for that. And I'll move to the next month. Because then what I might do is we don't have too much longer till I need to be wrapping up. But I might try to see if we can't get ourselves to June. Not actually start properly harvesting the field, because that's going to take entirely too long. I don't have that kind of time tonight. But get it all set up so that literally when I hop into the game the next day, next time I play, well, that's nice, that we just jump in and deal with it. All right, so you're still doing finding the water and all that. You're still here. I've got 4 lambs to sell for extra, well, 4 sheep to sell for extra money. We can work on that. Yeah, it'd be good to get the production lines going as well. That's always going to be the challenge, is like, do I buy the equipment? Do I buy the production line stuff? You know, one's a multiplier, one's not. And so that's a lot of what we're going to have here, is that I'm going to have tons of options for things that make things better, but I can't do them all. How much do these constructions cost? So for the factory, the bakery is 150,000 for the big one. I'm sorry, I don't need the bakery, I need the grain mill. The grain mill is 288,000. Ow. And it's not the tailor. Yeah, the spinnery is 180,000. And we've got the mini grain mill here. That's 36,000, which I might need to start with. I don't think realistically we can do stuff with all that. Like, I might have to do that in a minute. But the other thing I wanted to check with is that we go up here to silos. Okay, so there is actually a relatively cheap set of silos here. That those are apparently the same amount, but for some reason aesthetically they're different. So it does look like I can get some cheap silos here that we could drop stuff in. And I got a bunch of different styles. So that's good. That means there's a good chance by the time we get to the barley sale, I might have enough money to grab ourselves a silo to store the barley until it's a better price. Maybe. It depends what happens here. So you're good and everything there. You're getting dangerously low on water. Let me snooze the ad here. Because that's definitely something I'll probably want to consider, is getting a place so we could keep the barley and all that for a bunch of different purposes. So like, for one, so that with the barley we can process it into flour, and so, you know, add to the flour mill as able. So we can also take the barley, and if we're going to sell the surplus, sell it when it's at its top dollar, not at its lowest. Because that for each sale unit, which is 1,000 liters, I get like an extra $100-something. I'm anticipating us to have a particularly large amount of barley when we're done here. I need to go and make that a ramp like I said I'm going to do eventually. Alright, meanwhile, while that empties, I'm going to kick the ad as far down the time as I can. to hopefully spare you that. So it gives me 20 minutes, which should be more than enough time to go over here, top off the water, get us to June. We're already in January. I will have to sell the wool in April. But it's good that 36,000 would be the very, very minimum for the flour and all that. That's not going to be remotely enough for a lot of what I want to do. I like that we got those new buildings for early game production lines. I do think ultimately I'm going to want to get all the bigger ones, but it does seem like they increased the price of the later ones. For some reason in my head, I pictured that the bakery was like 75, 80,000 in Farm Sim 22, but that could just be me misremembering. Versus 180 is significant. At the same time, worth it, because it does mean all of my grains that I put in there effectively come out by about 1.5 the value. So if I make like 40, 50,000 a year selling barley, and I can turn around and make 1.5, that means I'm jumping up to about 100 or about 75,000. It only takes a couple of years for that to make up for itself. And that doesn't even factor in if I then also build the bakery and 1.5 the 1.5. Okay. Alright, so we can top it off. Park it over by the sheep again. And that gets all that settled. I am honestly curious if down the road, when we have just like lots of money, if I'll want to just go over there with like the biggest trailer, park it at the water drop in the greenhouses, like just fill it up and be able to ignore it for a bunch of years at a time, because I'll have, you know, that trailer sitting there with more than 2 like full fills worth of water in it, plus whatever the greenhouse has, and just be able to go like 3 years completely ignoring the greenhouses. I'll also have to figure out when we're going to be getting the large sheep pen, because I figure if I'm doing the sheep, let's just get the big sheep pen and do it. You know, then we can start worrying about going to the spinnery and the clothing maker and all that. Okay. And there's the start of our barley field. Cool. So we can advance the day again. Keep things moving. Okay, so the Master Magic DLC was for February 2020, and the remake was for December 2022. Gotcha. Man, it's so weird that they added DLC that late, because that was a game you got, like, it was one of the earliest CD games I remember. Okay, Shallow Cultivator, 190. So that's 7.5 meter wide. So that's definitely going to be an improvement there. Okay, I mean, yes. So it's 7.5 meters. What were we looking at with the Harrower? So that's 8 meters. Same requirements, slightly faster. I'm down to buy this. It will be it'll be half a meter smaller and 2 miles per hour slower. But I think that'll work. So that means we got our cultivator sorted. Oh, that's not mine. Find the sweet spot. Alright, so I just need to get this located where it'll actually drop the water in there. Oh, how's the grass on you? For the moment, the grass is still full, even though that looks empty. Let's see, also in 2012, the retrospective review of Eurogameglid, it hasn't yet been surpassed by any fantasy 4X game. Curiously enough, Master Max remains the best example of its kind. Yeah. I haven't seen much there. Now, granted, that's 2012, so that's been a while. Okay, so we've got that. You're all fine for the moment. You're all fine for the moment. We bought the shallow cultivator, so I do have a cultivator now. So I will need something to do weed management. That said, I also don't think there's that many new 4X game series that are looking for that scale or scope, whatever you want to call it, that Masters of Magic and Civilization and those have done. There's been a bunch of 4X strategy games that have come out, but I felt they were more focused, which isn't a bad thing. But that was, to me, always the Masters of Magic thing, is the scope of it was absurd. Okay, so that'd be a trailer. I can't afford it. That adds capacity and all that. Yeah, so you need grass. You've got 3 of those for sale. Which should be interesting. I've never tried to mow in the snow. Try not to spend too long in any of this stuff. Let's see, or Master Orion, yes. Except Stellaris in recent years. Even Galactic Civilization before... that didn't reach Masters of Magic proportions? Yeah. In your opinion, at least. Yep. So, I'm learning something, chat. And that something I'm learning is the lawnmower does not work in the snow. Which makes sense, but is also kind of a problem. So the sheep are just gonna have to manage for a day. I didn't expect it to work, but you know, it's video games. Sometimes video games do things that don't make sense. It's that same header. So we had the header for the harvester we bought come up twice. Interesting. It seems to be doing that. And they're running out of grass fast, but that is what it is. Can't dump grass? Yeah, not so I kind of figured. All right. Well, let's be realistic. This is where we're going to stop here. because if I start getting into hauling all that, we're going to be here for another half hour. So what's going to end up happening is we are going to be wrapping up here because I can't go that long for the stream that much. I got other stuff I want to be working on. So with all that said, don't go anywhere. If you're over here on Twitch, we'll go find someone for us to raid and everything. But in the meantime, if you are watching on YouTube, I can't host out there yet. I need more people to subscribe to the channel before I have that functionality. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content over there on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and all that over there. I'd really appreciate it, really help me out. But in the meantime, goodbye, YouTube. And for those over here on Twitch, what I'm going to go ahead and do is go to my ending stream screen.